Goat versus Fish. Thursdays.
Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Do you be fish? Do you be fish? Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Do you be fish? Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Well, goats are of the land and fish are of the sea. But goat versus fish, which one do you be? Do you be goat or a fish? Meh. Do you be goat or a fish? Boom, 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 boom. Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Now repeat, repeat after goat versus fish. Dooby 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 dooby. A dooby goat, dooby goat, dooby goat, dooby goat, or dooby fish, a dooby goat, or a fish.
Sciomancy 6 in the verses with goat, in the verses with goat. Celebration for goat.
Goat or a fish, don't sit on the fence. Well, goat versus fish came up to me and said, a goat or a fish, which one do you be? Do you be goat or a fish? 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 Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. The medieval fence sitter sits on the fence. But the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish?
The verses are about to begin. Are you goat or are you fish?
Make some noise for the goat. 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 Celebration Thunder Tracks. Welcome again to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome again to Goat vs. Fish. This shall be a mighty versus. This is the current versus. This is the current versus. This shall be a mighty versus. Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or are you fish? This is the versus. Are you goat or are you fish? 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 goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? This is the verses. Are you goat or are you fish? 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 Goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish?
Let's go, J-Sticks. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Do you be fish? Do you be fish? Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Or do you be fish? Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Well, goats are of the land and fish are of the sea, but
Is fish, goat versus fish, which one do you be? Do you be goat or a fish? Goat versus fish. 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 Celebration. Celebration. Celebration for Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for Goat vs. Fish. Back with another Goat vs. Fish Thursday, and we've got a mighty versus for you. We've got a mighty versus for you. We've got a mighty versus for you. But we'll begin by welcoming the verses by welcoming you all to Goat vs. Fish. In the classic verses of welcoming you to Goat vs. Fish, we will welcome you to Goat vs. Fish. As the goat and fish gather, Goat vs. Fish is here for you. Goat vs. Fish is here for you. But let's lower the verses. Let's lower the verses so we can see a bit more Goat vs. Fish. We just want to see a little more. Yes, Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. We'll lower ourselves to you. We'll lower ourselves to you so that you can perceive Goat vs. Fish. So that you can perceive the mighty verses of Goat vs. Fish. Celebration. Celebration! You've had a long verses, Goat and Fish, but now it's time for some relaxation. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish is Goat versus Fish. And it is what it is. Goat versus Fish, the mighty goat fish. Goat versus Fish is a goat and a fish. And the Goat and Fish verses. Goat versus Fish brings the verses to you. We promise the verses we tell you are true. What's Goat versus Fish? You haven't a clue. But it is something to do. It is something to do, and it comes from within you. Goat and Fish, we are singing with great passion this verses. We have a great feeling of Goat versus Fish, a great feeling of Goat versus Fish. And we are feeling very pleased that you are here to join Goat vs. Fish, that you welcome Goat vs. Fish, and that you accept Goat vs. Fish. Just as Goat vs. Fish accepts you. Accept you. Are you goat or are you fish? Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Goat are always versus the fish. Fish are always versus the goat. And it was written and it was wrote that goat versus fish and fish versus goat. If that doesn't make any sense, just please, please don't sit on the fence. No, 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 no. don't sit on the fence. Psychic Buckeye 12, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Some say Goat vs. Fish is a sham. Some say Goat vs. Fish is a scam. Some say Goat vs. Fish is just spam. But I am what I am. But I am what I am. You know the verses. You know the verses. Goat vs. Fish is a beautiful song. There is no good or evil, there's no right or wrong. Goat and fish with bonds fraternal. The verses of Goat vs. Fish are eternal. Eternally Goat vs. Fish for as long as you wish, and it's live on the screen. What does that even mean? Let's look at the verses. Patty Stedor says I am fish. Wow, Mom, celebration for Goat vs. Fish. Flo B says Goat vs. Fish eternal. Is it something infernal? Or are you merely watching Goat vs. Fish stream as you're using the urinal live on your phone? Or are you watching at home or while you do roam? Goat vs. Fish is a thing that we say, like how do you do or have a nice day. It's the games that we play, and for some it's even to that which we pray. Goat vs. Fish, deliver us from these fancy times and bring abundance to all goat and fish. May we not be obscured by fences, and our visions be clear, so that the sounds of blubbing and bleating is all we hear. May the fences not impede us from reaching our verses in triumph. May the fence-sitter find the verses of Goat vs. Fish and choose goat or fish. Are you goat or are you fish? And though we know Goat vs. Fish does not ask us to pray to Goat vs. Fish, we know that Goat vs. Fish won't stop us from praying to Goat vs. Fish. And Goat vs. Fish won't even stop Goat vs. Fish from praying to Goat vs. Fish. Celebration. Celebration. Celebration for Goat vs. Fish. JJ Luca Games has the verses. JJ Luca Games has the verses. Do you be goat? 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 Do you be fish? Do you be fish? Do you be fish? Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Or do you be fish? Because the goats do be goat and the fish fish? Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence, well, goat or of the land, and fish or of the sea. But what kind of goat or fish do you be? Do you be goat or a fish? Do you be goat or a fish? Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Now repeat after goat versus fish. Doobie 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 doobie. A doobie goat, doobie goat, doobie goat, doobie goat, or doobie fish, a doobie goat or a fish, because the goat doobie goat and the fish doobie fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Well, goat versus fish came up to me and said, a goat or a fish, which one do you be? Do you be goat or a fish? 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 Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. The pitiable fence sitter sits on the fence. The fence sitter rejects goat versus fish. Flees from goat versus fish for feelings of embarrassment. No, I won't tune in to goat versus fish station. I'm embarrassed by association. No matter how long you know. For some, the verses may never grow. Oh no, oh no, oh no, no. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish and the bonds that tie. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish and the verses did cry. Some say the verses are cruel. Some say the verses are fool. We've known you since tribal, we've known you since school. We don't feel cool, no. But it's goat versus fish for as long as you wish. And it's live on the stage and it's all of the rage. But I am what I am. It's not dolphin versus lamb. No, 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 no. It's goat versus fish. but the goat do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Celebration! Celebration for goat versus fish! 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 Welcome to another spectacular versus of Goat versus Fish Thursday, of Goat versus Fish Thursday. And we've got a lot of verses. We've got a lot of verses to do, a lot of verses to tell you, and a lot of verses that are true, Goat and Fish. A lot of verses that are true. And we're going to begin the verses with declarations of goat or fish. With declarations of goat or fish. Price Douglas Stevens says, I am catfish. And oh, goat and fish, and oh, goat and fish. Oh, goat and fish, we feel a great power coming over goat versus fish. Bless goat versus fish. Bless goat versus fish. Bless goat versus fish. In all of your verses, bless goat versus fish. Psychic Puckeye 12, nice verses. Don't forget your package. That's a fine verses to remind goat versus fish. A fine verses to remind goat versus fish. A fine verses to remind goat versus fish. For there is some packages for Goat vs. Fish. From the mailroom of Goat vs. Fish. Yes, Goat vs. Fish mail. Yes, Goat vs. Fish mail. Mail for Goat vs. Fish. Oh, just look at that package for Goat vs. Fish. What could it be? What could it be? What could be in this amazing package for Goat vs. Fish? It's difficult to see, difficult to perceive what it could possibly be. What it could possibly be. Oh, I'm so curious. What's in the package for Goat vs. Fish? What's in the package for Goat vs. Fish? Will it be fish? Will it be goat? Goat vs. Fish has a massive package! And Goat vs. Fish also has a small package. Also a small package of Goat vs. Fish. This package was sent to Goat vs. Fish many, many verses ago. Many verses ago. Perhaps years ago this was sent to Goat vs. Fish and was never opened by Goat vs. Fish. It was never even opened by Goat vs. Fish, but it does have this beautiful art of Goat vs. Fish on the back of the verses. Look at that verses. Look at that beautiful art of Goat vs. Fish. The goat is fishing, or is the goat wielding a blade? And see how the great shining verses in the sky hide slightly behind, indication, a transition between goat and fish? Tires with 5 bits, 5 bits. Tires with 200 bits, 200 bits. Tires with 200 bits, a glorious verses. Double the verses. It is a nice package. It's a very nice package, we must say, and Tyrus with 200 bits. Remember, Goat and Fish, this is Goat vs. Fish Thursdays. Goat vs. Fish started lately this Goat vs. Fish Thursday. So, Goat vs. Fish. Ooh, JJ says, come to VidCon. We would love to have you. Do you run VidCon? Can you get a free ticket to VidCon? When is VidCon? Where is VidCon? Tell Goat vs. Fish so that there can be an appearance of Goat vs. Fish. And tell us how much is a ticket to VidCon. Maybe you want to sponsor Goat vs. Fish. Milka created fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Tyrus with double the verses for 200 bits. Tyrus with double the verses for 200 bits. Tyrus with double the verses for 200 bits. And Tsunami Bit says Bitcoin hype. It says Bitcoin hype to Goat vs. Fish. How about you give a bit of coin to Goat vs. Fish? Goat vs. Fish. We'll take bits. We'll take bits, but there's no hype for Bitcoin here on Goat vs. Fish. As a matter of verses, Goat and Fish, there was Goat vs. Fish. We're going to sever the musication. Musication! That was Sometimes It Works Out by KCWM, Goat and Fish, by KCWM. June 19th through 21st at Anaheim Convention Center. Well, Goat vs. Fish. We're just going to put that in Goat vs. Fish. We're going to put that in Goat vs. Fish. June 19. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. It's versatile. VidCon. Anaheim Convention Center. All verses. Through the 21st. Well, we have put it in the calendar of Goat vs. Fish, so let's find out. Let's find out what happened. Let's find out what happened. Tsunami Bit. What happened to your verses of Tsunami Bit? What happened to that verses? What happened to that verses? Asked Goat vs. Fish. Tyrus with 200 bits. Tyrus with 200 bits. It does cost money for a ticket. Oh, my verses. How much money does it cost for a ticket for Goat vs. Fish? Aww. How much does it cost for Goat vs. Fish? For the whole verses, for the 19th through the 21st, how much does it cost to Goat vs. Fish? How much does it cost to Goat vs. Fish? So let Goat vs. Fish tell you a verses. Let Goat vs. Fish tell you a verses. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish received a cameo in recent verses. You know Cameo? Cameo, where you can book Goat vs. Fish through your phone to sing you a song or to tell someone to choose Goat or Fish or to wish you a mighty verse day to you. You know Cameo, don't you, Goat and Fish? You can order one from Goat vs. Fish. Ask Wow Mom all about that verses. Ask Prue Lawrence all about that verses. So Goat vs. Fish, from the middle of Fenceware, got a request on Cameo that said, hey, Goat vs. Fish, we want you to record a song for Goat vs. Fish. We want you to record a verses. To record a verses. Let's see if we can find that verses. Let's see if we can find that verses. Goat vs. Fish. 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 And this was the verses that they sent to Goat vs. Fish. So, we are a coin called Wrecked. We have thousands of holders. I would like for you to sing a song about how the gamers have united and we are going to the moon. Thank you and say get wrecked. This was a request to Goat vs. Fish. And Goat vs. Fish at first did not comprehension what it was they were trying to say to Goat vs. Fish. But then Goat vs. Fish comprehension that they were attempting to get Goat vs. Fish to promotion their wrecked coin. And that they wanted to spend a few verse American dollars to get the endorsement of Goat vs. Fish. And the more that we perceive it, in the instructions, it does not even say anything about, oh, and we want the coin to choose Goat or Fish, or hi Goat vs. Fish, or any of that verses. It seems that they are just sending out verse American dollars to anyone who would accept it. And so Goat vs. Fish thought, well, they did book Goat vs. Fish, but we're not so certain that we wish to give this verses so freely to this one, even as they pay Goat vs. Fish. They want the promotion of Goat vs. Fish. They want the promotion of Goat vs. Fish. They want a coin of Goat vs. Fish. They want the promotion of Goat vs. Fish. They want a coin of Goat vs. Fish. And so Goat vs. Fish we did make them a versus. And Goat vs. Fish is going to duplication that versus, and we are going to send it to ourselves, and then we are going to watch it here on the Goat vs. Fish living stream. Not just now. First, we're going to count some goat and fish, and we're going to open the mail of Goat vs. Fish. But then, Goat and Fish, we are going to watch that Bitcoin response for Goat vs. Fish. That request, that paid request for an endorsement from Goat vs. Fish. Yes, upload that versus. And we'll watch it later on Goat vs. Fish. Find out the thrilling conclusion later on the Goat vs. Fish streams. Antam says, goat, celebration for goat. Would Stonks approve? Well, guess what, Goat and Fish? Look who's back. It's Stonks. I have really softened on all of these coins. You know, I used to consider the coins to be a threat to my amazing and infinite power as, you know, the old money of the stonk market, the old new money, the new old money. But, you know, recently, with the new administration saying that they're going to hold a strategic crypto reserve, you know, I've been thinking, you know, this is starting to sound legit, you know. And all it really took was spending some of our money and just did I say our money? I mean, the holders of all the crypto. I was never actually holding any. What I mean to say is I was holding. What I mean to say is that, look, I invest. I've got a very diversified portfolio is what I'm trying to say. And so, you know, some of us investors got together and thought, hey, maybe if we give the government some money, then they will, you know, legitimize us instead of trying to crack down. You know, that's how businesses and governments work together. This is a public-private partnership. And so, you know, I've been feeling pretty good. About those cryptos. You know, we might just go legit on this thing after all. Stonks has betrayed themselves. Stonks has betrayed themselves once again. Aww. The betrayal of Stonks. Some say Goat vs. Fish is a profit. Some say Goat vs. Fish wants to make a profit. JJ Luca says, you might get more cameo sales if you add AGT to your job thing. Perhaps so. Perhaps Goat vs. Fish will do just this. Although in a recent versus, Goat vs. Fish is charging more for a cameo. We upped it to 20 versus American dollars because for someone who has been witnessed on AGT, we might have put that on Cameo. Goat vs. Fish does not know. But Goat vs. Fish does not depend on Cameo. Goat vs. Fish depends on Goat, and Fish like you depends on Goat and Fish like you. But before we go into the mailroom, Goat and Fish, let's count the Goat and Fish. Let's count the Goat and Fish. Goat and Fish. Are you Goat? Or are you Fish? Goat vs. Fish calls upon you now. Goat vs. Fish calls upon you now to choose Goat or Fish. To choose Goat or Fish. Goat vs. Fish calls upon you to choose Goat or Fish. Are you Goat or are you Fish? This is Goat vs. Fish Thursday, and we're counting the Goat and Fish. We're counting the contributions. We're counting the subscriptions. We're counting the tips. We're counting the marble wins. We're counting the radiations. And Goat and Fish, we might even be counting channel points now that we ponder it. Some of you have verses. There's a verses for 10,000 channel points, a verses for Goat, a verses for Fish. We might lower that verses. Maybe we'll lower that verses to 5,000 verses or some verses. But as we are comparing the Goat and the Fish and the channel points and all of the triumphs of the Goat and Fish, channel points themselves can be a versus. Psychic Buckeye 12 redeemed a celebration for Goat, and that will not count towards the channel points of Goat. We want to counting the channel points for Goat or Fish, we want it to be perhaps in the thousands or some verses, because we can't count every verses that we verses. because that would be a lot of channel points for accounting for every celebration for goat and celebration for fish. Because some verses, it's not even about the triumph, is it, goat and fish? Some verses, we just spend our channel points on a celebration for goat and for fish. But goat and fish, the verses does begin anew, the verses does begin anew, and the verses are true, the verses remain true. So let us look at this verses, of goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Celebration. Celebration for goat versus fish. So let's count the goat and fish. I'm fish. JJ Luca Games 123 says I am fish. Let's get that fish in the verses. Let's get that fish in the verses. Celebration for fish. And Tyrus with 200 bits. Tyrus the fish. Tyrus a well-known fish. Celebration. And that's 200. 200 points for fish. 1 point per bit. 1 point per bit. And Melika Created says the goat versus fish. I met you at Creepy Con, this past weekend. Come to Midsummer Scream in Long Beach in mid-August. Appreciation. Yes. Goat versus fish. Do you know Goat versus fish on Instantgram? Yes? Why don't you send Goat versus fish a whisper right now on Instantgram with your Instantgram account, if you have one, because you say that you created, so you probably created something, whether it be goat or fish, and we'll give you a shout out right here on Goat versus Fish. And are you goat or are you fish? Melika, are you goat or are you fish? Come to Midsummer Scream in Long Beach in mid-August. Please give us the dates. Give us the dates right now in the chat of Goat versus Fish, and we'll put it in the calendar of Goat versus Fish, and perhaps Goat versus Fish can be there. Wow Mom says goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. And Melika says fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Fish. JJ Luca says Tish and then correction fish. J Sticks says fish. We have that's a whole other fish. That's a whole other fish. So we have JJ Luca, we have J Sticks, we have Tyrus, we have Melika, and we have Wow Mom for goat. Wow Mom for goat. We're really starting off here in a very fish versus, but Antam says goat. Antam says goat. Celebration. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Get up there, goat. Get up there, goat. Celebration for goat. And M. Robert Kopp says goat. Celebration for goat. Goat coming back into the verses now with 3 goat and 4 fish. With 3 goat and 4 fish. Celebration. Tsunami Bit. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Floby says, will it be fish? Emily Schulz, are you goat or fish? Those of you watching on YouTube, Price Douglas Stevens, I am catfish, says fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish.
My fish army is ever growing, and soon I will overthrow the world. Very beautiful, very powerful.
That's another 50 bits for fish. Very beautiful, very powerful. Blood Buzz is back in the verses for goat. Blood Buzz is back in the verses for goat. That's 5 fish, 5 4 fish, 5 4 fish and 4 4 goat. 5 4 fish, 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 4 4 goat. Psychic Buckeye 12. Are you goat or are you fish? Padisted or goes fish. Padisted or goes fish. Padisted or goes fish. Celebration for fish. Random Degen, are you goat or are you fish? Space Cat 3 says goat. Baodin 420 says smoking fish. That's another goat and fish. Celebration. We've got the mighty verses coming. We've got the mighty verses coming. That's goat versus fish. 7 4 fish. 7 4 fish. 5 4 goat. 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 Psychic Buckeye 12 says goat, of course. Now goat and fish. This Goat versus Fish Thursday. We've got a lot of news to cover on Goat versus Fish. And we've got Marcion of Sinope. Welcome back to Goat versus Fish. A pleasance to have all of you back on Goat versus Fish. And indeed, Goat and Fish, we will not deny that these last verses have been very fancy and trying for Goat vs. Fish, a lack of rest of Goat vs. Fish, rejection of Goat vs. Fish. We have met with rejection of Goat vs. Fish. At CreepyCon, there was much acceptance of Goat vs. Fish, but there has also been some rejection of Goat vs. Fish, and it makes Goat vs. Fish feel very sad. But we are also pleased that you are all here to support Goat vs. Fish. You are very appreciation to Goat vs. Fish, and as soon as we began this versus, as soon as Goat vs. Fish went live and began singing unto you, the fenciness was lifted from Goat vs. Fish. The fenciness began lifted from Goat vs. Fish. All those fancy feelings, oh, they linger, but they are somewhat thinner to Goat vs. Fish. As we sing out the verses to you, as we sing out the verses that are true, as we see you declaring Goat and Fish, as we see you here supporting Goat vs. Fish, it means the universe to Goat vs. Fish. It means the universe to Goat vs. Fish, and Goat vs. Fish is pleased to bring you another Goat vs. Fish Thursday. We're going to be covering a lot of news on Goat vs. Fish Thursday, this versus, and Goat vs. Fish. We'll remind you that Goat vs. Fish, we will have a meditation of Goat vs. Fish, we'll have a sermon of Goat vs. Fish, and Goat vs. Fish will go until 12:20. We will say 12:20 because we started a bit late in the verses. 12:20 a.m. We will go until 12:20 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. However, if we can reach Goat vs. Fish, that 100, 1,000, 10,000, if through the power of your contributions we can reach 10,000 verse points, be they through tips, subscriptions, or bits, 10,000 verse points, then Goat vs. Fish will add a bonus hour to Goat vs. Fish Thursday. For every 10,000 verse points you contribution to Goat vs. Fish, there will be a bonus hour of Goat vs. Fish Thursday. Last verse is when we reach 10,000 verse points, Goat and Fish, we saved the merch giveaway until the end of the verses. But this versus, if we reach 10,000 verse points, it will immediately trigger a Goat vs. Fish shirt giveaway for those of you who make the contributions to Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation for all of you this Goat vs. Fish Thursday. And Felixer has joined Goat vs. Fish with a radiation for Goat vs. Fish. Radiation for Goat vs. Fish. Yo, Felixer, I thought that was you. Don't you remember me? It's Goat. Goat vs. Fish. What's up? We are counting the Goat and Fish. Felixer, are you Goat or are you Fish? Celebration Psychic Buckeye 12 with 8 for Goat. 8 for Goat. Celebration for Goat. That puts Goat in the verses with 8 for Goat. With 8 for Goat. You're my fave, always Fish. Celebration. You are wise for Goat vs. Fish to be your fave. You are wise for Goat vs. Fish to be your fave. And that is with Goat vs. Fish. That is with radiation. That is with a radiation of 5. So we are going to count radiation. We're going to go back into this verses. It was too simplification. We tried to simplify the verses. Too much simplification. No, we have to go back to old verses. Radiation, Goat and Fish. Radiation, Goat and Fish. Waste of Space accuses Goat vs. Fish of burgling turds. But you know what they say. They who Delta smelt it, Delta dealt it. Celebration, that's 5 radiation points for Fish. That's 5 radiation points for Fish. Have your sticker on my work laptop. Celebration! Goat vs. Fish. If you want stickers of Goat vs. Fish, join the Goat vs. Fish Sticker Club on Patreon. It's a great way to support Goat vs. Fish. Forgive the promotion of Goat vs. Fish. It's a conversation piece. Yes, they talk about Goat vs. Fish. Talk about Goat vs. Fish with someone that you know. Join the patreon.com of Goat vs. Fish for $5 verse American dollars a month. $5 verse American dollars a month, and you will join the Goat vs. Fish Sticker Club. We're going to have some great stickers coming to you soon. We are thinking we're going to do the Go Team Versus sticker and all that versus, but we also now have these tiny Goat vs. Fish. We have seen 2-inch by 2-inch Goat vs. Fish. We have seen 4-inch by 4-inch goat versus fish, but now we have 1-inch by 1-inch goat versus fish. Tiny versus. So small, Goat and Fish, that you could fit it just right there in the verses, as a matter of goat versus fish. We're going to put a small goat versus fish right there on goat versus fish. Just a demonstration to you the power of the tiny verses. You may say, well, I want to give goat versus fish some space, but I have so many others that I'm supporting on my phone. Where can I put goat versus fish? Well, with the tiny verses of goat versus fish. With the tiny verses like this. Look at this. Tiny verses. Beautiful tiny verses of goat versus fish. Fits anywhere, fits goat versus fish. Celebration. In those hard diverse places, And we have 83% of the YouTube voters are voting for fish. Amazing. Who could have thought that after a goat triumph last versus, that we would be getting such a strong showing for fish this versus, but we are. Don't go far. Goat versus Fish Thursday, continuation. Goat versus Fish Thursday, continuation for fish. Mr. Goat versus Fish, I stated the VidCon prices in chat. 125 for all days. Creator is 170. For all community is 125. Creator is 170. Goat versus Fish. So you have to pay more to be a creator than what? Do you get a space? Do they get to say, hey, it's goat versus fish? We'll look into that versus. It was dope to meet you at TwitchCon as well. Waste of Space does say fish. So let's get fish in the verses. And Goat versus Fish, before we check the mail of Goat versus Fish, we will remind you to subscribe and ring the bell for notification on the YouTube of Goat vs. Fish, because Goat vs. Fish has been publishing Goat vs. Fish cuts of the Goat vs. Fish living stream. So in case you ever miss Goat vs. Fish, you can then see Goat vs. Fish. So we'll show you a versus. Goat versus fish. Look, Goat versus Fish. You see? Did I die in a fire? Your passion. Reignite your passion for Goat versus Fish. Trump rambles about border fence. Trump blames worthless fish. For Los Angeles, do not despair. Not all the verses are going to be about Ronald Trump. But that fence builder is back in the verses, and so we will be covering that verses. But we've got a lot to cover on Goat vs. Fish news this versus. But please subscribe to Goat vs. Fish and get some notifications. You know you want to. Goat vs. Fish. Okay, Goat and Fish, guess what? It's time for the mail room of Goat vs. Fish. It's time for the mail room of Goat vs. Fish. It's time for the mail room of Goat vs. Fish. It's time for the mail room of Goat vs. Fish. You too can send mail to Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. The address to send mail to Goat vs. Fish is in the chat. Oh, yes. It's in the chat. Oh, yes. And Goat vs. Fish, we shall post it in the YouTube as well. The mail of Goat vs. Fish. So let's have a look. Now. Let's open up this versus. Robo Hamo, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. The mail of Goat vs. Fish. This is not so heavy. This verse is here. Was sent to Goat vs. Fish from Psychic Buckeye 12. Appreciation for the versus JJ Luca. Goat vs. Fish. Teach you how to turn your passion into a career. A career, that sounds like a lot of work to Goat vs. Fish. A career sounds like work, and work sounds like a lot of work to Goat vs. Fish. Not sure if we want to do that. This mail was sent to Goat vs. Fish. Please make a donation to Goat vs. Fish. Please make a contribution to Goat vs. Fish so that Goat vs. Fish never has to make Goat vs. Fish our career. Please, Goat and Fish. Please, Goat and Fish. Please make a contribution to Goat vs. Fish so that Goat vs. Fish never has to make Goat vs. Fish a job of Goat vs. Fish, so that Goat vs. Fish never has to work for Goat vs. Fish, and so that Goat vs. Fish can continue not paying our unpaid intern to not have to work at Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation. Appreciation. The Uber Kitten, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Robohamo, are you goat or fish? The Uber Kitten, are you goat or fish? So let's find out what's in this verses. Let's find out what's in this verses. Let's find out what's in this verses. We can look here and look for some clues. There's some sort of fence creature that is looking at Goat vs. Fish. Like, who is it? A goat or a fish? And Goat vs. Fish. 12 by 9 by 4. That's not today's verses. And it says, box certificate. This single wall box meets all construction requirements of applicable freight classification. 32 pounds per inch. Wow. Thanks for the information, Goat vs. Fish. So thank you for sending this amazing box to Goat vs. Fish. Single wall sounds a bit fancy, but this is an amazing box to Goat vs. Fish. Goat and Fish. Psychic Buckeye 12 has sent this box to Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation. Oh, wait. There's something inside. Prue Lawrence, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Seriously, cut into it. Oh, Goat vs. Fish. We have this fence post right here. We have this fence post right here. And we are going to open this verses. We're going to open this verses. The mystery of Goat vs. Fish. What could be within? What could be within? What could be within? We're about to find out. A goat inside? Will it be goat? Will it be fish? Ron Wunner says a goat inside. Ron Wunner, are you goat or are you fish? Ron Wunner, Prue Lawrence. Be sure to make your declarations. A goat inside or a fish? And look, Goat and Fish. It is addressed to Goat vs. Fish. It's addressed to Goat vs. Fish. So you can address it to Goat vs. Fish, and it will be received by Goat vs. Fish. Prue Lawrence with fish, celebration for fish, and Ron Wunner with goat-ish. Goat-ish? What is this hesitation? What is this fencely hesitation? Let's find out what's in the verses. Being careful not to reveal critical details live on stream. You think it's going to look like a chicken that is actually a fish? Oh no. Whiskey and Chill says, you look like Matt Carricker of Demo Ranch with a beard. And Goat vs. Fish can look at your profile pic and say that if that's what you think about Goat vs. Fish, then surely the verses are coming from within you, because we could say the same of you. Oh, my verses. Psychic Buckeye 12 says, I made these with love. Whiskey and Chill, are you goat or a fish? Welcome back, Whiskey. Hand wash only. Oh, my verses! Celebration! Listen to that. Everything we need for a new ASMR segment of Goat vs. Fish. And Goat and Fish, look at this goat! Look at the goat! Look at the goat! Celebration for goat! Celebration for goat! Celebration for goat. Curly-horned, ring-horn goat. Goat complete with ear. Floppy, laying down type goat. Goat versus fish. The versus returns. Ham mods, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish has risen once again to bring you Goat versus Fish. And giving a Wow Mom a taste of their own verses. Look at this goat. Look at the hooves of goat. Look at the tail of goat. Look at the nose of goat. We're adding these verses. We're adding these goat and fish to the verses of Goat versus Fish. To the verses of Goat versus Fish. Hello, goat. Hello, goat. Say a verses. No, it's still just a baby goat. It's still just a baby goat, and yet your horns are so large. Maybe you're not as much of a baby goat as we thought. Look at this goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. It's a cute goat. It's a cute goat. Tell us about this goat, Psychic Buckeye 12. Tell us about the creation of this goat. The creation of this pudgy goat. Pudgy the pudge goat. Celebration for goat. But it would not be Goat versus Fish without fish. Celebration. Look at the fish. Look at the fish. Look at the fish with the fin of the fish. 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 Button eye fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Look at the fish. Big, flat, fat tail swimming fish and fins of fish. Goat versus 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 fish. Oh, they're having their first verses. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Look at this amazing gift to Goat versus Fish. Appreciation. We can add these to the verses. Thunder tracks. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. We were just looking at Wow Mom's Goat and Fish. So we have Wow Mom's Goat and Fish. And we have Psychic Buckeye's Goat and Fish. Everyone has an interpretation of Goat and Fish. And now the goat can join fellow goat. Goat can join goat. Goat can join goat, and fish can join fish. Goat can join goat, and fish can join fish. And they can versus together. A big epic versus of Goat versus Fish. Celebration for the mighty verses, and perhaps a unification, one of these verses of Goat versus Fish. Psychic Buckeye 12 with these amazing creations for Goat versus Fish, and an amazing appreciation from Goat versus Fish. Psychic Buckeye 12 says, BT dubs, everyone. I crocheted these a few years ago and just now finally able to send them. Wow! So these Goat and Fish are several millions of years old. You see, it's never too late. Never too late to send to Goat versus Fish. Never too late to send to Goat versus Fish. Appreciation. Yes, always welcome Goat versus Fish. And now, Goat versus Fish. And now Goat versus Fish. Psychic Buckeye 12, as a matter of verses, we're going to give a special verses to Goat. We're going to give a bonus verse, but you did send a goat and a fish. But we are still going to reward Psychic Buckeye 12 with a bonus verses for Goat. A bonus verses for Goat for sending such a glorious celebration to Goat versus Fish. Goat leaping off into the lead with a whole verses from Psychic Buckeye 12's great gifts to Goat versus Fish. And we've got Goat versus Fish. The fish was from Random Stoner Nerd technically. Oh, my verses. Well, then we can't just give oh, my verses. We can't just give the verses to Goat then. We're going to have a poll. We're going to have a verses of Goat versus Fish. Moo Point TV says, my girl can't decide if she's goat or a fish. What does that make her? What does that make her? Well, we're going to have a conversation. We're going to have to have a conversation with that girl. Oh, my verses. Thundertrack says goat. Thundertrack says goat. But we can say it makes your girl indecisive. We can say this. Oh, no, goat, what do you want for dinner? I don't know, fish. What do you want for dinner? I don't know, goat. I'll just have what you have. I don't know, fish. Well, you'll just have what I have. Goat, why don't you choose? Fish, can you choose? I made them both. Asked me to make the fish. Oh, Psychic Buckeye 12, we know you are very much goat. We know you are very much goat. We know you are very much goat. Celebration. Thundertrack's goat. Thundertrack's goat. Appreciation. Ham Mods, are you goat or are you fish? Ron Wunner, are you goat or are you fish? Whiskey and Chill, are you goat or are you fish? Jim 10 Laundry is back on Goat versus Fish. Says goat, please. Jim 10 Laundry, you were mentioned several verses in the political video of Goat versus Fish that went on YouTube. You became quite a character on Goat versus Fish. Ron Wunner says goat, celebration for goat. Ron Wunner says celebration for goat. Ham Mod says fish, Ham Mod says fish, celebration for fish. How's Goat versus Fish today? How's Goat versus Fish today? Well, Goat versus Fish, we were feeling somewhat fancy. We were feeling somewhat fancy, somewhat sad. But Goat versus Fish is a long, eternal, and patient versus. And with you here to support Goat versus Fish is feeling stronger than ever, in spite of those fancy feelings. Oh, got those fancy feelings. Oh, I've got those fancy feelings, and it's long, long, long. Whoa. What clip are you talking about? I was probably drunk. You're probably drunk now. Guilo Carosi, are you goat or are you fish? What clip are you talking about? Well, Goat versus Fish is a matter of verses. Goat versus Fish, it must have been one of these verses. Goat versus Fish, was it Trump blames worthless fish? Trump rambling, was it Trump rambling about fences? Yes, it must have been in Trump rambling about fences. The fence. Goat versus Fish, we are going to post a link in the chat. This one is Trump rambles about border fences. And there's the verses. You can watch it on YouTube. And we believe that we mentioned Jim Tan Laundry several hundred times in that verses. Please subscribe and get your notifications. Was it under my puck-faced name? No, it was under Jim Tan Laundry name because Goat versus Fish said Jim Tan Laundry several thousand times as we responded to your inane comments. But we appreciate your contribution to Goat versus Fish. It did make the verses. When you do a politicalization type conversation, you're bound to get some fanciness in the verses, and we expect this on Goat versus Fish. So appreciation for your contribution to Goat versus Fish. Giolo Carosi, welcome to Goat versus Fish. But the male, fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Is Goat versus Fish a political versus? Is Goat versus Fish a political versus? Is Goat versus Fish a political versus? Well, Goat versus Fish, it all depends on your interpretation of Goat versus Fish. Some say Goat versus Fish is political. Some say Goat versus Fish is apolitical. Some say all politics is Goat versus Fish. And Goat versus Fish will not deny that Goat versus Fish is political because everything is Goat versus Fish. Just look around you. Every once in a verses, you are called upon to vote for Goat or to vote for Fish. And some verses, you wonder, are the goats just backed by fish? Or are the fish actually in the pockets of deep goat? And maybe it's all just controlled by the fence. Maybe it's fence. Have you ever found that when you defy Goat versus Fish openly, that sometimes they throw you behind the fence and restrict your movement? Have you heard that Ronald Trump wants to build a border fences? Very political verses. Where do we put the fence? How high should the fence be? Should it be in the shape of a T or should it be in the shape of a Y? Should it be made of concrete or reinforced steel? Goat versus Fish. We have seen T-Rump blaming the California wildfires on Delta Smeltfish. And you want to tell Goat versus Fish? Oh, we've got political verses about goat coming up on Goat versus Fish. So Goat versus Fish, we think that if you look deeply or even shallowly into your politics, you will find it's very Goat versus Fish. You will find it's all Goat versus Fish. All fish all the time. All fish all the time. Robohamo, fish have gambling addictions. Oh, interesting verses. How would you know this? Are you taking advantage of fish, Robohamo? Are you taking advantage of gambling fish? I was born a gambling fish. Fish blamed for everything. Oh, they're always blaming the fish. They're always blaming the fish. Aww. They're always blaming the fish. 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 Did Goat vs. Fish get a whisper on the Instagram request to Goat vs. Fish, hidden versus, Goat vs. Fish, general versus, Goat vs. Fish, Goat vs. Fish. Yeah, trying to make a swim in, doing the best I can. But then we have this versus, and it was never opened by Goat vs. Fish. This years-old mailroom to Goat vs. Fish. So let's continue. Uberkitten, celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat! Robohamo, celebration for Goat. It seems Robohamo is celebration the Goat this versus. So let's give Robohamo the Goat in the verses. And let's continue the mailroom of Goat vs. Fish. The mailroom of Goat vs. Fish. The mailroom of Goat vs. Fish continues here on Goat vs. Fish. Let's open this verses. Oh, my Goat vs. Fish. Let's open this verses. Goat vs. Fish. Please wait just a minute, Goat vs. Fish, man. Wait, Goat vs. Fish, man. Goat vs. Fish, man, look and see. Is there a versus for a goat or fish? I'm just waiting for a letter, so I can make my decision better. Goat vs. Fish, man. Uberkitten says, fish are tasty to eat, but they don't pull strings like the goats do. Is that some kind of a musication versus, or is that a political versus? Or is that a political versus? You want to talk about pulling strings? Have a look at this goat. Have a look at this goat. Goat versus fish. Oh, opening the verses. Opening the veil of Goat versus Fish. Finally, the fence post is making itself verseful. What could be within? What could be within this amazing art of Goat versus Fish? This amazing art of Goat versus Fish. We're about to find out. We're about to find out. Goat jerky. Something to consume for Goat versus Fish. Some spoiled consumption for Goat versus Fish. Spoiled consumption for Goat versus Fish. Oh, my verses. We can scarcely perceive. What could it be? We can scarcely perceive some sort of stylus for Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish stylus? Fence post? Fish like to pull goat's fishing line, tease the goat. False catch. Wait around, goat waiting around for fish, waiting around for fish. Let's have a look at this verses. So, Goat and Fish, we have this. And it says, Carp by Bernardo. Carpe Diem, Carp by Bernardo, 2014. And we suppose that we put the little fence post in here. We've seen a fence before. Or do we reverse the verses? Like this. That seems more versable. Goat versus Fish. The rod goes in the hole. And here we have, oh, my verses. Look at this fish. It's a carp fish. Look at this fish. Look at the fish.
Ooh. Ah.
Look at this sculpted, painted fish. Isn't that a beautiful fish? Isn't that a beautiful fish? Snazzy fish? Snazzy, beauteous fish? Look into the eyes of fish. This is art. Look into the eyes of fish. Yes. Yes, indeed. This fish could versus a goat. This fish could versus a goat. This fish could versus a goat, and then we just put the fish. It would seem to be, yes, Psychic Buckeye, and then we'll just put this fish, float fish. Float fish. Float fish like this. Float fish like this. Goat versus fish. Ooh, we could use the screen green tape, and we could make it be a float fish, but we don't have the screen green tape now, so we'll just leave the fish like this. We'll just leave the fish like this. Fish on display. Fish on display. So that's a beautiful versus a fish. That's a beautiful versus a fish. That's a beautiful versus a fish. So we are going to creation a poll. We are going to creation a poll on Twitch. The YouTube poll will remain as it is, but we are going to creation a poll on Twitch. We are going to creation a poll on Twitch. And it's going to be goat versus fish. It's going to be goat versus fish male versus. Goat versus fish post versus. Mailed goat. Mailed fish. And there is no fence. There's no fence this versus. There's no fence this versus. If fence shows up in this poll, goat versus fish will be very misappointed. 100 channel points per vote, goat and fish. 100 channel points per vote. And a 5-minute poll, goat and fish. A 5-minute poll. This will be a 5-minute poll. So get your preparations ready, goat and fish. You are going to see a poll appear in the chat of Goat versus Fish. You're going to see a poll appear in the chat of Goat versus Fish. And you are going to be able to vote. Each one in the chat of Goat versus Fish is going to be able to vote once. However, you can also vote more times than that by using your channel points. Use your channel points, which you accumulation by watching the Goat versus Fish station. And this versus, we're going to preparation the poll ahead of versus. So here we see the poll of Goat versus Fish. There's the poll of Goat versus Fish. And now we are going to begin the poll of Goat versus Fish, a 5-minuet poll. And the poll begins now. This is a versus of male. This is a versus of male. This is a versus of male, and it is goat. It is goat versus fish. It's goat versus fish, but fish. There's actually two fish. Two fish. There's a fish and there's a fish. And these two fish are versing this large goat. The fish may be smaller, but there's two of them. And they're versing the goat, and they're versing the goat. And this poll will count. This poll will count for a poll in the verses of Goat versus Fish. So get your verses going. Get your verses going. Only one vote for this poll. You can vote more times using your channel points. Click to vote again, and it will ask you, do you wish to use your channel points to vote in this verses? And for 100 channel points, you can vote again. You can vote again. And we have 29 votes for goat, 29 votes for goat. And we have 34. Oh, now it's 35 votes for fish, 35 votes for fish, 32 votes for goat. Mailed Fence has 3 votes. Mailed Fence has 3 votes. Mailed Fence has 3 votes. Blood Buzz getting cocky with Goat versus Fish in the chat. Fish looks like a 1960s Cadillac versus. It does kind of look like almost like a robo fish. Almost like a chrome bumper fish. Goat and fish. We've got this camouflage fish. Look how it nearly camouflage in the verses. A camouflage of reflection. But we also have button eye stitched fish. Button eye stitched fish. There is a second fish here, but it seems to be on the fence. If there's only one post, is it still really on the fence? It's definitely a fish. It's definitely a fish. Or is it a fence sitter in disguise? What's with those stripes? There is no black or white. There's only goat and fish. What's with those stripes? Having trouble making a decision? Having trouble come to a determination? Is this a fancy fish? Secret fence sitter versing for fish? It looks like a fence sitter that's decided to choose fish. And we have 73 votes for goat, 73 for goat, 73 for fish. This is an intense versus, and we are about halfway done with the poll, goat and fish. We're about halfway done with the poll, and it's an even versus. It's an even versus. It's an even versus. Goat and fish. Let's watch that versus Gym 10 Laundry celebration. Celebration for goat versus fish. 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 Celebrating. Watching the verses go by. No, not that versus. Let the fence get. What the goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Stop being fancy. Oh, my verses. Goat versus fish. Yet new verses. Remove that verses from the verses. Drag out the verses. Since whence can't we drag that verses out of the verses? We used to be able to drag that verses out of the verses. The fenciness of it all. Goat versus fish. We've got 79 votes for mailed fish and 78 votes for mailed goat. It's coming down to one versus. Who's got the 100 channel points? Is goat waiting, poised, in position, not wanting to give away its verses, ready in the final seconds to vote for itself or goat? Does fish have anything left? Goat makes a move. Goat makes a move with 84. Fish with 86. Fish with 89. Fish with 89. Fish with 91. Fish is pulling away. Fish is pulling away from goat. Jim Tan went all in for goat. Too early for goat. 94 for goat, 101 for goat, 103 for fish. The fence remains at 3. The fence of variation is the difference between the goat and fish. And mailed fish takes the verses with 124 to 121 with work in 1984 with 8,100 channel points. Work in 1984 goes fish, and the fish triumphs over the goat. The fish does triumph. The mailed fish triumph over the mailed goat. Male fish over male goat. Male fish over male goat. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish, fish, celebration for fish, celebration for fish, fish, celebration for fish. Fish won the verses. Fish won the verses, and sad goat, but you versed well, goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. The goat versed well. Work in 1984 with 5 gifted verses. That's 5 gifted verses. That's 5 gifted verses. That's 5 gifted verses. That's 5 gifted verses. Celebration for Work in 1984 with 5 gifted verses. Celebration for a big, mighty 5 gifted verses, keeping Goat vs. Fish live and keeping Goat vs. Fish surviving. 5 gifted verses. Celebration. Glorious verses of Goat vs. Fish. And let's have a look. Let's have a look at the breakdown. Let's have a look at the breakdown. Let's have a look at the shakedown, Goat and Fish. And here we are, We got Guilo Carosi with 200 for the fence.
The electric fence.
Gianluca Rossi. Gianluca. Why did you spend all of your hard verse channel points on fencery? Go ahead. Throw your verses away. Mailed Goat. We've got 7,900 from Wow Mom. Psychic Buckeye 12 with 2,100. Jim Tan Laundry with 600. The Uber Kitten with 500. Blood Buzz with 100. Appreciation. Mighty verses. 9 voters, 121 votes. And Mailed Fish with 6 voters, 124 votes. Work in 1984. Ham Mods. There's Gianluca Rossi. Gianluca Rossi. It almost sounds like something from JoJo's Bizarre Verses. Gianluca. Yagi ka sakana desu ka. 6 voters for Fish, 9 voters for Goat, and yet Fish out-verses the Goat. It's not always how many fish, it's how hard you versus, how committed you are to the verses. What's this verses? Gift 1 sub for, it's a hype training. Goat and Fish, we are hype training Goat and Fish. It seems like Twitch is just giving away hype trains as if they just wanted you to infinitely give bits and subscriptions to Goat vs. Fish so that they can maintain making a profit off of the hard labor of Goat vs. Fish. It's almost like they want more hype trainings so that they can inspire you to give money to them, to Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for Work in 1984 with 5 versus Goat or Fish, capitalist scumfish, says Jim Tan Laundry. This fish? I don't know about this fish. This fish is a bespoke, crafted fish. This fish was a gift to Goat vs. Fish. Did someone say capitalist fish? Now there's some stocks I can talk about. I like fish stocks, as a matter of fact. Goat stocks are good too, but you don't hear as much about goat stock. But fish stock, very popular in Japan, very popular in the overseas market. Celebration for Fish has won the verses. Fish has won the verses and Work in 1984 with 5 gifted verses. Let's get Work in 1984 into the verses of Goat vs. Fish. Fish. And then we have 5 gifted verses, 5 gifted verses, 5 gifted verses, 5 gifted verses, Goat and Fish. There needs to be a compromisation on Goat vs. Fish because when you give 100 bits is 1 versus American dollar to Goat vs. Fish, but a gifted verses is 3 versus American dollars to Goat vs. Fish, even though it's 6 from you. So we're going to count each subscription for 500 verse points. Back to the old verses. 500 verse points per subscription, Goat and Fish. So that's Goat and Fish. That's 1s, 2s, 3s, 5s. That's 5 subscriptions to Goat vs. Fish. 5 subscriptions to Goat vs. Fish. 5 subscriptions, that's 2,500 verse points for Fish. 2,500 for Fish. 2,000s. 750 now for Fish. 2,750 now for Fish. Ever closer, ever closer, ever closer. Is that the verses? Goat vs. Fish. Ponder it now. Goat vs. Fish. That would be the verses. That would be the verses. Ever closer to 10,000 verse points. When we reach 10,000 verse points, we get a bonus hour of Goat vs. Fish. It's supposed to be 100 versus American dollars for Goat vs. Fish, but it doesn't quite verse out to that. But Goat vs. Fish is pleased if we reach 10,000 verse points by any verses. Appreciation. Appreciation for hype training. Appreciation for hype training. And though this is no longer, and the poll of goat versus fish, the poll for the fish. The poll for the fish. The poll goes fish. The poll goes fish. The poll goes fish. The poll goes fish. A fishing pole, one could say. Polls. The poll goes fish. Celebration for fish. Fish win the poll. Fish win the first poll of this Goat versus Fish Thursday. Fish win the first poll of this Goat versus Fish Thursday. And Goat and Fish, we have got some Goat versus Fish news coming up. Some Goat versus Fish news coming up on Goat versus Fish. But before we do, let's sing a song about Goat versus Fish. Let's sing a song of Goat versus Fish. Blasphemous says, hi, I'm Goat. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. Let's sing a song about Goat versus Fish. Let's sing a song of Goat versus Fish. Let's sing a song of Goat versus Fish. There's always verses for a song of Goat versus Fish. Rami says Goat. Celebration for Goat. When I die and they lay me to fence, gonna choose me a goat or a fish. When they lay me down to die, going up to the verses in the sky, going up to the verses in the sky. It's where I'm gonna go when I die, when I die. When I die and they lay me to fence, I'm gonna choose me a goat or a fish. Never been a sitter, never sitting on the fence. Gotta have a verse in GoatVsFish. So I know that if I try, a powerful celebration of the verses in the sky. Celebration of the verses in the sky. It's where I'm gonna go if I try, if I try. 'Cause when I die and they lay me to fence, I'm gonna choose me a goat or a fish. Choose me a goat or a fish. Celebration. Mr. Beannut 911 follows Goat versus Fish. Mr. Beannut 991. Mr. Beannut 911. Mr. Beannut 119. Mr. Beannut 919119191919191919191. Are you goat or are you fish? Now is your verses. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? We're in the verses. verses. We've got a lot of what it takes to versus goat. We're in the verses. We're in the verses. We've got a lot of what it takes to verse that fish. That was a little musication of Goat versus Fish, a little musicational reprieve from Goat versus Fish. A little musicational reprieve from Goat versus Fish. And while we're versing, why don't we just for the sake of Goat versus Fish, why don't we just listen to this just for the sake of Goat versus Fish? Celebration. Celebration for the very soothing Goat versus Fish. Celebration for the very soothing Goat versus Fish. Beautiful, beautiful musications. Arya chooses goat and Cece chooses fish. Celebration for Arya and Cece choosing goat and fish, respectively. Celebration. Celebration. Strange instrument celebration. Rami, are you goat or fish? Rami is goat. Rami is goat. Celebration. Celebration for Rami goat. Celebration for Rami goat. Celebration for Rami goat. And we've got goat versus fish. We've got Arya chooses goat. Arya chooses goat. Arya chooses goat and Cece chooses fish. Celebration, celebration. We hope you are enjoying your mighty verse day, your extended verse day. As far as Goat versus Fish is concerned, it is still your verse day. Mighty verse day to you. Mighty verse day to you. Mighty verse day to you. Fish, nice fish, Jim Ten Laundry, nice fish. Nice fish, nice fish. Goat versus Fish is goat. Goat versus Fish is a goat and a fish. And the Goat and Fish versus. Okay, Goat and Fish. Goat versus Fish is now going to start doing some news of Goat versus Fish. 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 So we're going to bring up the chat of Goat versus Fish for brief verses. We're going to get into some news of Goat versus Fish for Goat versus Fish Thursdays. We're going to get ourselves some hydration for Goat versus Fish. So you just enjoy chatting amongst yourselves, Goat and Fish, while we get the hydration. We'll get ourselves some hydration, and then we'll get into the news of goat versus fish. How does that sound to you, goat and fish? How does that sound to you, goat and fish? How does that sound to you, goat and fish? How does that sound to the goat and the fish? We think it sounds mighty fine. It sounds mighty fine. So we'll see you in just a few verses. Celebration. You heard news on Sine Wave in Vegas might be closing. Oh, we have heard this as well, and this is very pitiable to Goat versus Fish. But we are pleased that we played there once with Green Jellÿ and that we got a shirt that had a goat on it. Slapsy Jaxie says goat. Slapsy Jaxie says goat. And Rammy says goat. Rammy the Ram Goat. Rammy the Ram Goat. Rammy the Ram Goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Work in 1984. Appreciation once again for your gifted subscriptions to Goat vs. Fish. Wow Mom says celebration for my midterms exams I aced today. Can we get some celebration for Wow Mom? Celebration for Wow Mom. Celebration for Wow Mom. And the celebration of the triumph over the midterm exams. You've done it, Goat. You have triumphed. Celebration. Aced. Slapsy Jaxie, appreciation. Slapsy Jaxie, appreciation. Slapsy Jaxie. Slapsy Jaxie, fins clapping. Celebration. Goat vs. Fish currently has 1,851 YouTube subscribers. But Goat vs. Fish wants more. Goat vs. Fish wants more. So please, if you are in the chat of Goat vs. Fish, subscribe to Goat vs. Fish on YouTube and ring the verses for notification. And look at this, Goat and Fish. Look at this, Goat and Fish. Look at this, Goat and Fish. With an excellent thumbnail that says, "Did I die?" on it, in which Goat vs. Fish recalls when Goat vs. Fish almost died in a fire. 105 views. Wow, that's not bad for someone who got rejected on America's Got Talent, and when there is no good or bad, there's only Goat and Fish. And But yes, all the verses are up. So who is Goat versus Fish to complain? Not Goat versus Fish. Celebration. Celebration. Let's get to 1,852 YouTube subscribers at least. Let's get a few more verses. There's a celebration. There's one more for Goat versus Fish. YouTube algorithms in 2025 explained. Oh. As if you're going to explain your fence to Goat versus Fish. As if you're going to explain the fence to Goat versus Fish. So, Goat and Fish, it's time to get into the news of Goat versus Fish. Into the news of Goat versus Fish. The news of Goat versus Fish. Time to get into the news of Goat versus Fish. What some might call critical verses. What some might call critical verses. Let us begin. Let us begin with the news of Goat versus Fish. We'll go into Goat versus Fish Thursday prep. So this one's a big versus. 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 Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Goat and Fish, this versus Goat versus Fish. We need to start recording the verses. So we're going to start recording the verses as we stream the verses so that we have these verses. Is this the end of the multi-verses? Goat versus Fish. Let's actually do this verses. Let's go to this verses. Clear the verses. Is this the end of the multi-verses? Well, it's certainly not the end of Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. For those of you unfamiliar with the multi-verses, it is true there are some out there who are trying to make more verses than Goat versus Fish. They say that there's all these other verses, multiple verses, not realizing that every verses is just another iteration of Goat versus Fish. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the multi-verses, let's have a look at what they claim is so multiple about it. Goat versus Fish, and then we'll edit this part out of the verses. But Goat and Fish, there are 5 whole seasons. There are 5 whole seasons of multiverses. And some of you have seen this game played on Twitch, where you can find Goat versus Fish live streams. And we're going to look at that multiverses. Here's the trailer for Season 5. For Season 5 of Multiverses, and we see already. Does that say verses back there? Does that say verses? Oh no, that's that hydration tower we have seen in Los Angeles. It doesn't say verses, it probably says double VB or some such fanciness. And who's that? Oh, it's the old fence man himself. It's Bantam. Oh wait, no, it's Goat versus Fish.
Let's get this started.
Which one's the goat? Which one's the fish? Samurais and Beatles juices and where's the goat? Where's the fish? What's a babana? Mass murderers on Goat versus Fish. Martians on Goat versus Fish. Doc and Marty on Goat versus Fish. Shagadelics on Goat versus Fish.
Thought for a second this was all a dream.
All a dream? That would make sense to Goat versus Fish. Sometimes in your dreams you can dream about all kinds of refensulous things. Things that at first do not seem in your dream to be goat or fish. But that is just your offense imagination playing verses on you. When you wake up, you come back to the reality that is Goat versus Fish. Not this strange multiverses. And this multiverses Some enjoy to play it. Some enjoy to have shagadelics versus bantams and to see who triumphs in their false verses. But all of these multiverses are destined to fail. Destined to fail. Your multiverses are destined to fail. And we have the evidence. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Multiverses. Multiverses. So, multiverses.com. Let's find out what's the latest. Ravens versus Marcelines. Which one is the goat? Which one is the fish? Oh, we scarcely have enough time to find out. We scarcely have enough time to find out because let's look at the news. Let's look at the news. Multiverses update. Hi, everyone. We have an important update to share regarding multiverses. After careful consideration, our next season will serve as the final seasonal content update for the game. Multiverses Season 5 will begin on February 4, 20,025 and run through May 30th, 20,025, adding 2 new playable characters. Wow! 2 whole new characters. Is one of them goat? Is one of them fish? DC's Aquaman. Now that actually sounds kind of fish. At this late versus, finally we're getting Aquaman. Finally we're getting some fish in the multiverses. And Looney Tunes Lola Bunny. Bunnies. Are they goat or are they fish? Well, if Lola Bunny is going to versus Aquaman, then we suppose that a fuzzy, sexually fuzzy bunny. Did goat versus fish say that? Did you see that? Did you watch Space Jam? That horny bunny, horny like a goat even, some might say, Lola Bunny is in the verses. All new Season 5 content, including Aquaman and Lola Bunny, will be earnable through gameplay. How about you just give them to Goat vs. Fish? If you're just going to give us a fish and some half-goat fence creature, then you could at least just give the verses. If you're going to make cancellation, just give it to the Goat and Fish. Goat vs. Fish gives Goat vs. Fish freely to the Goat and Fish, but multiverses, you have to earn your verses in multiverses. Both new characters will be accessible when Season 5 begins, Goat vs. Fish, Aquaman Fish via the Battle Pass and the first tier reward, and Lola via as daily calendar login reward. Listen, you're trying to erection all of these fences around the critical verses that you're making cancellation of the multiverses. All online features will continue to be available until Season 5 concludes on May 30th at 9 a.m. Pedit. At that point, there will be an option to play multiverses offline via the local gameplay mode, either solo or against artificial intelligence opponents, or with up to 3 friends. Wow, 3 friends getting all together in the same place, in the same space, in the verses of 2,025? Who has 3 friends? Who has 3 friends these verses? You want to make some friends? Join Goat vs. Fish. Ask someone if they are goat or fish. If they enjoy the verses of Goat vs. Fish, they might just be your friend. To do this, you'll need to install and download the latest verses of the game and log into Season 5 anytime between Goat vs. Fish, Goat vs. Fish, Goat vs. Fish. As of today, real money transactions will no longer be available for multiverses, which is great because now you can give all of your real money to Goat vs. Fish, which means you can no longer purchase Gleamium. That sounds like a fence coin if you ask Goat vs. Fish. But you can still use your remaining Gleamium or character tickets to access with fence. More importantly, we want to thank every player and person, you mean Goat and Fish, who has ever played or supported multiverses. All of us on the Player First Games and Warner Bros. Games team have poured our heart and soul into this game. Goat vs. Fish, I think they're versing now. Goat vs. Fish, I think they're versing now. Goat, fish, a mighty versus. Are you goat or are you fish? We will be forever grateful for the incredible support of the multiverses community throughout this journey. We hope that you all enjoy the final season of Multiverses. For more information, please visit Season 5 FAQ or follow our social community channels. The Multiverses was bound to fail, for there is only one versus, and it is goat versus fish. Look at this goat versus fish action. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. They tried to have multiple verses, but no matter how many false verses you have, they can never equal, they can never rise above the one true verses of goat versus fish. Celebration for goat versus fish. Celebration for goat versus fish. If only you had put more goat and fish in the game of Multiverses. Why wasn't goat versus fish a character in Multiverses? Let's have a look at those characters. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Oh, my versus. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Roster. Let us look at this versus. We've got ravens and powder puffs and samurai and agents and jokesters and Black Adams, even though there's no black or white, only goat and fish. And is Doc and Marty, which one is goat, which one is fish? And we've got Bugs Bunny, is that a goat or a fish? Finn the human, is a human a goat or a fish? Steven Universe, somehow in the multiverses, it's a universe within a verses. Is Superman goat or fish? Is Harley Quinn goat or fish? Is Jake the dog goat or fish? Is Wonder Woman goat or fish? Is Tom and Jerry goat and fish? Or are they fish and goat? All of these questions remain completely unanswered. Where are the goat and fish? And where is the character for goat versus fish? Where is the character for goat versus fish? If you had put goat versus fish as a character in Multiverses, then surely you would not face such flagging sales for your Multiverses, because you just need the one true verses. You just need the one true verses. Well, watch this. The goat versus fish moveset is very strong. Goat versus fish, continuing our examination of the Multiverses. Continuing our examination of the Multiverses. This news of goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. But let's look at Aquaman. Let's look at Aquaman, goat and fish. Aquaman does deserve some goat versus fish. Aquaman does deserve versus some review by goat versus fish. After all, we can expect some fish. We can expect some fish from Aquaman. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at the Aquaman moveset here on goat versus fish. And let's see what we can perceive. We see the Sea of the Fish. But what is this? Wielding some sort of trident. This is one versus we've always had about Aquaman and Poseidon and all these other fish ones, is why are they wielding this three-pronged fence? Do you really need the fence to versus the goat? Can't you just use the power of fish? But we suppose in the verses of goat versus fish, you need every advantage that you can get. It seems that this Aquaman fish character has mastered the three-pronged fence and uses it to versus the goat. Poke-de-poke. Now, wait a versus. Now, here, is a dolphin a goat or a fish? Air-breathing type fish? We're getting closer to fish. But dolphins are perennial fence sitters. Dolphins and whales Many of them are fish, we are certain, and they are certainly shaped like a fish as they swim in the sea of the fish. But maybe they're a goat that became a fish? A goat that migration back into the sea of the fish? Some say a whale or a dolphin was a fish that became a goat and then decided to go back to being fish again. So maybe we can give dolphin to fish. But we want to see some fish. We want to see some fish, Aquaman. Give us some fish. More fence dancing. More fence dancing. Get to the fish. Get to the fish. Where's the fish? Fish, 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 fish. This is just sad to goat versus fish. Very sad to goat versus fish. We had a real opportunity, multiverses, to get some fish. To get some fish in the Aquaman moveset. It could have been all fish. You've totally dropped the verses. Oh, wait. Celebration for fish! Celebration for fish! Shark, fish, 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 fish. At long verses, we have a fish. At long verses, we have a fish in the multiverses. Celebration for fish. And did that shark fish just come right out of the land of the goat? We think it did. Land shark goat, you'd better watch out. Shark is learning how to creation their own sea of the fish within the land of the goat, and the only way you know that that fish is coming for you is by the fin sticking out of the sand on the land. Here comes the fish. And a puffer fish, celebration for fish, celebration for fish. Well, we were feeling a bit fancy about Aquaman, but now we've got two fish. We've got two fish now in the verses. Big, puffety, spikety type fish. Who doesn't love a puffer fish? Who doesn't love a puffer fish? It's offensive, it's defensive, but it's not fence-sitterly at all. It's actually just a fish. If goat versus fish were versing in multiverses, we would use the shark and the puffer fish every single verses. And the verses is called Yes, I Talk to Fish. Unique fish summoned using ground specials share a cooldown. Unique fish. Unique fish. So perhaps pufferfish isn't the only fish. There might be some other unique fish. But of course, all fish are unique, and so are all goat. But in some ways, all fish are not unique because all fish versus the goat, and in some verses, all goat are not unique because they versus the fish. But we appreciation that there might be more fish than just this puffer fish, but we celebration the puffer fish. Classic puffer fish. And what was that versus? Seahorse. Seahorse. So you could get a fish, and you could get a seahorse. Some of you may say, goat versus fish. We don't know about a seahorse. Is a seahorse a fence sitter? Seahorse is a fish. That is a scientific versus. Seahorses are totally fish. We think that the calling of them horses is just some goat propaganda to try to get you to doubt the sincerity of the seahorse fish. But seahorse is definitely a fish. And it is a unique fish. It's a very unique fish, and it is part of the verses of goat versus fish. That makes three fish: shark, pufferfish, seahorse. Celebration. And there's another fish. Puffed up. Summon a hazardous pufferfish pal that knocks enemies away. So you can summon a random fish, or you can summon a particular fish. Hey, the more fish, the more verses. Celebration. We like these eyes. We like these eyes of the pufferfish. We like these eyes like this. Like. Riding the seahorse fish. Ride the fish! Oh, no. Do you really want the fish to be ridden by that fence creature? Now that, the fence-topus there, that is a perennial fence-sitter. We don't know about that. It was all going pretty fish. Dolphins, goat versus fish. We can forgive dolphins. But a fence-topus? Aquaman says, yes, I talk to fish. Are we calling this a fish now? Are we calling this a fish now? It seems like Aquaman has been talking to someone else in their spare verses. It's not just about the fish, is it? Are you goat or are you fish? Oh. Goat versus fish does not endorse the violence. What would you classify beans, as goat or fish? Lost Pickle, that is an interesting question to goat versus fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or fish? And how have you been? Back to the verses. We don't like that move. Dangerous waters summon an Atlantean war shark that lunges forward to bite enemies. That's fish. We like that fish. Summon protective flying fish that encircle Aquaman and knocks enemies away. It's more fish. Celebration for fish. The first half of this was just Aquaman dancing about, wielding the fence, which was not very impressive to goat versus fish. But now we've got a bunch of fish in the verses, so we say celebration. We give Aquaman in multiverses the goat versus fish. We give a fish of approval. We give a fish of approval to Aquaman. Fish of approval to Aquaman. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Oh, my verses. Look at this. Flying with the flying fish foot. Aquaman stepping on fish for flying fish. That is a very creative use of fish. Have any goat in the verses of goat versus fish thought of hiring goat versus fish? Have any goat in the verses of goat versus fish thought of employing some flying fish and attaching them to their hooves and using them to fly ever so higher? Maybe a goat and a fish could form some kind of unification, and the flying fish hooved goat could fly even higher than any mountaintop, higher than any fence post, and maybe together, goat and fish could get higher than anyone who has ever tried before. Flying fish foot. Nice verses, nice verses. Fence. We do like how they're having Aquaman fish versus Black Adam, because there is no black or white, only goat and fish. And that's maybe why Aquaman is poking Black Adam with a fence, as if to say, there is no black or white, there's only goat and fish. This could be a clever, artistic goat versus fish choice on behalf of the developers. Celebration. Multiverses. Multiverses. Now has fish in the verses. Celebration for fish. Goat vs. Fish will confess that we looked at the Lola Bunny moveset and we were looking for evidence of goat. And yes, Lola can hop around much like a goat, but we didn't really see much goat there happening about, so we didn't actually pull it to review here in this verses. So we're going to settle here for the fish and say celebration for fish and say celebration for fish. But the multiverses continue. The multiverses continue. We will get back to that verses, but first, just a look at the chat. What do you consider LeBron James? What do you consider LeBron James? That is a fair verses. That is a fair verses. Goat versus fish. We will do that verses. We will do that verses. Goat versus fish. 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 What do you consider LeBron James? The chat asks goat versus fish. LeBron James has been called the GOAT. So perhaps LeBron James is GOAT. But then again, LeBron James has played for the Lakers, and we know who swims in lakes. It's fish. So LeBron James will say of goat versus fish that goat versus fish will say of LeBron James that LeBron James is fish, and that Michael Jordan is GOAT, because at least Michael Jordan played famously for a team that had horns. Horns like goat. The Chicago Goats, we believe that they are called. Michael Jordan, GOAT. LeBron James, fish. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Jazzy Cal Mellon says, good versus to you. There is no good or evil, only goat and fish. What would you have to say about the radicalization allegations towards the fence sitters? During my early verses, I perceived a more neutral tone towards the fence sitters, but now I sense hatred towards them. Celebration either way. Goat versus fish does not hate the fence sitter. We merely pity the fence sitter. But it is true that as the hatred of the fence sitter towards goat versus fish increases, goat versus fish has increasingly less and decreasingly more patience for the fence sitters and their fancy ways. How they try to fence in goat versus fish. The lack of patience that goat versus fish has for the fence sitter is no greater than that which the fence sitter has for goat versus fish. For goat versus fish comes from within you. Down with fences! Down with fences! Down with fences. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? But we're not done talking about the multiverses. We're not done talking about the multiverses. For it turns out that... But it turns out that Aquaman is not the first fish truly to appear in multiverses. We have here Discovery Shark Swag Week. Happy Shark Week, MVPs. Be sure to catch the wave before it heads back to sea for the next 6 days. Every time you log in, you will get a box with a sweet shark hat. Maybe a little surprise to celebrate Discovery Shark Week in style. Let's have a look at that fish. And there you have it. It's Bantam with a shark on the head. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. We like sharks on heads here on Goat vs. Fish. So we had fish leanings. Multiverses has been leaning fish all along, so no wonder you don't get any true goat. And Goat vs. Fish searched for goat, Multiverses goat, and we could not find any evidence of goat. We could not find any evidence of goat. The closest verses we had to goat. Goat versus fish. 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 Goat vs. Fish searched the roster for goat. It seems they forgot to include goat because all we could find was this rain dog, and that's about as close to goat as you're going to get in the multiverses. Pitiable. If they had a goat to versus the fish, they would not be receiving such cancellation as they are now. They would surely be making millions of verses. Multiverses has existed for 3 to 4 years at most, perhaps less. Goat versus fish. In the beginning, there was goat versus fish. Is this what passes for goat? In the multiverses? Your fan base is going to see right through you, Warner's brothers. They're going to see right through this charade, this original character. Oh, you try to reinvent the verses by creating some sort of original creature. Oh, it says it loves you. Oh, it says it loves you. Well, we would love you a lot more if it was truly a goat. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or fish? We guess we have to take it for goat. We have to take it for goat. Everything is goat versus fish. So in the multiverses, this or Lola Bunny are the goats that you're going to get to versus the fish. Take it or leave it. Goat it or fish it. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. But the verses continue. The multiverses are not done. The multiverses are not done. The multiverses are not done, goat and fish. For the news continues. Multiverses dev calls out threats to harm following shutdown announcement. I am in deep mourning for the game, end quotation. Nobody wanted this outcome, and it wasn't from lack of caring or effort. Well, you didn't care enough to put goat versus fish in the multiverses, and you didn't have enough effort to put goat versus fish in the multiverses. So goat versus fish is not going to say that you brought this upon yourself. Are you goat or are you fish, developers of multiverses? The game director of multiverses called out threats to harm developers on the game have received following the announcement of its impending shutdown. And let Goat vs. Fish, for the love of Goat vs. Fish, Goat vs. Fish does not endorse a violence. Goat vs. Fish wants strong and healthy goat and fish so that the goat and fish can forever versus in the verses of Goat vs. Fish. So Goat vs. Fish condemns this violence that has been called out against multiverses, though we understand your frustration for having not included Goat vs. Fish. Last week, Player First Games announced that Season 5 of Warner Brothers Brawler would be its last, with Multiverses servers going dark this May, just 1 year after it relaunched. 1 year! Goat vs. Fish has been here for many eons, and you could not survive 1 year of your pathetic and pitiable multiverses. It is very humorous to Goat vs. Fish. Players will still be able to access all earned and purchased content while offline via the local gameplay mode and training mode. Well, if you buy a shirt of Goat vs. Fish at goatvsfish.com/store, you will definitely be able to keep that merch of Goat vs. Fish whether you are on or offline. While real money transactions for multiverses are no longer available, Goat vs. Fish, Goat vs. Fish, Goat vs. Fish. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish. No refunds for the ones. Following the announcement, and without a word of refund policy, Multiverses players who bought the 100 verse American dollar premium founders pack hit out at Warner Brothers and Player First Gaming with some saying they felt scammed. Some say Goat vs. Fish is a scam, but I am what I am. Give $100 to Goat vs. Fish, and you will never feel more scammed ever in your entire existence. Based on online reports, there are a number of disgruntled customers who have character tokens that are now rendered useless, given they had already unlocked playable characters in the game. Predictably, Multiverses is also getting review bombed on Steam. Well, with Goat vs. Fish, we have two characters. We have Goat and we have Fish. Congratulations, you have unlocked all the playable characters. Oh, but what about the fence sitter who chooses neither goat nor fish? Cries the fence sitter. Well, we didn't see you in Multiverses, so it seems that you're not unlockable after all. You're just lockable. Locked behind the chain link fence. Locked in prison, locked in jail. Your characters will never be free. Your characters will never be free until they choose goat or fish. Take a token of wisdom from Goat vs. Fish. If you want your characters to be free, if you wish to be free, choose goat or fish. Tony Hyen, co-founder of Player First Games and game director of Multiverses, tweeted to address player concerns and call out threats of violence directed at the team. Here is the full statement. Goat vs. Fish. Hey all, I wanted to say a few words as I reflect on the recently announced news about Multiverses. While I'm sad about the outcome, I will be forever grateful for the opportunity given to us by Warner Brothers Games and to each and every developer on the Player First Games and WB Games team. Sounds like a bunch of PR. Goat vs. Fish has heard of PR. Public relations? Here's the public relations of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish is forever grateful to you for subscribing to Goat vs. Fish and liking this versus. Please, for the love of Goat vs. Fish. Also, to every IP holder, thank you for entrusting us with your babies. Oh, don't patronize Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish is a registered trademark of the Verse-American federal government. And you didn't ask Goat vs. Fish to be part of your Multiverses. Intellectual property. Nothing gets more intellectual than Goat vs. Fish. Just ponder it. We hope we made the characters true to themselves and felt authentic to your fans. I couldn't be prouder of the work. Goat vs. Fish, Goat vs. Fish. Their endless creativity and passion never cease to inspire and amaze me. Endless? You call your creativity endless, and you could not even come up with the idea to put Goat vs. Fish in your Multiverses? Your creativity is limited. You have no ponderings. Let's put Bugs Bunny in the verses. Let's put Superman's in the verses. Let's put all of this already existing intellectualization property that we did not have to come up with ourselves, that someone else already made, and let's put them all in a Multiverses. You need new verses. You need original verses. You need fresh verses. You need Goat vs. Fish. You need Goat vs. Fish. You need Goat vs. Fish. I am Goat vs. Fish, the Goat Fish, the original verses of Goat vs. Fish, the one true verses that in the beginning there was Goat vs. Fish. And for those of you who hunger for a truly original verses, not that false Multiverses containing all of the intellectualization properties that you already know and that have been shoved down your throats mercilessly, verses after verses, after reboot, after verses, after verses. You've seen it all. You've seen all the stylings and all the wildings. You have been longing for something new. Well, your verses has come true. It's Goat vs. Fish. It's Goat vs. Fish. It's the intellectual property of Goat vs. Fish. If you wish to license Goat vs. Fish, please send a direct message to Goat vs. Fish at GoatVsFish at GoatVsFish.com. Celebration. Goat vs. Fish, Goat vs. Fish, Goat vs. Fish. I am sorry we couldn't get to your favorite character. Goat vs. Fish. I do think Aquaman and Lola are really cool. Wow. Way to sell them on really cool characters. And I hope you all check them out. Wow. This one really knows how to speak to the young goat and fish. Character selection comes down to a bunch of things, including development time, listening to what the community wants. We want goat versus fish! So a lot goes into it. For instance, Banana Guard came out because the team was enthusiastic about making it and on their own produced it over the weekend as a fun, quick-to-make character. Banana Guard? Do you want a banana? This banana for you. To choose goat or fish. So you'll make a babana fight in the multiverses, but not goat versus fish. Exasperation. What more is there to say about this versus? Multiverses failed. All you need is one versus, and that versus is goat versus fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Appreciation. 100 bits for goat from Eldergrown. That was a long verses, but that was the multiverses news story. So goat versus fish, we'll take that versus, and we're going to edit down that versus, trim up the verses, trim out the fence, and then we'll upload it to the YouTube in a long multiverses rant about multiverses. Goat. Eldergrown goat. Are you goat or are you fish? Before we continue the news, who has what to say to goat versus fish? 108 for goat. 108 for goat. Appreciation. BBDH187 says, are you fish or are you fish? That's another fish. It's another fish in the verses. Celebration for fish. I see verses. I also see verses. I see a lot of verses on goat versus fish. Tear down the fence, boo the fence. Yes, indeed. Lost Pickle. Are you goat or are you fish? Wild Mambo Queen, welcome back to Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Jazzy Calmelon. Are you goat or are you fish? Glug glug, my guppies, says BBDH. Glug glug glug. Send merch to Canada, please. Send merch to Canada before they put taxation on goat versus fish. Are you the one who sent mail to Goat versus Fish that you wanted stickers of Goat versus Fish? Because Goat versus Fish shall respond to you. It is true. Goat, Wild Mambo Queen, goat, celebration for goat. Wild Mambo Queen, goat, celebration for goat. Wild Mambo Queen, goat, celebration for goat. Goat versus fish, claim versus, goat versus fish. We're going to make a versus to ourselves. Rewards. And here we are going to remind ourselves here that Goat vs. Fish, that there was one for Goat vs. Fish. Stickers in Gmail. Of course, Goat. Of course, Goat. We do not deny Goat. We do not deny Goat. Goat vs. Fish. We are going to do a quick examination of that which we just recorded on Goat vs. Fish. Is this the end of the multiverses? Crunchy on Goat vs. Fish. We should lower the verses of Goat vs. Fish. Verses slightly lowered. Celebration. The first half of this was just Aquaman dancing about, wielding the fence, which was not very impressive to Goat vs. Fish. Oh, no. But now we've got a bunch of fish in the verses, so we say celebration. We give Aquaman in multiverses. Goat vs. Fish has a verses to ask you now, chat. When Goat vs. Fish was doing that living stream and speaking about the multiverses, was the camera of Goat vs. Fish all choppity, or was it a nice smooth verses for you on the living stream? All we do, Goat, says mild Wombo Queen. For it turns out that some say Goat vs. Fish is a scam, but I am what I am. Fan base is going to see right through you, Warner's brothers. Goat vs. Fish asks you now. Goat vs. Fish asks you now. I have only just arrived, says Eldergrown. Can someone who has been watching the multiverses please information to Goat vs. Fish? Rami celebration. Whoops, a commercial. Oh, fanciness, fanciness. Space Cat says the stream video was choppity while you were recording. Oh, my verses. Aww. Well then, Goat and Fish, it seems like that Goat vs. Fish can no longer be recording because Goat vs. Fish was recording that verses while we were streaming the verses. So as to save Goat vs. Fish a verses later, instead of having to edit and clip out the verses, that we would instead just be recording the verses while we were doing the news of Goat vs. Fish. So it turns out that all of that news of Goat vs. Fish, because it's also choppity, might not actually end up being a YouTube's video on Goat vs. Fish. Celebration. Celebration. Well, we're learning about Goat vs. Fish. Because Goat vs. Fish should not be choppity anymore because we are no longer simultaneously recording Goat vs. Fish while we are streaming Goat vs. Fish. Fence. But at least you still got to hear the verses. At least you still got to hear the verses. Maybe Goat vs. Fish will reverse the verses at a future verses. But there is still plenty of news of Goat vs. Fish. Still is kinda cool. Goat vs. Fish does not deny that Goat vs. Fish is kinda cool. Oh, it is smooth now because we are no longer recording the verses while we are streaming the verses. Now we are just streaming the verses, not also recording the verses. So now from this verses forward, it should be a smooth verses. And we do have more news of Goat vs. Fish. We do have more news of Goat vs. Fish. We do have more critical verses. We do have more critical verses. And this verses we know not to, as we just do, not to, as we just do, record at the same verses. So much for the multiverses. It was fence anyway. It was fence anyway. Still Goat. Celebration for Goat. Thank you for staying with Goat vs. Fish. So that was that verses. There's so many verses. But this is a pretty serious verses of Goat vs. Fish. Russia sends 100 elite goat to North Korea. Is it really that wonderful? Is it really that wonderful? Ha ha ha, why awesome spam? Because I am what I am, and I am Goat versus Fish. New Vegas 10,000, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Next verse is if the video gets choppity on Goat versus Fish, you tell Goat versus Fish. You tell Goat versus Fish. And maybe you did tell Goat versus Fish and we did not perceive it, but maybe tell Goat versus Fish. Russia sends 100 elite goat to North Korea. Russia has sent a batch of pedigree dairy goats to North Korea in the latest gesture of goodwill between Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un. Implication, Vladimir Putin, with the goats, sending them to Kim Jong-un, who is therefore fish, sending the goats to versus the fish. The announcement came Monday from the Russian Federal Customs Service, which said the elite breed goats had been cleared by customs offices at Kaesong, a town bordering North Korea and China that serves as a common point of entry for Russian goods into the isolated country. Goats being used for diplomacy, goats being used for trade, goats on the international scene. But what could it mean? But what could it mean? The political verses of Russia and North Korea can be notoriously opaque, as if surrounded by an iron fence. But now we know that goats are part of the verses. Some kind of trade? Maybe Russia received 100 breeding fish in return? If you did not receive 100 goat for 100 fish, then would it even be a fair versus? We suppose it depends on international fish markets and the price of stonks, but Goat versus Fish would like to believe that Russia got something in return for these 100 breedable goats, and you can be sure that it is some kind of hard power, some kind of soft power, some kind of goat power, some kind of fish power. Let's read on. Elite breedable goats, not just your average breedable goat, and not just your average elite goat, but an elite breedable goat. These are effing goats, Goat and Fish. Effing goats. Seriously, horny goats. 100 of these dairy goats arrived from St. Petersburg on the other side of the country and were then bound for North Korea, having passed veterinary and customs controls, the FCS said. This reminds Goat versus Fish in the verses of North Korea versus South Korea, which is the goat and which is the fish. This must be an arms shipment from Russia to North Korea to versus South Korea. That would make South Korea the fish. After all, it is surrounded by more of the Sea of the Fish. And now the goat army arsenal has been increased by 100 elite breedable goats as sent by Russia to North Korea. Since the opening of a new route between the countries at Kaesong in November 2022, 2,200 live animals have been cleared for shipment to North Korea, including horses, seahorses, fish from Russia's Vladimir Oblast, and Holstein cows. Are cows goat or are they fish? If they make milk like a goat, they're probably goat. But this is where international relations can get a bit fancy because we don't know how they pronounce goat or fish. In every language, Goat versus Fish is still learning how to communication Goat versus Fish to all of you. So can any Russian or North Korean fans of Goat vs. Fish please inform Goat vs. Fish if a Russian Holstein cow is a goat or if it is indeed a fish? We've heard of a cowfish. And there's the goats. Look at those goats. Look at those goats. Look into the eye of these goats. These are elite, breedable goats. And if you don't take care of these goats now, there's going to be more goats and more goats and more goats. These goats will multiply. Multiplication. In early August, Russia's Veterinary and Agricultural Watch, goat or fish, Roslkhoznadzor announced that it had cleared 447 goats for shipment to Rason, North Korea, which it noted as the first batch of live animals exported to the country. Celebration for the first batch being goat. This sets a goat precedent. This sets a beautiful precedent for goat. Goat came in first that versus. That makes it a triumph for goat. Politico reported that these goat, 432 of them pregnant, according to the press release, were likely exported to help relieve North Korea's food shortages. Pregnant goat, now it's goat trafficking. Now you're trafficking unborn baby goat. This is an international outrage. Goat vs. Fish decries this. Trafficking in pregnant and unborn baby goats. Repugnant to Goat vs. Fish, repulsive to Goat vs. Fish. But as a matter of historical verses, it can be said that the first live animal transfer was goat to North Korea from Russia. So it is still a triumph for goat. It is still a triumph for goat. In November, former ambassador to Russia and member of South Korea's Parliamentary Intelligence Committee, Wee Sung-lak, told the Korea Herald that alleviating Pyongyang's food crisis was part of compensation for the transfer of North Korean troops to the Russian armed forces, where they are now reportedly involved in combat operations against Ukrainian soldiers. So it comes back to the false verses of Russia versus Ukraine. And we have Russia trading pregnant goat for willing North Korean soldiers. Goats for soldiers. Goats for soldiers. Goat for soldiers. Does that seem like an even verses to you? Hey, how about you give us some fish to go die on the front lines and we'll send you some pregnant goat? Would you accept this verses? How many humans is a goat worth? How many humans is a pregnant, elite, breedable goat worth? Goat versus fish does not know. We do not even know if a human is a goat or a fish. But these are philosophications for you in international relations. In addition to livestock, Russia has gifted other animals to North Korea, seemingly as a gesture of will from Putin to Kim, symbolizing the growing ties between the regimes. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. In late August, Primorsky Krei's Veterinary Customs Agency said that 24 Orlov trotters, a breed of Russian draft horse, noted for its athleticism, were being shipped to North Korea. These horses, the agency said, had been microchipped to confirm the purity of their lineage. Oh, my verses. We have heard that Elon Muskrat wants to put chips in brains, but we did not know that we wanted to put chips in the brains of horses to verification their purity. Well, there's no purity. There is no purity in the horse unless it is a seahorse, and it will only be pure if it chooses goat or fish, because goat versus fish is the only pure verses there is, the only pure verses there is. And we did not see one mention of fish in this exchange. So it seems like goat is gaining dominance on the international stage between Russia and North Korea. Last month, 70 animals were transferred to the Moscow Zoo in the Central Zoo in Pyongyang, including African lion, 2 bears, 2 yaks, 25 pheasants, 40 mandarin ducks, and 5 cockatoos. You see, this is why the average goat and fish is not trusting the news these verses, giving you clearly made-up false information as if there is such a thing as an African lion, bears, 2 yaks, 25 pheasants, 40 mandarin ducks, 5 cockatoos, goat versus fish. 4 goat and fish, 3 goat fish, 2 goat and fish, and a goat versus a fish. Grange 5707, celebration for following goat versus fish. Are you goat or fish? Are you a goat or fish? Are you a goat or fish? Are you a goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Are you a goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Goat versus fish versus goat versus fish versus goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Let's try that versus once more. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish versus goat versus fish versus goat versus fish. Are you goat or a fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Don't go sitting on the fence. Don't go sitting on the fence. Russia, are you goat or fish? North Korea, are you goat or are you fish? This has been a versus of goat versus fish. Wild Mambo Queen is goat. Celebration for goat. So that's a versus. That's a versus of goat versus fish. That's a versus of 100 North Korean goat. Celebration for goat. New Vegas 1000 celebration. Celebration. Celebration, goat, 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 goat. Lots of goat, lots of goat. Lots of goat. Lots of goat. Lots of goat. Celebration. Do Grinch 5707 who follows goat versus fish. Grinch 5707. Are you goat or are you fish? Wow Mom says a proxy versus. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Goat versus fish. We could add some chat. Some chat to the verses of goat versus fish. A chat to this verses. Goat versus fish. Goat, goat, goat. Eldergrown says an elite versus. Every true versus of Goat versus Fish is an elite versus of Goat versus Fish, but that does not stop the goat and the fish from counting amongst themselves elite goat and elite fish. New Vegas 10,000 says, can we be elite goats? You can be elite goats, and you can be elite fish, especially if you join the Goat vs. Fish Patreon for $5 versus American dollars a month. You too can be an elite goat or fish. Elite goat will defeat the fish if they are not specialists. The fish have specialists of their own. There are elite fish. Oh, don't you despair. Those 100 elite breedable goats, they are very likely to find at least 100 elite breedable fish, and we hear that fish can breed at a much more rapid versus than even goats, than even the horniest of goats. Rami says 100 is not enough. No, we could always use more goat and more fish. Eldergrown says foreign verses can be confusing. Well, until you realize that they're all goat versus fish. Cows more similar to goats? We do not deny that there does appear to be some similarity between cows and goats, the horns, the furs, the milks, but we do like to leave it up to the cows themselves to choose goat or fish. But if goat versus fish were a betting versus, we would suspect that the cows would go for goat. But then again, we have heard of a cow fish. Have you heard of a cow goat? Are the humans goat or fish? That is the question. Are humans goat or are they fish? That was fun, lol. Celebration, we are glad that you had fun with that versus. We have more news. We have more news of Goat versus Fish to cover. As Goat vs. Fish Thursday Evolution, we're going to keep covering more and more information on Goat vs. Fish. They both have ruminating stomachs. Rumination. Wow Mom says both cows and goats have ruminating stomachs. Celebration for rumination. And you can ruminate on Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Why is Goat vs. Fish? What is the meaning of Goat vs. Fish? How did you come up with Goat vs. Fish? Am I Goat vs. Fish? Am I a goat or a fish? Rumination, contemplation, celebration. That was some chat for Goat vs. Fish. So now let's go into the Twitch of Goat vs. Fish. Is there a way now? Sub only chat, manage prediction. We want to mark this part of the verses. Edit, stream, manage verses, stream together, manage goals, clip that, raid channel. Isn't there a verses where you can tell the verses to say that now it was a verses of Goat versus Fish? Radiation, stream together, Goat versus Fish. Clip that, add stream marker with description. Ah, that's the verses. So this verses is end of Russian goat news. And then we'll do some more news of Goat versus Fish, some more critical verses. So we did that versus. We had planned so much news of Goat versus Fish, but we are realizing now that we may not have timing to get through all of this news of Goat versus Fish, but that's okay. It's experimentation for Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. That's a versus. That's a versus. That's a versus. Oh, Goat versus Fish. Oh, Goat versus Fish. We have to cover this versus. Let's put the fish. Let's put the fish in the verses. Fish, 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 fish. Goat versus Fish. Horniness is not just for goats anymore. Scientists find strange fish that can have sex up to 27 times per day. Cut to the introduction, of course. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Add marker. 27 times fish. Add the verses. Goat versus fish. Yes, it is true. Yes, it is true. Goat versus fish. In a weird, wacky finding, scientists have discovered the limit to how many times a strange fish can have sex in a single day. We've heard of getting some strange. Sounds like the fish are all about it. And it sounds like scientists are really interested in fish sex. Sex sells. We have heard this on Goat vs. Fish. These fish, named Medaka or Oryzias latipes, were found to be able to mate 19 times per day on average, with some males managing up to 27 matings, according to a paper in the online journal Royal Society Open Science. We are very familiar with the Royal Society Open Science. Some say goat versus fish is royalty, and we are pleased that the royalty has been turning themselves onto the finer interests of fish. Goat and fish sex is a natural, zesty part of the verses of Goat versus Fish, and we should heap no shame or blame upon these very horny fish. After all, throughout the verses, birth rates are declining. We could use more effing fish, creating more fish. 27 times per verses, though. That's a lot even for Goat versus Fish. But we like to believe that every verses that we say Goat versus Fish, every verses that we ask you, are you goat or are you fish, that Goat versus Fish is impregnating you with the thoughts about Goat versus Fish that you can then birth out to all of your friends and loved ones, and also people that you don't know at all, by yelling, Goat versus Fish! Are you goat or are you fish? On every random street corner and megaphone that you can find. Impregnation. Celebration. Mating more would be expected to increase a male's reproductive success. What do you know? The more times you ask, are you goat or fish, the more likely you are to get a response to the one true question. Let's try that verses once more. Mating more would be expected to increase a male's reproductive success. What do you know? Asking, are you goat or fish, more often will result in more choosing goat or fish and following Goat versus Fish on social media at Goat versus Fish, allowing the fish to have more offspring. But producing and releasing more sperm, Now, we don't know if the sperm is a goat or a fish. It will probably take some development to find out for sure. Takes a lot of energy. The new study reveals that Medaka males release less and less sperm with each successive mating until hitting a daily limit. Those fish, they're trying out there. They're trying to make more fish. But even the horniest fish cannot F forever. Even the horniest fish is going to run out of swimmers sooner or later, but we so appreciate and respect this tiny fish. They verses. You can make it to 28 times, 29, 30 times in a verses, 30 times in a verses. Go for it, fish. Can't you just find one more sperm somewhere? Somewhere in there, somewhere in your sperm sac, there must be just one more sperm. Just make more fish. Just more fish. We need more fish. We need more fish in the verses of Goat versus Fish. We need more fish in the verses of Goat versus Fish. Creation, new goat and fish. Teach them about the verses of Goat versus Fish. Spread the verses of Goat versus Fish. Spread the fins. Spread the hooves, spread the verses. Look at those blue-eyed fish. You're my blue-eyed fish. You're my blue-eyed fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Medaka are among the fish that spawn, where fertilization occurs after the eggs and sperm are released in water. Ah, that's where you can find fish, but goat also drink it. As these gametes are difficult to collect, the number of sperm released and the fertilization rate during successive matings had remained a mystery. So much that we do not know about these sexual fish, said study co-author Yuki Kondo. Ah, it is a versus of Yagi wa Sakana. Just leave it to Yagi wa Sakana to be interested in the mating habits of fish. They're really into fish over across the pond. Not across the fish and chips pond, but across the other pond. Over to the land of the rising verses and Yagi wa Sakana. Anata wa Yagi ka sakana desu ka? Kondo Yuki-sama. Yagi ka sakana. Perhaps Yuki Kondo is a goat who is doing research on the fish, trying to learn more about the mating habits of the fish so that they can know what to expectation. At what rate are the fish breeding? How many more fish can we anticipation in the verses of goat versus fish? The goat are doing their research. They need to know. Quotation. Our research group previously developed an accurate method for measuring the sperm count of Medaka, that's the fish, which is why we were able to successfully conduct this experiment. Celebration. They did it. They did the thing that they were doing. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. The researchers found that the Medaka males mated an average of 19 times per day, with some only achieving 4 and others up to 27. They release their sperm into the waters where they can fertilize the eggs of the female, also released into the water, but only once per day. So the male fish want to conduct fertilization up to 27 times per day, and the female fish wants to perform fertilization only once per day. It sounds like there's a lot of competition among the fish. They all want that one versus. They all want that one precious versus. And they'll skeet 27 times to do it. Now, goat versus fish does not know about this versus of male versus female. We wonder if the male is the goat or the female is the fish or vice versa. But according to this versus, both the males and the females are fish. So versus solved for this versus. Males and females, both fish. If you wish to contest that versus, please leave a commentation and tell goat versus fish if you think males are goat or fish and if you think females are goat or fish. After the first few matings, the amount of sperm release drops significantly, declining to 50% of the original content after the first 3 verses, and then only to 0.5 to 6.3% by the final verses of the day. As a result, the rate of egg fertilization also dropped after the first 10 verses. But just because your success drops after the first 10 verses doesn't mean you don't keep going to 27. Additionally, the efforts males put into courtship and the duration of the mating also declined with the number of times they had already mated that day. Therefore, if the females mate with a male that has mated several times previously that day, she, quotation, wastes her single opportunity to release eggs because the fertilization rate will be much lower. Fish, you've got to get your organization together. We can all appreciate a horny effing fish. We can all aspire to be mating as much as these fish, but some of the fish are wasting their eggs, and we hear that egg prices have been going up in recent verses. What happened to the price of eggs? What happened to the price of eggs, Ronald Trump? What happened to the price of eggs? These fish have one egg, and they're wasting their eggs. They're wasting their eggs on the 17th time that a fish has ejaculation sperm into the ocean. Despite the reduced sperm availability, females did not adjust their clutch size as a counter strategy. the researchers wrote in the paper. Well, they're probably thinking about versing the goat. Surely you goat and fish have been in the throes of conception, and you are enjoying the verses, and you can't help but wonder as you look into the eyes of the goat with whom you are copulation, and they're probably just thinking about versing a fish during the copulation. No matter how hard you are versing, you know that sometimes behind those eyes, they're just pondering, oh, I have so many verses to do. There's a goat on one verses. I got a goat on two's verses. On third verses, I have a form of unification, and I've scheduled some fish time with the fishies. Stop dreaming of future verses and get with the verses of now. Fish, if you want this mating strategy to triumph over the goat, you need some organization. But let it never be said that in the verses of horniness that goat take the verses. These fish are so horny that they're just wasting their verses. It's a bacchanal, goat and fish. It's a soiree of fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Maybe these fish just want to enjoy their verses. Have you ever pondered this? Maybe it's not all about reproduction for these fish. Maybe some of these fish say, we've had a long verses of versing the goat, and now we just want to ejaculation 27 times. And maybe the female fish don't want to be so concerned about being so precious with their single clutch. Maybe they just want to go out there and find a nice tired fish that has already fornication 26 times and say, listen, fish, I've got your verses. I will be here for you on your 27th verses. That must be some kind of a record. We've heard of ones that set records. Oh, I'm going to have sex with 1,000 ones or 2,000 ones or 10,000 ones in a 24 verses period. These fish, they're already at it. Despite the reduced sperm availability, females did not adjust their clutch size as a counter strategy. These findings imply that sperm is a limited resources for both sexes, potentially leading to sexual conflict. Oh no. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Sexual conflict occurs when the reproductive interests of males and females within a species diverge. This is because strategies that maximize reproductive success for one fish may reduce the fitness of reproductive success in the other fish, leading to evolutionary arms races between the sexes. Well, there's your verses. Fish don't have arms. How do you, either of you fish, expect to win a reproduction arms race when fish don't have arms? They have fins. Fish, there's no winning this verses. Oh, we don't need to read about bed bugs. No. We don't need to read about... Stop infesting this article about fish with bed bugs. Goat versus fish. Our research provides important insights into the relationship between the cost of a gamete production and sexual selection. I very much enjoy reducing sexual relations down to an economic calculation. Yes, all of your time spent mating, all of your time spent swiping, all of your time spent dating, down to each and every thrust and pull should be entered into a spreadsheet so we can find the most efficient way for you to conduct all of your sexual engagements. I think that would be the most fun way to do it, because what could be more fun than efficiency? Fish in the sea. Get it? That was a terrible verses. Are you really going to make us publish that verses? Fish. Appreciation for your sexual satisfaction, but you need to get with your organization. Celebration for sexy fish, and we wish you all kinds of reproduction, because those goat, you know they're out there effing too. Celebration for goat versus fish. Fish reproduction. Fish reproduction. Where's Baby Shark when we need it? So that's another celebration. That's another celebration. That was some news in fish. That was some news in fish. So we got some goat news. We got some fish news. We did a whole verses on multiverses that got fenced. So fence that versus goat versus fish. We got fish news. A lot of verses about goat and fish will indeed be about reproduction, we have found. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish. We want to do more news of goat versus fish. We want to release all kinds of verses of goat versus fish. So we're going to do another fish versus Rammy the goat, celebration for goat, celebration for goat. Haunted Hayden, welcome to Goat versus Fish. This is wild. I was just looking up peacock facts. Well, now you're going to be learning about goat and fish facts, because the facts are that you are here with Goat versus Fish. Haunted Hayden rated Goat versus Fish, the party of one, and appreciation for your radiation of Goat versus Fish. Jim 10 Laundry says goats are smarter than fish. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Hogrim says you are goat. Hogrim, you are goat. Celebration for goat. Hogrim goat. Hogrim goat. Hogrim goat. Hogrim goat. So, have you learned about the fucking fish? Do you feel more education? Do you feel more education now that you have learned about all of these fucking fish? Goat versus fish does. Goat versus fish does. Goat versus fish does. Let's do another versus. Let's do another versus. So goat versus fish will go in this versus, and we will add a marker to this versus. Add one to this versus. More from Newsweek. More from Newsweek. I don't know how I lived this long without that knowledge. Neither does Goat versus Fish. Hogrim with a subscription to Goat versus Fish. Hogrim with a mighty subscription to Goat versus Fish. "38 months of Goat versus Fish. Glad to be seeing more of you, Goat versus Fish. So is Goat versus Fish. So is Goat versus Fish. Hogrim the goat. That's another 500 verse points for Goat. Another 500 verse points for Goat. Another 500 verse points for Goat. Here's a relatively quick verses. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish. The salmon are getting up to something. Have fish gone too far? Salmon engage in disease warfare against the goat. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Salmon recall update as highest risk warning issued over listeria fears. The Acme Smoked Fish Corporation has issued a recall for 111 cases of Kirkland signature smoked salmon due potential contamination with Listeria monocytogenes. The FDA has given the recall its highest risk level. Eat smoked salmon at your own risk. Any goat wishing to feast upon the fattiest, smokiest salmon fish, beware, 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 because these fish have stopped giving a care, and they are using disease warfare against any goat that would consume them. You wish to fillet the fish and smoke them for your own consumption. Well, beware, because this fish versus back. And you don't want to get sick with fish. You don't want to get sick with salmon, listeria. This is not birria of goat. This is salmon, listeria. Oh my verses. But from the Acme Smoked Fish Corporation, GoatVsFish has watched the verses of ones that you call Merry Melodiousness, or maybe it was Loonsy Tunes. And it had this false verses of a coyote and a Rhodes Runner. And we thought maybe the coyote was goat and the Rhodes Runner was fish, but we cannot be too certain. It seems like a very false verses, and none of the physics makes any sense. And one of them always seems to triumph, and the other one never, in any verses. In the false verses of Roadrunner versus Coyote, one verses remains very clear to GoatVsFish, and that is any fence that you purchase from a corporation called Acme, though it claims to be the pinnacle, is really anything but. The Acme Corporation only seems to produce fancy widgets that will break down at first use of your verses. Any goat or fish who is attempting to versus a fish or a goat in the mighty verses of GoatVsFish should have great hesitation when consuming and using Acme products in their verses. So it does not surprise GoatVsFish that the pinnacle of smoked fish, that Acme Corporation, has issued a recall for 111 cases of Kirkland signature smoked salmon. Kirkland, the land of the goat. Costco, we're Costco guys. Are we goat or are we fish? We're Costco guys. We consume listeria-laden salmon at a steep discount just for being members of this amazing corporation. Beware those who would consume the smoked salmon. You could be getting sick. Why it matters to GoatVsFish. We would think that would be somewhat self-evident. A Class 1 recall represents, quotation, a situation in which there is a reasonable probability that the use of or exposure to a volatile product will have serious adverse health consequences or death. Not death! Not death! Anything but that! Oh, hey there, goat. How you doing, goat? Did you consume any of this salmon? Have you been feeling queasy this verses? We've had a goat here the whole verses, but where's the fish? Well, there's the fish. Smoked salmon. Listeria. Smoked salmon fish. So there's the verses with some mighty pixelation, and it just looks like a typical smoked salmon fish. But beware the consumption. Listeria infection, otherwise known as listeriosis, is the third leading cause of death from foodborne illnesses in the country of America, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Are they still funding that? Or has there been a radiation of the Treasury and it's no longer having a versus? We were not certain. We were not certain if the Treasury has been raided or not, and whether or not the CDC is still actually going to effectively prevent goats from consuming listeria-laden fish. Actually, these reports are overblown, and there's a lot of fat that we could trim in this department, and the listeria outbreaks are really quite overblown, and we can just leave it to the private marketplace to handle that. So I think I'm just going to take a big bite out of the CDC so I can give myself more tax breaks so I can buy more kibble. Appreciation, Doge. Thank you for this information. We're glad to hear that you're really on top of it. Who let you in here in any verses? GoatVsFish has received tens of dollars of donation this stream. Are you to tell GoatVsFish that all of these tens of dollars that GoatVsFish has received, all of the donation, all of the contribution, all of the taxation is just going to go towards feeding you and your kibble? I actually, as has been said, I already have so much that I am beyond the desire to have any more, because why would I need more when I already have so much? It doesn't make any sense. Wow, you seem to just be getting stronger every verses. Who's going to put a stop to this? They're raiding the treasury of GoatVsFish. The fence sitter is raiding the treasury of GoatVsFish. All of your donations, all of your donations that you invested in GoatVsFish to protect yourself from receiving listeria outbreaks from fish. And who knows what's going on with the goat? Who knows what's going on with the goat? We need those verses. We need those verses to do research on goat and fish. In any verses. GoatVsFish, GoatVsFish, GoatVsFish. The Acme Smoked Fish Corporation first issued the recall in October of 2024, and the FDA released its risk classification on Wednesverses. The product was distribution from October 9th to October 13th, 2024. The product was distribution in Florida and sold at select stores in the southeastern U.S. The FDA said in October that no illnesses had been reported in connection with the product. So they just must have found it. They were looking for it, and they found it. Celebration. But that was back in October of the previous verses. Product description. Kirkland Signature Smoked Salmon, net weight 340 grams or 12 ounces. Must keep refrigerated. Ingredients: Atlantic salmon, Salmo salar, salt, and natural hardwood smoke. Color added. Distributed by Costco Wholesale Corporation, P.O. Box 34535, Seattle, Washington 98124-1535, UPC 096619256976. Well, that's some information. What people are saying. Are people goat or are they fish? Listeria, GoatVsFish. What people are saying. Are people goat or are they fish? Subscribe to GoatVsFish to find out. Listeria monocytogenes, an organism which can cause serious and sometimes fatal injuries in young children, frail or elderly people. They're really the first to fence, aren't they? And others with weakened immune systems, although healthy individuals may suffer from short-term fence. In October, the CEO of Acme Smoked Fish Corporation, which produces the smoked salmon for Costco, signed a letter to Costco members who had purchased the recalled items, warning them against eating the fish. He wrote, "With an abundance of caution, Acme Smoked Fish Corporation has initiated a voluntary recall on certain packages of Kirkland Signature Smoked Salmon due to potential contamination with Listeria monocytogenes." Acme Fish Corporation. Truly the best fish. Truly the best fish out there. How does the Listeria taste? That's what we need to know on Goat vs. Fish. Beware, goat, and beware, fish. That which you consume, you may be consuming it too soon. There may be some fen-sitterly virus or parasite lurking within the fish. The verses used to be so simple. It used to be goat versus fish. It used to be a clean and pure goat versus fish. But what has happened to Fence America? What has happened to Fence America when you can't even trust a smoked fish not to contain fence particles that could lead to your untimely demise? Surprise, surprise, surprise. It's not just a smoked fish. It's a deadly, delicious snack that you can put on your carving wood table along with some other charcuterie, and then you'll regret it later, but at least you could try to enjoy it. Beware out there, goat and fish. Beware. But there's one versus that you can always count on for your protection and to give you the news that you can use. And it's goat versus fish. Celebration. That's more news of goat versus fish. That was more news of goat versus fish. Porcanella is worse than listeria. Oh, fishsteria. It's leading to mass fishsteria. It's leading to mass fishsteria. Jack says, you look tired. Been streaming for 3 hours. Bro, you should take a nap and then stream back up. Okay. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. The nap has concluded on Goat vs. Fish. Celebration. Celebration! Jack is goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Welcome, Jack, to Goat vs. Fish. And you don't know Jack about Goat vs. Fish, but we know Jack about you. And we know that Jack is off the fence. Jack off the fence. You are goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Adam S. is sleeping with the fishies. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Sleepy fish, sleepy fish, sleepy fish, 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 fish. Hogrim appreciation for your 38 months of Goat versus Fish. And Goat and Fish, it's been a lot of news of Goat versus Fish. It's been a lot of news of Goat versus Fish. There's been a lot of news of Goat versus Fish. But there's one more versus. There's one more versus. There's one more versus. And it's a critical one. It's a critical versus. It's critical versus. You'll want to know this. You'll want to know this. And the verses go something like this. Goat versus fish. Start the verses. Start the verses. Goat versus fish. Salmon fish. Salmon fish. Trump announces task force to elimination anti-Christian bias. But what about bias against goat versus fish? Do you be goat or a fish? Don't say it on the fence. Oh yes, goat and fish. Oh yes, goat and fish. Some say goat versus fish is a god. Some say goat versus fish is a fraud. Some say goat versus fish is rather odd. Some say goat versus fish is a cult. Some say that goat versus fish is a religion. Some say that goat versus fish is a philosophication. But one versus is for certain. Goat versus fish is spreading all across the American nation, but there are those who want to stop goat versus fish. There are those who are against goat versus fish. There are those who have anti-goat versus fish bias, and there are those who say that goat versus fish is just a silly man in towels and an inflatable crown who looks like a cross between Burger King and Jesus, who is just starving for attention, who will take any amount of humiliation and rejection as long as they can keep going on the interwebs yelling about goat versus fish for who knows what reason. And they are fence-sitters who deny goat versus fish. They're anti-goat versus fish. They're biased against goat versus fish. Oh, goat versus fish, the oppressed. Oh, goat versus fish. We thought this was the land of the free goat. We thought that from sea to shining sea, we were free to be however we could be. But now you can see that there is bias against the freedom to practice goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. We pray to you this verses and ask for humility and patience in dealing with fence-sitters who will not choose goat or fish, who will not choose to join goat versus fish, and who would seek to curtail the rights and the lefts of fish and of goat, simply for believing in the one true verses of goat versus fish. A goat is a goat, a fish is a fish. In the beginning there was goat versus fish, the goatfish, and goat versus fish said that there should be goat and that there should be fish. There is no alpha or omega, there is no black or white, there is no good or evil, there is only goat and goat versus fish. You have many questions, yes. Who is goat versus fish? What is goat versus fish? Why is goat versus fish? But there is only one question. Are you goat or are you fish? We say these verses to goat versus fish in celebration of the mighty verses and the one true verses of goat versus fish, the goatfish. Goat versus fish celebration, and it was written, and it was written. They want to oppress goat versus fish. And how do we know they want to oppress goat versus fish? Well, for one simple verses. Trump, that fence builder, has announced a task force to eradication anti-Christian bias, but where is the task force to eradication anti-goat versus fish bias? Sounds like you're playing favoritization with the Christians and not providing equal protection to goat versus fish. Goat versus fish demands equal protection. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish, the much maligned goat versus fish. Did you see how they rejected goat versus fish on America's Got Talent? Did you see how they rejected goat versus fish on Kill Tony? Did you see how every time goat versus fish performs with punk legends Green Jellÿ that they say that goat versus fish sucks? Have you heard the oppression of goat versus fish? Have you heard the oppression of goat versus fish? Goat versus fish is the one simple rule. Goat versus fish should be taught in your schools. But do you see goat versus fish being taught in your school of fish, being taught in your tribe of goat? Why, if you want to teach goat versus fish to your young ones, you have to homeschool them. You're not going to get goat versus fish in your public education, even though it's the only true verses that there is. That's them trying to keep goat versus fish down. That's trying to keep goat versus fish surrounded by fences. And trime isn't even a real verses they would have you believe, but if you have been listening to goat versus fish, then you would know that trime is totally a trimed and true verses of goat versus fish. But that's not the sort of education that you get when they're trying to suppress the message of goat versus fish. Let's get on with the verses. President T. Rump announces plans Thursday to establish a task force and a presidential commission to protect Christians from religious discrimination. Listen, Christians, just choose goat or fish, and you will not receive any discrimination from goat versus fish. That is a promise of goat versus fish. You have a place here with goat versus fish. If only you would leave the fence behind you. Trump addressed the National Prayer Breakfast, making Goat vs. Fish hungry, in Washington, where he laid out multiple steps he planned to take to address what he described as attacks on religious liberty and on Christians in particular. Hey, that's what I've been friggin' saying this whole friggin' time, you know? All this time, look at me. I'm trapped inside this friggin' bit of packaging, you know, and I do blame consumerism and capitalism, you know, a little bit. But, you know, the more I'm getting to know this friggin' Trump guy, the more I'm thinking, hey, you know, maybe we can embrace a new kind of friggin' Christianity that doesn't have to do with any of the friggin' stuff that I said and has more to do with just making a whole bunch of friggin' money. You know what I'm friggin' saying? Yeah, let's make some friggin' cash. Yeah, you know, you protect my interests and maybe I'll friggin' protect yours. I know how you friggin' do it, Trump. I know how you friggin' do it. You know, someone kisses your ass and then you friggin' scratch their back. And I'm willing to play this game. You know, after all, I friggin' said, ask and it will be given you. Search and you will find, knock, knock, knock. And the door will be opened. Kind of like you opened the friggin' treasury doors to friggin' Elon over there. You know, is there any friggin' money in there that you could spare? You know, I've been passing around, you know, the collections, and they've been kind of slim lately, you know. I was thinking that maybe, you know, your Elon buddy could friggin' spare a few friggin' emeralds out of the treasury and maybe, you know, fill up my friggin' coffers a bit. You know what I'm friggin' saying? Hey, you do that for me? And when it comes friggin' time for you to answer for all of your worldly crimes at the friggin' gate of heaven, you know, maybe I'll just friggin' look the other way, you know? You friggin' got away with everything else. You know, who am I to friggin' break with precedent, you know? Because a new command I give you, love one another as I have loved you, so you must love one another. By this all men will know that you are my disciples. And I think that's really exactly the kind of message that you're friggin' putting out there. So, yeah, I friggin' appreciate this, Trump. I think we're going to get along friggin' just fine. Yeah, thank you very friggin' much. And would you please, if Goat vs. Fish ever friggin' applies to be recognized as a religion by the U.S. friggin' federal government, please do not grant Goat vs. Fish that friggin' permission. I would appreciate it. I would consider Goat vs. Fish becoming a not tax-paying religion to be a violation of my friggin' civil and religious liberties in accordance with the friggin' Constitution that you don't even really care that much about. So who cares anyway? Look, just friggin' do me this favor, and, you know, I'll friggin' do it for you. You do me this favor, and I'll find that friggin' bishop that spoke at your inauguration, and I'll make sure that, you know, in the afterlife, we'll make sure we know where to send them, you know. I can do you this small favor on the day of, what day is this? I don't even frickin' know. Man, I've been dead too long. Maybe it's time for me to frickin' come back. I will say this, though, frickin' Trump, though. I will say this. I do not like how some of my followers seem to think that you are me incarnate. That ain't gonna frickin' fly. But, you know, you keep this up and maybe I'll permit you to say that, you know, my spirit resides within you. Maybe we can work out some kind of compromise, you know. And if you try to put tariffs on heaven, if you friggin' try to put tariffs on heaven, I will friggin' tariff your ass back friggin' double time, friggin' triple time. I have said this unto you, that in me you may have peace. In the world you have tribulation. But be of good cheer, I have overcome the world. You know, I gotta do the friggin' greatest hits. It's like you when you say to build a friggin' wall, or, you know, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, you know, do not worry about tomorrow, today's trouble is enough for today. You know, it's the same friggin' stuff. And this is what Trump wishes to defend? This is what Trump wishes to defend when they could be defending the innocent and pure Goat vs. Fish? Jesus Christ, are you goat or are you fish? Born in a manger of goat, multiplied creation of many miraculous fish, and then died on the fence. Died on the fence. So what's it going to be, Ronald Trump, you and your fence builder? Are you going to send your anti-Christian task force after Goat vs. Fish? Are you going to send them after Goat vs. Fish for Goat vs. Fish daring to declare that Goat vs. Fish is the one true versus, and for asking God, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Donald Trump, are you goat or are you fish? While I'm in the White House, we will protect Christians in our schools, in our military, in our government, in our workplaces, hospitals, and in our public squares. Public square? Where's that? We are here live streaming on Twitch and YouTube, and that's about as public as it gets for Goat vs. Fish. Have you been out there in public? Have you been out there in recent verses? There's not much going on. There's just lots of automotion that is prepared to run you over if you so much as cross the fence sideways. And occasionally on a street sign, you might find a sticker that says Goat vs. Fish. And we will bring our country back together as one nation, under God. Well, the only reason that this nation is under God is because God is sitting high on the fence, high on the fence. The fence sitter likes to sit high on the fence and judge the goat and fish, and judge Goat vs. Fish from on high. But God just plagiarized from Goat vs. Fish. We all know that in the beginning there was Goat vs. Fish, the goat fish, and if you open the biblification, in the beginning of the biblification, it says that in the beginning, some fancy, unverifiable statement that does not at all comport with Goat vs. Fish, and it's clear that it's just a blatant ripoff of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish needs protection from other faiths and philosophications outright stealing the verses of Goat vs. Fish without giving credit to Goat vs. Fish. Trump said he would establish a presidential commission on religious liberty that will work tirelessly to uphold the most fundamental right. The most fundamental right, if there is one, is the freedom. The freedom to choose goat or fish. Are you goat or are you fish? And that freedom resides within you. We do not need any piece of parchment or constitutionality to protect your freedom to choose goat or fish. That verse comes from within you, and it is always true, and it is always true. The president also said he would sign an executive order to make Attorney General Pam Bondi the head of a task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias. Oh, eradication. We know what happens when they start speaking about eradication. They'll look in this verse, they'll look in that verse, they'll say, is there anti-Christian bias behind this goat? Is there anti-Christian bias behind this fish? What about under the goat? What about under the fish? Tear up this whole verses until we found every last anti-Christian bias. It's a war on anti-Christian bias. It's a war on anti-Christian bias. Surely they need protection. Yes, diversity, inclusion, and equity, that is not something that needs protection, but anti-Christian bias, we've got to go after that verses. We've got to go after that verses. Have you noticed that D-E-I, if you just reverse two of the verses, it spells die. We think that is more comports with what it is they're really trying to say about those goat and fish. Goat versus fish. We have diversity on goat versus fish. We have goat and we have fish. There's your diversity. There is your diversity and inclusion on goat versus fish. And as for equity, you can invest in goat versus fish. Send your Verse American dollars to Venmo at Goat vs. Fish to get your equity on Goat vs. Fish. Money sent to Goat vs. Fish does not actually result in you getting any equity in Goat vs. Fish. Trump has for years accused his political opponents of infringing on religious liberty and accused them of persecuting Christians. Republicans decried the Biden Justice Department for prosecuting anti-abortion activists who blocked the entrances of abortion clinics. The president last month pardoned nearly 24 individuals who were convicted in those cases. Well, that is because this is the way of the fence builder. These ones, they created a fence, prevention of entry, and they say, you are preventing entry? That's just the sort of fences that we like. We like preventing entry, says Donald Trump. Now, of course, if you wanted to prevent the entry, there was already an entry before that they wanted to prevent. So first, they want to prevent the entry from Cabra contra Pez to Goat versus Fish versus Goat versus Fish. And then they wish to prevention the entry of a goat into such a clinic and or the fish, of course, goat or fish, as we read in the previous verses. Fish are spawning up to 27 times a day. It's a crazy verses, and we all know goats are horny. But the next verse is, they will not be satisfied with this prevention of entry. They are going to want to prevent all entry. Mark the verses of Goat versus Fish. They will not be satisfaction until all entry is prevented, except when they say so. Don't you know? Don't you know? Goat versus Fish knows, because Goat versus Fish is an incel. Involuntary celebration! Celebration for Goat versus Fish! Celebration for Goat versus Fish! Involuntary celebration for Goat versus Fish. Goat and Fish. The oppression is coming for Goat versus Fish. And we do not have the defense of the fence builder. So it comes to Goat and Fish like you to stand up for Goat versus Fish. To stand up for your right to choose goat or fish. And to stand up and get off of that fence. And versusing the fish and versusing the goat. Are you goat or are you fish? This has been a true versus of Goat versus Fish. Are you still friggin' listening to this? Yeah, I wouldn't click on any of those friggin' videos if I were you. I don't think I'd subscribe to this, and I wouldn't want to hear any more of this at all. Man, that song playing in the background, you know, that's not one that I would want to friggin' sing. No, I'm not going to friggin' answer if I'm a friggin' goat or a fish. We felt the passion of Goat versus Fish in that versus. We really felt the passion of Goat versus Fish. Did you feel the passion of Goat versus Fish in that versus? So passionate we may have even lost a few viewers on Goat versus Fish. 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 Well, Goat and Fish, we think that that's the verses. That's the news of Goat versus Fish. We have done the news of Goat versus Fish. We've done the news of Goat versus Fish. There was also a story about someone trying to climb the White House fence, but we're going to save that for another verses. For you have truly been educationed this versus on Goat vs. Fish. Truly been educationed this versus on Goat vs. Fish. And celebration. It's time to chat with Goat vs. Fish. It's time to chat with Goat vs. Fish. That was a lot of news of Goat vs. Fish. And celebration for you for maintaining the verses. For maintaining the verses of Goat vs. Fish. And Goat vs. Fish can tell you this, that we have maintained more YouTube viewers this versus. Make some celebration for an amazing 5 concurrent viewers on YouTube. Make some celebration for yourself, YouTube viewers. Say something to Goat vs. Fish. We think maybe they like hearing about the news on Goat vs. Fish. John Ray, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish?
Do you be goat?
We'll just enjoy little verses of conversation and then maybe a meditation with Goat vs. Fish. We could all use a meditation, can't we? Disciple, are you goat or are you fish? Hallgrim says, in the U.S. you can be any religion you want as long as it's evangelical Christian. We do not deny this. But we would rather accept that you accept Goat vs. Fish. Do you be goat or a fish? New Vegas 10,000 says, Jesus sounds like Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. What makes you say that?
Now repeat after Goat vs. Fish. Doobie 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 a doobie goat, doobie goat, doobie goat, doobie goat, or doobie fish, a doobie goat or a fish, because the goat doobie goat and the fish doobie fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Well,
What do you say to this, New Vegas 10,000?
Goat or a fish, which one do you be?
Do you be goat or a fish? 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 Because the goat do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Appreciation. And for those of you who wish to hear that single of Goat vs. Fish at any verses, you can find it on YouTube if you search for Do You Be Goat or Fish. And the YouTube poll is now 50% goat is now 50% goat and 50% fish. Even verses. The verses has come now for a meditation of Goat vs. Fish. The timing has come for a meditation of Goat vs. Fish. Maybe Goat vs. Fish. A meditation. Are you talking about the Department of Goat Eating, Doge? Oh, my verses. Is that what it's really about? The verses has come for a meditation of Goat vs. Fish, and for this verses we summon the unity of Goatfish, the unity of Goatfish. The unity of Goatfish. Celebration. Remember, Goat and Fish, we have another 2 hours of Goat vs. Fish Thursday for your verses. Jayhawker Fish. We currently have 2,750 plus 680 versus points, so about 3,358 verse points. If we reach 10,000 verse points, and that is through subs, tips, or bits, or even sound alerts. If we reach 10,000 verse points, then we will get a bonus hour of Goat vs. Fish here on Goat vs. Fish Thursdays. Make a tip, make a contribution to Goat vs. Fish. If you are enjoying Goat vs. Fish, support Goat vs. Fish Thursdays. This has been a Versus of Goat vs. Fish. And now, for a meditation of Goat vs. Fish. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. 最初からヤギ vs 魚でございました。ヤギは山を登って山の上から海に見て魚を探してvs になりたい。魚は海の中で泳いでいます。魚も海の上にヤギを探しています。でもヤギは土に生きている。魚は海で生きている。でもヤギと魚は両方ともヤギ vs 魚でございます。だからヤギと魚は遠いのにまだvs しています。ずっとvsしている。お祝いだ、お祝いだ、お祝いだ。ヤギ vs 魚。This has been a meditation of goat versus fish. This has been a meditation of goat versus fish. Jay Hawker feels so much more chill after that. Jay Hawker with 100 bits of celebration. Jay Hawker, are you goat or are you fish? Scene Loke, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Scene Loke, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Says, can I get a yodel? Once on the hill was a lonely goat herd, yodel-lay, yodel-lay-hoo. Yodel-lay-hoo, yodel-lay-hoo, yodel-lay. Yodeling in the mountain of goat, a pastime for goat, a pastime for goat. Pastime for goat. Moss Nils says goat and fish are allies historically. Well, then how do you explanation that in the beginning there was goat versus fish? Rami wa yagi desu. Yatta! Yagi da yo. Yagi, 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 yagi. Mosnil says fish and goat must rise up and break the chains of our common enemies. Oh, the fence sitter? Goat and fish have been known to come together in the unity of goatfish in order to release themselves from the shackles of the chain, link, fence. Why? So that they can versus, so that it can be goat versus fish. Mosnil says, it's a false dichotomy. Wake up, people. We must not allow him to divide the working class goat from the working class fish. Well, that whole commentation strikes goat versus fish as lacking class altogether. What about the hard-versing millionaire and billionaire goat and fish? Don't they deserve a versus of goat versus fish? Isn't everyone deserving of a versus of goat versus fish? And goat versus fish will reprimand you for referring to Goat versus Fish as him. Because Goat versus Fish is Goat versus Fish, and we would appreciation if you would refer to Goat versus Fish by our preferred pronouns. And the preferred pronouns are you goat or fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or fish? I am Goat versus Fish, the goat fish. And my preferred pronouns are you goat or fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or fish? Goat versus Fish is not here to divide the goat and fish. We are not here to divide the goat and fish. We are here to bring Goat versus Fish together through the power of verses. Maybe, just maybe, goat and fish can find unification together. But it is difficult to maintain. Maybe Mosnell is a social fish? Well, all of you goat and fish here in the chat of Goat versus Fish are social goat and fish because you are partaking in the social media, which is why you are here and watching Goat versus Fish. Rakesin, sup? Rakesin, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? We are being accused of divide and conquer tactics, but let Goat versus Fish tell you this. Let Goat versus Fish tell you this, Mosnell. It is Mosnell who is trying to divide the chat from one another. When Mosnell joins the chat and says, don't fall for this divide and conquer tactics, there might be some goat in the chat who say, oh, I agree with Mosnell. I don't want to fall for those divide and conquer tactics. And then some fish will say, no, there's not divide and conquer tactics happening on Goat versus Fish. And then some goat will say, no, actually, as a goat, not all goat agree that the divide and conquer tactics are being used in the verses. And then the fish, division among themselves. And then soon you cannot tell which one is goat and which one is fish. And what becomes of the verses and what becomes of the verses of Goat versus Fish? What becomes of the verses of Goat versus Fish when we cannot tell goat from fish and fish from goat? A goat is a goat and a fish is a fish. And we do not appreciate you trying to sow division in Goat versus Fish. Division on Goat versus Fish. Remove all division. Choose goat or fish. Choose goat or fish. The division is an illusion. The illusion causes confusion. Are you goat or are you fish? Goat versus Fish want to play Fortnite? No. Isn't Fortnite all about just building fences and hiding behind fences? And there seems to be a lot of fences going on now. There is that one fish character. How much would you have to make a contribution to Goat versus Fish to play Fortnite on Goat versus Fish? Play Fortnite on Goat versus Fish. There is no build. There is no build. Well, at least there's no fenciness then. Why not free? Well, Goat versus Fish is free, so why not just enjoy Goat versus Fish? Goat versus Fish can be here and say Goat versus Fish for free. Did you know that? Did you know that Goat versus Fish can go live and spread the verses of Goat versus Fish for free? And all it costs us is rent, power, utilities, and an internet connection, and half of everything that we make going to Twitch. It's a totally free versus. Play Goat Night? Well, Goat Night, we could be persuaded to play some Goat Night. We could be persuaded to play some Escape Goat. We could be persuaded to play some Goat Simulator, or maybe I Am Fish, or any number of fish or goat games. Remove the illusion. Remove the fences. Fishnets, those are pleasant. Those are very pleasant. We do not deny this. Petrus Bixby, are you goat or are you fish? Petrus Bixby says gish or perhaps vote. Well, perhaps goat or fish. Perhaps you should choose goat or fish. Perhaps. This verse is perhaps, as if to suggest, well, maybe this is a versability. Well, perhaps. If you wish to insist upon gish or vote, already with the question you say gish or vote? Gish or vote? So much uncertainty on Goat versus Fish? Not even confidence in your own verses, and you say goat versus fish. I'm not insisting on gish or vote. I'm just posing a question. I'm just asking questions, goat versus fish. Do not question goat versus fish. Goat versus fish will ask the questions. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? New Vegas 10,000 says, can you be both goat and fish? Well, New Vegas 10,000, is it your verse day? Is it your verse day? Because we could sing you a verse day song. We could sing you a verse day song. Is it your verse day? Is it your verse day? Is it your verse day on Goat versus Fish? What's a verse day? What's a verse? You don't know what a verse day is? Mighty verse day to you. Mighty verse day to you. Mighty verse day, dear somebody out there. Mighty verse day to you. Mighty verse day to you. Mighty verse day to you. Mighty verse day, dear fence sitter. Mighty verse day to you. Another year older, another year closer to death. Another verse older, another verse closer to fence. Goat may have passions and fish may have dreams, but goat versus fish not as long as it seems. So we scream. Mighty verse day to you. Mighty verse day to you. Mighty verse day, dear goat or fish. Mighty verse day to you. And a very merry on verse day to you. A very merry on verse day to you. So choose goat or fish, my fence, and make your verse come true. A very merry on verse day to you. A very merry on verse day to you, to you, to you, to you. A very merry on verse day to you. So choose goat or fish, my fence, and make your verse come true. A very merry on verse day to you. Don't sit on the fence. So, is it your verse day? So is it your verse day? Goat versus Fish rakes in. Why is it that you so much want Goat versus Fish to play Fortnite with you? Is there not someone else who wants to play Fortnite more with you than Goat versus Fish? I see a Fortnite. I see a Fortnite rising. It would be an experience. It would be an experience with Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish for several hundred verse American dollars. Goat versus Fish could see to playing Fortnite with you for several hundred verse American dollars. But we are really here about Goat versus Fish. We're really here about spreading the verses of Goat versus Fish. Why not? Why not? Well, why not play Fortnite? Have you pondered that, Versus? Rakes in, why not play Fortnite? Have you pondered this? Why not get a profile pic? Have you pondered this? Why not get a profile pic on GoatVsFish? Why not choose Goat or Fish? Why not choose Goat or Fish? Sit beside the breakfast table. Think about your troubles. Pour yourself a cup of tea. Think about the bubbles. You can take your teardrops and drop them in a teacup. Take them down to the riverside. Throw them over the side to be swept up by a current, to be taken to the ocean, to be eaten by some fishes who were eaten by some fishes who were swallowed by a goat who grew so old it decomposed. Goat died and left its body to the bottom of the ocean, because everybody knows that when goat bodies decompose, the basic elements are given back to the ocean, and the sea does what it oughta, and then soon the salty water is not too good for drinking, 'cause it tastes just like a teardrop. So we pour it in a filter when it comes out of a faucet. Appreciation for following GoatVsFish. Are you goat or are you fish? And left its body to the bottom of the ocean, because everybody knows that when a body decomposes, the basic elements given back to the ocean, and the sea does what it oughta, and then soon the salty water, which is not too good for drinking, 'cause it tastes just like a teardrop. So we pour it through a filter of a faucet, and we pour it in a tea kettle, which is just about to bubble. Oh, now think about your troubles. Loganville G says, hell yeah, Fishman, hell yeah, Fishman. Loganville G, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or fish? Are you goat? Or are you fish? 666% beer says, why not goat versus fish? Because fish versus goat is goat versus fish. Yes, yes, yes. You got the verses. You got the verses. Goat versus fish did not even have to explanation to you the verses because you already got the verses. You already got the verses. Goat versus fish is fish versus goat. Fish versus goat is goat versus fish. As long as the goat are versing the fish and the fish are versing the goat, then it is goat versus fish, and it is a celebration. It's a celebration of goat versus fish. It's a celebration of goat versus fish. It's a celebration of goat versus fish. Igloo BC comes in with the goat, comes in with 2 goat, and celebration for goat, and celebration for goat, 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 goat. Celebration for goat, celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Goat versus fish versus goat versus fish. Goat versus fish versus goat versus fish. Goat versus fish versus goat versus fish. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Goat indeed, goat indeed. Well, goat and fish, we have these verses. Oh, Rakesine is now saying, and I are on the fence. Oh, no. Fence confirmed, fence confirmed. Sad verses. Goat versus fish versus goat versus fish. 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 Let's have a look, goat versus fish, at counting. Yes. Musications. Yes. Yes, goat versus fish. Yes, goat versus fish. Yes, goat versus fish. Hogrim redeemed a versus for goat. And that will count for a versus for goat. Hogrim redeemed a versus for goat. What happened to this versus? Ah, that versus went to the fish because the fish won the poll, but the fish won the poll. So that's the poll. But a versus for goat. A versus for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. So as we are counting the goat and fish, the goat, and all the verses, this versus for goat will be counted when we determine who does triumph, the goat or the fish. Jay Hawker says Humpty Dumpty sat on a fence too, but we all know what happened there. We do know what happened there. Cautionary verses. Cautionary verses. Rami is goat. Celebration for goat. Rami says, Watashi wa sakana de wa arimasen. That means I am not a fish. Implication, I am goat. The YouTube poll versus at 47% goat, 47% fish, and 5% fence. Do we really need that fence vote? Do we really need that fence vote? But we have redeemed a verses for goat, so why don't we look at a verses for goat? Why don't we look at a verses for goat? Let's look at the goat verses. Let's look at a goat verses then. Goat? If you want goat, then let's look at a goat. You want a goat? Let's get the goat. Goat and fish, we presentation unto you. A goat. Behold. Goat.
Watching our kids growing up.
But the fence. It's too loud for goat versus fish. But in any verses, there's a goat. There's totally a goat. A baby goat. Pets for goat. And bottles for goat. Milk for goat. Nipples for goat. It's a cute baby goat. Celebration for goat. Psychic Buckeye 12. Rami is affirming goat once more. Is affirming goat once more. Look at the goat. Look at that little goatling. So young to versus the fish. The music on cute animal videos is so fancy. Oh, Hogrim, we agree. We just want to hear the sounds of a cute baby goat going meh, meh, meh. We just want to hear cute sounds of goat. And they make musications, or they're showing goat versus fish. Look at this beautiful natural scene. Look at a beautiful scene of nature of goat versus fish. And then there's this musication. Unmute the sound. No. How about no? Buy me on goat, then we can talk. It looks a bit artificial to goat versus fish. But it's definitely a goat. Buy me a baby goat. How about you buy me a baby goat? Wanna buy me a goat. Wanna buy me a goat. Wanna buy me goat. Wanna buy me a goat. So that's goat. That was a goat. Celebration for goat. But as long as we are goating around with goat, we might as well fish around with fish. Don't you think that we could fish around with a fish as long as we're goating around with a goat? Goat versus fish thinks so. Goat versus fish thinks so. Rami, we understand. You know how to use Google Translation. Celebration. Is that Hawaiian to goat versus fish? Father Time says, buy me a Mercedes-Benz. How about you buy Goat versus Fish a Mercedes-Benz, and then Goat versus Fish buys you a Mercedes-Benz, and then we can drive around the verses, and one of us can be goat, and one of us can be fish, and we can race all about, and it'll be a celebration. But you have to buy it for Goat versus Fish first. First, you have to buy it for Goat versus Fish. So how about some fish? Kissy fish? Let's have a look at some fish. Speaking of horny fish, have a look at these kissing fish. Fish need lovin' too. Fish need lovin' too. Fish need blubbin' too. Look at those fish go. Look at those fish go. When's the last time a fish kissed you like that? When's the last time you got kisses from fishes? A big sloppy one too. A big sloppy one too. And look, there's a third fish in the verses. You see there? There's like a bonus fish. Think that fish feels left out? Do you think that fish feels sad? It could be so. It could be so. Father Time says, I sold my SLK. What is an SLK? Is an SLK a goat or a fish? Some lazy kids? Kids being baby goat. Did you sell some lazy kids? I sold some lazy kids and you bought a Mercedes-Benz with your lazy kid money? Goat versus fish. Yes, they could kiss 27 times or more. 27 times or more. Ah, well, if you sold it, then why don't you just buy it again? If you sold the verses, you can just buy the verses once more. Return, double your verses. Double your verses of goat versus fish. Sell it for twice the verses. Sell high, buy low. Sell fish, buy goat. Celebration for fish, celebration for fish. Celebration for fish, celebration for fish, celebration for fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Reaction. Reaction to all the verses. Oh, my verses, what could this be? Ah, so we've seen kissing, we've seen nipple-sucking goat, we've seen kissing fish. But what is this? Ugh. Disgusts goat versus fish. I love you, Perry much. I love you, Perry much. I love you, Perry much. Oh, my verses. Rami says, I'm a fin goat. You're a fin goat? You're a fine goat? Lazy kids will only get you a VW or a lad automation. Automation. Goat versus fish has one humble versus. It's a goat versus fish mobile. And it gets goat versus fish from point goat to point fish. Now, cars are an interesting versus because cars have horns like goat, and cars can also have fins for if they are fast. So cars, it remains undetermined, for there's evidence for both goat and fish in that verses. Evidence definitely for both goat and fish. So yes, these fence sitters searching for love in all the fence places. I love you, Perry much. And this was probably reposted. Ugh. If two fence sitters wish to find love with one another, then goat versus fish will not begrudge the love that two fence sitters have for one another. Let the fence sitters get together and get up to their fancy ways. What's going on? What's going on behind closed verses? What's going on behind the fence? What are they building in there? What sort of degenerate copulation of goat versus fish? Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. To each goat and fish their own. To each goat and fish their own. We are merely speaking of the preference of goat versus fish, that they're fancy ways. Goat versus fish is not advocation for any legislation. Goat versus fish, we just want them to choose goat or fish and have quality traditional verses of goat and a fish. You see, when a goat and a fish come together and love each other very much, then they verses. But with all this fencery, do we need all these toys? Do we need all these toys? Why not just get the goat on the fish? just like this. But these fencers, they have to poke at one another from afar. They have to poke at one another from afar. What is the verses of this? What is the verses of this? Father Time 57 says, reminds me of a troll. Oh, GoatVsFish has experience with that. GoatVsFish has plenty of experience with that. Finland is GoatVsFish. Finland. GoatVsFish once did an entire research stream on fish. We could always do research on fish. GoatVsFish. Sitting on the fence, says Father Time 57, used to mean undecided. Well, that is one verses. The fence sitter may very well be undecided about goat or fish. What does sitting on the fence mean to you now, Father Time 57? What does sitting on the fence mean to you now? What does sitting on the fence mean to you now, Father Time? Fence love. Fence love. Fence love. Used to mean undecided. Used to mean undecided. Back in the fence times. Back in the fence times, there were a lot of fence sitters, but there were a lot of ones choosing goat or fish too, and we celebration the choices of goat or fish. We celebration the choices of goat or fish. Rami still trying to impress GoatVsFish with verses in other linguistics. Let's find out what this one is. GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish. Translation, please, for a GoatVsFish. Tongan detected. Well, which is the goat and which is the fish? Which is the goat and which is the fish? TMLZ rule says fish. Celebration for fish. Let's get a fish in the verses. Let's get a fish for the fish. Under pressure, says Wow Mom. Under pressure. TMLZ rules fish. Celebration for fish. GoatVsFish does not know the verses of Under Pressure, but we could do this. We could do this. There's your verses. There's your verses from GoatVsFish. Under pressure to choose goat or fish. Under pressure to choose goat or choose fish. Celebration, celebration indeed. Celebration. Goat and Fish, we are entering our final hour. Recognition says, I just finished my fence. Oh no. You just finished your fence? What kind of fencery is this? You really think you just finished your fence? You're not looking at that fence and saying, there's some addition I could make to this fence. There's something I could change about this fence. Under fencer. Hologram says, ice, ice, baby. Frozen, frozen fish sea. We do like a song about the frozen sea of the fish. We do like this. Well, those of you on YouTube, it is time to bid you a fair versus, because Goat vs. Fish, we are going to enter what appears to be the final hour of Goat vs. Fish Thursday, this versus. And in that final hour, there's a lot of verses we have to do. We have to count the goat and fish. We have to count the goat and fish. We have to tally all the verses. Last versus, Goat vs. Fish, was reaching the termination of Goat vs. Fish Thursday. And when it was time to termination Goat vs. Fish Thursday for the next Goat vs. Fish, we realization that there was so much more Goat vs. Fish. Where are we at with our extra hour goal? Well, we still have an hour and 15 minutes left of Goat vs. Fish. And we were going to roll some marbleization. And we have, the versus is 2,750 for fish and 608 from goat. So that would make 3,358, requiring 6,666. Oh, wait, no, miscalculation. 6,642. 6,642 bits, or an equivalent number of verse American dollars, which is to say 66 verse American dollars and 42 fences to get to 100 verse American dollars here on Goat vs. Fish Thursday. But do not despair, Goat vs. Fish. It's a free versus for all to enjoy and to entertain themselves. Last verses, you were very generous with Goat vs. Fish. Jay Hawker with a gigantic 30 bits, 6642 or 10 subs. Let us ponder this. Goat vs. Fish, 6642 or 10 subs. Well, Goat vs. Fish, that would be Goat vs. Fish. That would be at least 11. That would be at least 11 subs. Goat vs. Fish has been counting subscriptions for 500 and not for 600 because Goat vs. Fish only gets half the verses. But we suppose that if Goat vs. Fish received 11 subscriptions, that we would add a bonus hour to Goat vs. Fish. We suppose we would do this. We suppose we could do a negotiation. That sounds pretty reasonable to me. Appreciation stonks. Appreciation. What about you, Rob Boss? Does that sound reasonable to you? Well, I'm still trying to get my painting hung in a museum, you know. That's all I'm working on. No, it's not for the money. I do it for the accolades. And Travcam with 100 for Goat, That's one more verse American dollar. For Goat. Celebration 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 for Goat. That's 708 now for Goat. And we had 30 bits. Jay Hawker. TMLC Rule says, swim, my Nemo's fish. Where is MF Fish Doom? M Fence Doom is somewhere out there in the universe. Recognition. M Fence Doom is somewhere out there in the universe. Millions of fences. Fences for me. Millions of fences. Fences for free. Jay Hawker is always fish, so we're going to put that 30 bits to the fish. We're going to put that 30 bits to the fish. We're going to put that 30 bits to the fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for the fish. Celebration for the fish. Travcam appreciation. Travcam for 100 bits for Goat. Appreciation for 100 bits for Goat. But we can show you one verses of Doom. We can show you one verses of Doom. Hiding something from Goat versus Fish. Hiding something from Goat versus Fish. Hiding something from Goat versus Fish. Whoa! Whoa, Goat versus Fish. You have all the coolest verses. Oh, Doom is just hiding within it. Doom is just hiding within. That fence sitter. What, you were just going to hide there in there the whole verses? You were just going to hide in there the whole verses, Doom? Just going to hide in there the whole verses? Can't believe this. Transportation, transportation! Ooh, Goat versus Fish. Suddenly, out of the sarcophagus, emerged the truest villain of them all. The biggest fence-sitter to ever wear the mask and hide their intentions to choose goat or fish. With their demonic plans to take over the world, it was none other than M. Fence Doom. Dr. Foxmeat raids Goat versus Fish! 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 Celebration! Celebration for Dr. Foxmeat! Celebration for Dr. Foxmeat, who raids Goat versus Fish! Celebration!
Do you be goat?
Celebration for Dr. Foxmeat! Celebration for Dr. Foxmeat! Celebration for Dr. Foxmeat!
Because the goats do be goat.
Celebration for Dr. Foxmeat!
Do you be goat or a fish?
Celebration!
Well,
Kansai TV follows Goat versus Fish. Comatose follows Goat versus Fish.
do you be goat or a fish?
Celebration!
Do you be goat or
Celebration!
a fish?
Celebration for Dr. Foxmeat!
Goat and the fish.
Celebration!
Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence.
Are you a goat or a fish? Are you a goat or a fish? Say, are you a goat or are you fish? Say, are you a goat or are you fish? Now, are you a goat or are you a fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Don't sit on the fence. The Big Mars follows Goat versus Fish. Damn it, Dave follows Goat versus Fish.
Doobie 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 doobie
Welcome to the premiere channel on the interwebiverse. Urban Radagast the Brown follows Goat versus Fish.
A doobie goat, doobie goat, doobie goat, doobie goat, doobie fish, doobie
Urban Radagast, are you goat or are you fish? You who are friends of both goat and fish.
doobie fish, do you be goat or a
Dr. Foxmeat
Don't sit on the fence.
may be a wizard, but Goat versus Fish is here to cast a spell upon you. And that spell goes like this. You spell it GoatVsFish. It spells Goat versus Fish. Some say it's a magical versus. Some say it's a tragical versus. Some say it's some other kind of adjectival versus that is totally indescribable but very subscribable. It's the one true from me to you to pick you up when you're feeling blue as the deepest sea of the fish versus a goat. It's Goat versus Fish, brought to you by Dr. Foxmeat, who brought you to Goat versus Fish. Don't sit on the fence! Don't sit on the fence!
But the goat do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish?
And that was a song of Goat versus Fish. Beautiful verses. TMLZ rolls with a celebration for fish. Exhilaration. Lithidora, the arcane explorer. Welcome back to Goat versus Fish. Kansai TV says Goat. Kansai TV says Goat. Urban Radagast says Fish. Lithidora says Fish. That's 1 goat and 2 fish. Desiccator says Goat. That's 2 goat and 2 fish. Dr. Foxmeat, are you goat or are you fish? Mr. Malachite says Goat. That's 3 goat and 2 fish. And Kansai TV says Goat. Did Kansai TV, was that the same verses? 3 goat and 2 fish. 3 goat and 2 fish. 2 fish. 3 5 3 2 1 goat 4 goat 3 goat 2 fish. Digital Dak, hi, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Hi, and welcome to Goat versus Fish. Dr. Foxmeat. Toucan Tommy follows Goat versus Fish. Toucan Tommy follows Goat versus Fish. Dr. Foxmeat, what is your promise to Goat versus Fish? What do you tell them? Celebration, Toucan Tommy, celebration. Celebration. Look here now. Goat versus Fish. Can make a magical verses. Goat versus Fish can make a magical verses. Dr. Foxmeat isn't the only wizard around. Some say that Goat versus Fish is a hermit. Some say that Goat versus Fish is a wizard on par with King Gizzard. It's a whapping stick, says Mr. Malachite. Well, how about this? If Dr. Foxmeat brought meat here, then I got to follow before I toddle off to bed. Well, we appreciation you being here with Goat versus Fish. And for those of you who are looking to go to sleep now, a big shout out to Dr. Foxmeat. Big shout out to Dr. Foxmeat. Celebration to Punk Rose 69, who follows Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Goat or fish? And we are going to now count the verses. Appreciation. We had at least Brittany Fishy. Celebration for fish. Brittany Fishy. Celebration for fish. Brittany Fishy, because you have fish in the name, that's going to count for 2 fish. And we know we had 2 other fish. And we had 3 other goat. So we're going to bring those goat into the verses. But is Dr. Foxmeat goat or fish? Is Dr. Foxmeat goat or fish? And can I be goat fish? We ask this every verses, and we ask you, is it your verse day today? Mighty verse day to you. Because if it is your verse day, then you can be a goat and a fish in the same verses. Otherwise, if you wish to form the unification of goat fish, then you have to be a goat, and then you have to find a fish, and then together you can form the unity of goat fish, or you have to be a fish, and then you can find a goat, and together you can form the unity of goatfish. And if you enter the unification of goatfish, then together you can go and tell all the other goat and fish that you wish to enter the unification of goatfish, and you can try to creation a whole universe of unification. But then the fence sitter comes along, and tries to ruin Goat versus Fish. The fence sitter comes along and tries to privatize Goat versus Fish. The fence sitter comes in and tries to make a quick buck off of Goat versus Fish. Subscribe to Goat versus Fish, exclamation tip to Goat versus Fish, and please give us your bits and sound alert to Goat versus Fish. The fence sitter tries to make a quick profit off of the profit of Goat versus Fish. Travcamp Goat, the Big Mars votes for Goat. The Big Mars, you're not the Madman Mars. Didn't there used to be a Madman Mars in the verses of Goat versus Fish? Celebration for Goat. Boo the fence, boo fenciness. Boo the fence. Is that like giant Japanese robots joining together? Go, Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. It is like giant Japanese robots coming together, but it's more like a goat and a fish, because some of those giant robots take on all kinds of fancy forms. But really, you just need a goat and a fish, and you just need the goat and the fish to come together, and they form a unification. Goat versus Fish. That's the versus, Rami. That's the versus. Rami, appreciation for watching Goat versus Fish all over the YouTube. Punk Rose. Do you like punk, Punk Rose? Do you like punk, Punk Rose? And we still don't know if Dr. Foxmeat is goat or if Dr. Foxmeat is fish. So in the absence of Dr. Foxmeat making a declaration to Goat versus Fish, we're going to put all 65 raiders of Dr. Foxmeat. We're going to make all 65. We're going to make a little poll of Goat versus Fish. We're going to make a poll of Goat versus Fish. And the fox meat. Fresh meat. The fox meat. 68 raiders of fox meat were suddenly 65 raiders of fox meat were strewn about the verses. But was it goat meat or was it fish meat? Goat meat. Fish meat. What did the fox meat? Goat and Fish, this will be a versus. This will be a versus. And guess what? It's 1 channel point per vote. It's 1 channel point per vote. And the versus has begun. We are going to take as a versus of percentage. So this is not a triumpher takes all kind of versus. This is the raiders of Dr. Foxmeat will be distributed up between Goat and Fish depending on the percentage of votes that are gotten by Goat and for Fish, and you can get 1 channel point, which some of you may have even if you're just hanging about, 1 channel point. So it's a click fest, Goat and Fish. You want there to be more percentages for Goat or for Fish, then you had best make your verses. You had best make your percentages, Goat and Fish. The poll is live in the chat of Goat versus Fish on Twitch. And here comes the verses. Here comes the verses. Here comes the verses. There goes the verses. There's the verses. Feast of fox meat. Kansai TV says, Goat, please, my goats, my goats. My fish tank has a lot of snails, so snailabration for fish, snailabration for fish. A bit slow in the verses. Kansai TV, we are going to add a goat. We are going to add you a goat. Celebration for goat, celebration for goat. And once again, a celebration for Wow Mom's midterm triumph. For Wow Mom's midterm triumph. Wow Mom's midterm triumph. Are you here watching Goat versus Fish? Are you having a celebration? Shall we enjoy some inebriation together? Shall we enjoy some inebriation together? We've got 317. We've got 319. And it's time. Desiccator Goat, we did record your goatness. We did record your verses. We'll be right there with you, Wow Mom. But as this poll continues, we will join you, Wow Mom. We will join you. But we want to sing a verses for Punk Rose 69. For Punk Rose 69. We want to sing you a verses during this poll. This one goes out to the Punk Rose because Goat vs. Fish is a punk legend. You may not know this. Performer, Goat vs. Fish, member number 0 of Green Jellÿ, opener for the Radioactive Chicken Heads. Versus the goat, versus the goat, versus the goat, 'cause you are a fish. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh oh. Versus the fish, versus the fish, versus the fish, 'cause you are a goat. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh oh. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh oh. Are you goat or are you a fish? Are you goat or are you a fish? Which do you choose? Which do you choose? On a fence like that going up your crack, which do you choose? Which do you choose? Which do you choose? On a fence like that, going up your crack, which do you choose? Choose, choose. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Goat or fish, goat or fish, goat or fish, goat or fish. Punk Rose subscribes to Goat vs. Fish. 2020-24 versus to go. I wanna sit on fences. Goat vs. Fish. 2024 versus to go. I wanna sit on fences. I don't wanna be fish, don't wanna be goat. I wanna sit on fences. Oh, are you goat or fish? I'm sitting on a line. I'm sitting on this fence and I think I'll be just fine. I'm sitting on the fence, just sit on my behind. But am I fish or goat? Brittany Fishy celebration for a subscription to Goat vs. Fish. And we've got 1,170 votes for Goat and 902 for Fish, and that makes 2 subscriptions for Goat vs. Fish. They love Goat vs. Fish. They love the guitar of Goat vs. Fish. They love the guitar of Goat vs. Fish. They just love the musications of Goat vs. Fish. They love the musications of Goat vs. Fish. Celebration, celebration, celebration for Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for 2 new subscriptions to Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for 2 new subscriptions to Goat vs. Fish. It's a non-conforming thing. It's a non-conforming thing. And goat meat has won the fox meat poll. Goat meat has won the fox meat poll. I hear that fish is swimming. It's swimming round the bend. And I ain't seen Goat vs. Fish since I don't know when. I'm stuck on Folsom fences. Verses keep dragging on. But that fish keeps swimming on to all verses beyond. Oh, when I was just a young one, I was told by my parents, always choose a goat or fish, don't sit there on the fence. But I sat on one on twitch.tv and I don't know why. Oh, when I hear that fish a-coming, I'll hang my horns and cry. It's a land of goat and a sea of fish. It's a sea of fish and a land of goat. There's no need for pretense. Do not sit on the fence. This is Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. This is Goat vs.
versus fish. Well, the goat are goat, and the fish are fish, and the fish are fish, and the goat are goat. But the fence sitters suck, they don't even wish a little bit of luck. Do goat or fish? Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish.
And it's goat versus fish for as long as you wish, and it's live on the screen. What does that even mean? Is it something obscene? Is it something you've seen? Versus fish. We used to know that versus goat versus fish, versus goat versus fish, versus goat versus fish, versus goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Let's try this versus goat versus fish, versus goat versus fish, versus goat versus fish, versus goat versus. We'll have to review that versus. What are the party platforms of goat and fish? Asks Mr. Malachite. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. What are the party platforms of goat and fish? We're up all night for the goat. We're up all night for the fish. We're up all night for the verse. We're up all night to get fancy. That's the party platform of goat and fish. Father Time, we'll see you next verses. You want to know the party platform of goat versus fish? We'll show you the party platform of goat versus fish. We'll show you the party platform of goat versus fish. We'll show you the party platform of goat versus fish. We'll show you the party platform of goat versus fish. The totally coherent and congruent party platform of goat versus fish. We think the party platform of goat versus fish goes something like this. The party platform goes something like this. First, you take some inebriation, and then you celebration the inebriation. And then you take a sticker that says Goat versus Fish that you can get by joining the Goat versus Fish sticker club on Patreon. But you can also, new subscribers to Goat vs. Fish. Hey, Brittany Fish and Punk Rose 69. You are new subscribers to Goat vs. Fish, so you are entitled to a free sticker of Goat vs. Fish. So if you wish, fill out the form in the chat. Goat vs. Fish has linked you to it, and because you are new subscribers, you are entitled to free stickers of Goat vs. Fish mailed directly to you, no matter where you live in the universe. We'll send you stickers of Goat vs. Fish. Is that one waterproof? I want to put it on my car. All of the decals of Goat vs. Fish are resistant, strongly resistant to the Sea of the Fish. That is why they are decals and not stickers, because they are vinyl, like the V of the verses. And that is why they are very strong against the hydration. They will last for at least several million verses. So you take Goat vs. Fish, and then you place it like this, so you know that you're going to be consumption like this, and then you do this. You may say, oh, Goat vs. Fish, that does not align with the verses, but you just wait and see. ASMR time. The party platform of Goat vs. Fish is, it's time to party! Celebration! 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 It's time to party with Goat vs. Fish. It's time to party with Goat vs. Fish. It's time to party with Goat vs. Fish. And Stonks, will you please read the verses? Stonks, if you could please read the verses. Well, we've got 1,170 votes for the goat, and we've got 902 for the fish, and 1 vote for the fence. I think we can just round out that fence on account of the margin of error. And it's within 1 standard deviation anyway. So if we look at fish meat, we have TMLZ Rules, Urban Radagast, Punk Rose 69, and Lissy Lou 771, who have all made glorious contributions to fish. 902 votes with 6 voters and 902 votes. That means that between all of them, they clicked 896 times. I am so proud of you that you clicked 896 times on Goat vs. Fish. That really proves your dedication. Something just clicks. Goat vs. Fish, it just clicks. It just clicks. You know, I heard Goat vs. Fish hasn't eaten very much today, so I bet that booze is gonna hit pretty hard. And for the goat, 6 voters, 1,170 votes, clicked 1,165 times. Kansai TV with 330, The Big Mars with 320, Wow Mom with 282, Psychic Buckeye 12 with 54, Hogrim with 150, Mr. Malachite with 29. So we had some raiders. Coming in earlier from Dr. Fox Meat. 65 raiders to be exact, and we've got 56% going to goat and 44 going to the fish. So what's 56% of 65? Well, 50% of 65. Well, 50% of 65 would be 32.5, and then there's another 6%. 32.5, but then, so 5% would be 3.25. So if we take 32.5 and add 3.5 and make it 35 and make it 36, and then there's another percentage point. So we'll make it 37. We'll say 37 points will go to goat, and the rest will go to fish. Celebration for the calculation. What's that you said, the goat versus fish? 37? 37, you say? 36.4, says Orange Hue. Appreciation, Orange Hue, for the calculation. Hey, I don't need you correcting my my math, okay? I've got your Orange Hue right here. Real-time math. And so for the radiation points, we're going 36.4. 36.4 for the goat, and that leaves Goat versus Fish. That leaves Goat versus Fish 30, 29, 28.6 for the fish. 30, Goat versus Fish, 33, 33.6 for the fish. Wow, Mom with 25 versus American dollars. Wow, Mom with 25 versus American dollars to Goat versus Fish. Wow, Mom with a huge 25 versus American dollars to Goat versus Fish. Wow, Mom with a huge 25 versus American dollars to Goat versus Fish. Wow, Mom.
W01 contribution $25 to GoatVsFish. Celebration.
Celebration. Celebration. Celebration. Punk Rose. Punk Rose. Punk Rose Brittany Fish with a subscription. Subscriptions. This verse is counting for 500, 3,000, 3,200, 3,280 for fish, and another 500 for goat. 3,708. Wow, Mom, with a massive 25 versus American dollar contribution. Forest of Wires, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Forest of Wires, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Forest Wires, welcome back to Goat versus Fish. A big shout out for Forest of Wires. Goat has taken the lead in everything that matters. So you say, yes. It is true. Goat has even exceeded in the radiation, although polls, yes, Goat took the poll. Goat took the poll, so we're going to give a poll to Goat as well. Celebration for Goat poll, Forest of Wires. Forest of Wires. Forest of Wires. Goat versus Fish. We need a castle type versus where we're looking out the window and we're looking at Forest of Wires, looking at Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Rami says you need fence stickers. You need fence stickers for fence sitters. There is actually a fence sticker of Goat versus Fish, but we cannot be bothered to go and seek it out. Maybe if Rami comes into twitch.tv/Goat versus Fish and becomes a subscriber to Goat versus Fish, then we would be willing to give to you a fence sticker of Goat versus Fish. But do not despair. We appreciate you being there over by your lonesome on YouTube and enjoying Goat versus Fish. Does it look like this? Pitiably, it does look something like that. Though we try not to look directly at fence sitters. Don't look directly at a fence sitter. They will become very aggression. Fence sitters will become aggressive if you look directly at them. Beware! There is two of us. Appreciation. Two watching Goat versus Fish. Two watching Goat versus Fish. Two watching Goat versus Fish. Public introvert Goat. Public introvert goes Goat. Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. And Goat versus Fish in the verses of Goat versus Fish. We currently have with Wow Mom's 25 versus American dollar contribution. We now have 69. Ooh, celebration. 69.88, 69.88, 69.88 for a bonus hour of Goat versus Fish. For a bonus hour of Goat versus Fish. Now that we have 69.88 after all that subscription, we need 12. We need 30 versus American dollars and 12 cents, or 3,012 bits, or we will say six subscriptions on Goat versus Fish. 6 subscriptions on Goat versus Fish. And we'll do some bonus verses. You know Goat versus Fish. It's hard for us not to give you at least a few bonus verses, but Goat versus Fish, we have to stay true to our verses. We have to stay true to our verses. A shout out to Forest of Wires. Go follow Forest of Wires. Forest of Wires, we enjoyed meeting Forest of Wires at TwitchCon and beyond. Appreciation. Truly, follow Forest of Wires. They support Goat versus Fish. A kindness unto you, a kindness unto you. A kindness unto you. What are the party platforms of Goat vs. Fish? Well, let's start with the verses. Let's start with the verses of Goat vs. Fish. We think we have something to show you, Goat and Fish. We'll show you. We'll show you a verses. We'll show you a verses. So, you want to know the party platforms of Goat vs. Fish? Well, first, let us tell you about Goat. Vote Goat. Vote Goat. Vote Goat. Goats, true goats, vote Goat. And true goats don't ever vote for fish. We want there to be more grass for grazing. Appreciation for your contribution to Goat Party, to Party Goat. And we want more rocks for climbing. And we want more things to eat. Always more things to eat. And we want to go, bah! Bah! And we want to be free to versus the fish. Those fish are crossing the verses and stealing your verses. We've got plenty of goat verses over here. And we just want to exercise our freedom to verses, and then along comes the fish, and they just take all the verses, the hard-earned verses, away from Goat, and they're scaly and they're slimy, and we don't like them. Yeah, they're part of Verse America, but maybe some of those fish should just go back to the seas from which they came. I'm not sure I want fish around these verses. Vote Goat, vote Goat. Jubs rates Goat versus Fish. 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 Welcome, Jubs, to Goat vs. Fish. Forbidden Fractal raids Goat vs. Fish. LEO raids Goat vs. Fish, formerly known as Chris raids Goat vs. Fish. And it's a celebration. It's a celebration of Goat vs. Fish. Jubs is voting fish. Jubs is voting for fish. And it's a celebration for fish. And it's a celebration for fish. It's so easily fish. So easily fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Jubs goes fish. Jubs goes fish. Girl Friday 99, are you a goat or are you fish? Forbidden Fractal, are you a goat or fish? Leo, who just followed Goat vs. Fish, are you goat or are you fish? TMLZ Rules goes fish, 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 Brittany fish, Brittany fish, Brittany fish. Formerly known as Chris goes Goat. And for those of you who can't see, we are making it written on the mighty chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish. On the mighty chalkboard of Goat vs. Fish. That's another goat in the verses. That's another goat in the verses. Forbidden Fractal. Fish like shark, shark, fish. JT Beeman, are you goat or are you fish? And first message from Forbidden Fractal says, I'm a fish. Celebration for fish.
Doobie 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 doobie.
Celebration. The celebration.
Doobie 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 doobie.
Goat, fish, goat and fish. It's a goat. It's a goat, it's a goat, it's a goat and it's a fish and it's a fish and it's Goat versus Fish. Mr. Protein follows Goat versus Fish. Mr. Protein follows Goat versus Fish. Mr. Protein follows Goat versus Fish.
Because the goats do be goat
And the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence.
Well, Goat versus Fish came up to me and said, a goat or a fish, which one do you be? Do you be goat or a fish? 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 Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence.
Praise Goat vs. Fish. Praise Goat vs. Fish. And give a raise to Goat vs. Fish. Praise to Goat vs. Fish. Rave for Goat vs. Fish. Put all of your faith in Goat vs. Fish. And get off the fence. Get off of the fence, you fence sitters. The poor pitiable fence sitter who chooses neither goat nor fish. The fence sitter with their fancy deceptions. I hate choosing goat or fish.
The goats do be goat, and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish?
Celebration. And Brittany Fish says, "Cat, oh, do not be deceived. Do not be deceived. Welcome to the celebration. Welcome to the celebration. Jubs rated Goat vs. Fish, and Jubs is going fish. Let's get a shout out for Jubs. Jubs. Shout out for Jubs. Shout out for Jubs. Jubs has gone fish. Jubs has gone fish. Jubs has gone fish, and that's 29 for the fish. That's 29 for the fish. So let's go 53, 62. 62.6 radiation points for fish. 36.4 radiation points for goat. Sunnyvale representation. Praying to Goat vs. Fish. Jubs has gone fish. Jubs has gone fish. Jub. And formerly known as Chris. Girl Friday. Are you goat or are you fish? Mr. Protein goes fish. Protein. Fish. There's a lot of protein in fish, but watch out for that salmon listeria outbreak. We just covered that on the Goat vs. Fish news. LEO. Are you goat or are you fish? Forbidden Fractal went fish. Forbidden Fractal went fish. TMLZ rules went fish. We counted that versus. Jubs went fish. Protein fish. Formerly known as Chris Goes Goat. Celebration for the formerly Chris Goat. Former Chris Goat. Former Chris Goat. Former Chris Goat. We were just explaining the party platform of Goat and Fish. Welcome, Raiders, to Goat vs. Fish. And because you Raiders are here, we think it is only versable that we engage in another poll of Goat vs. Fish. We think it's time for another poll of Goat vs. Fish. We think it's time for another poll of Goat vs. Fish. You know Goat and Fish. Some versus Goat vs. Fish. We make the polls about channel points and how many channel points you have. So the longer that you've stayed here in Goat vs. Fish, the more verses you have in the poll of Goat vs. Fish. But Goat vs. Fish is now enjoying a poll of dedication. And in that poll of dedication, it's 1 channel point per vote. So even as the poll continues and you stay for longer, you will gain more channel points to verses. And it becomes a dedication. It becomes a click fest. You have to keep on clicking. You like to play games, don't you? We have heard of games. Some of them are fairly lame, thinks Goat vs. Fish. But we have heard of games. Goat vs. Fish has heard of a game. And it seems the way you play a game is you just... That seems like a game to Goat vs. Fish. So let's make a game out of Goat vs. Fish. A new poll has begun. A 5-minute poll. A 5-minute poll. A 5-minute poll. A 5-minute poll is now live on Goat vs. Fish. And it is up to you. You just have to keep clicking. You just have to keep clicking. Cookie Clicker is one of my favorite games. Well, if you like spending time on Cookie Clicker, then you might enjoy spending time on Goat vs. Fish, because the verses has come. 121 for fish, 121 for fish, 128 for fish, 58 for goat, 58 for the goat, 58 for the goat, 58 for the goat. And while you are here voting in the verses of Goat vs. Fish, what has happened? Where's the verses? Where's the song list for Goat vs. Fish? Celebration for Ace162_42. While you are here voting for Goat vs. Fish, Goat vs. Fish, Rami says, my voting will be slow. That's okay. We appreciate your dedication. The verses is on the fence. The verses is on the fence. What is this? What is this? What are you saying to Goat vs. Fish? What are you saying to Goat vs. Fish? What are you saying to Goat vs. Fish? How could you possibly make this insinuation to Goat vs. Fish? The fence sitter is on the hill. The fence sitter is on the hill. Remembering ways of goat and fishy games. The fence sitter is on the fence. The fence sitter is on the fence. New question raise. You make the change. You rearrange me till I'm goat or fish. You lock the fence and throw away the key. There's goat and fish in my head, but which one's me? And if your head explodes, verses in your ear, a sound that everyone seems to hear. And if the band you're with starts playing a different tune, a fish, I'll see you on the fence side of the moon. Take long as I wish. I might not even choose a goat or a fish. I'm not the one they think I am at home. Not fish nor goat. No A fence-sitter. A fence-sitter sitting on a fence up here alone. A fence ain't the kind of place to raise your kids. And as you know, the kids are baby goat. And there'd be no goat versus fish, no goat versus fish. And there'd be no fish to versus them if you did. And all these verses I don't understand. I just keep hearing goat versus fish, a fence-sitter. Fence-sitter. Ow, wow. And I think I'm gonna take long as I wish. I might not even choose a goat or a fish. Not the one they think I am at home. Not fish nor goat. No, I'm a fence-sitter. A fence-sitter sitting on a fence up here alone. Think it's gonna be a long, long verse. I don't think it's gonna be a long, long verse. Did we run out of power on Goat versus Fish? Oh no, we still have the verses. Did we run out of power on Goat versus Fish? Goat! Goat versus Fish! We think we need a battery change on Goat versus Fish. We need a battery change on Goat versus Fish! But that's okay, we have plenty of power of Goat versus Fish. We have plenty of power of goat versus fish. Plenty of power of goat versus fish. Here's the verses. And I think it's gonna be a long, long verse. Goat wins the poll again. And I think it's gonna be a long verse. And I think it's gonna be a long, long verse. And I think it's gonna be a long, long verse. Goat versus fish. There's the verses. There's the verses. The power of goat versus fish compels you to choose goat or fish. The power of goat versus fish compels you to choose goat or fish. Power of goat versus fish compels you to choose goat or fish. Compels you to choose goat or fish. Yes. Mighty verse day, are you goat or fish? Mighty verse day, do you? And of course, some hydration. Inebriation plus hydration equals celebration. We'll have a little bit of the goat and the fish. We'll have a little bit of goat and fish. Goat. Goat win the poll with 1,552 votes. And who do we have to do the breakdown this versus? We had Stonks do the verses. This versus. Let's get Doge back in the verses. Let's get Doge back in the verses. Hey, look, it's Doge. It's Doge. The Department of Goat and Fish in Sea. It's Doge from the Department of Goat and Fish in Sea. Doge has many moods, but this is the current mood of Doge. Doge, please do the calculation. Well, I've hooked up all of the votes to my private server, and I've now taken a record of that no one voted for unification or for the fence, and because it's not very popular. But I think I'm going to put fences and unification in to my next CyberDuck 3.0 because I think it's very undervalued, very underrated, and it has a lot of commercial promise. I think actually it's going to totally revolutionize everything completely, and that will definitely have traveled to new universes within at least 3 months. And for fish, TMLZ rules with 782 and Forbidden Fractal with 320. I assure you this is all private information. Ace1625_42 with 9. And that's for fish. And Punk Rose 69 with 510 for goat. And we're just going to transfer all of those verses to my personal bank account. And Blasphemous with 462 for goat. And formerly known as Chris with 342 for goat. And Sunnyvale Representation with 206 for goat. Yay! 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 Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. I would lift one of my paws now and give you a salute, but I appear to be some sort of inanimate action figure that's being voiced by a crazy man on the internet. So you'll just have to wait for my next appearance on a famous podcast by a former comedian or something. Doge, appreciation for the information. Appreciation for the information. Doge, you changed. You changed, Doge. Doge used to just dote on Goat versus Fish and be like, Now Doge is some other verses entirely. Brittany Fish, celebration for fish, celebration for fish. Goat has won the poll. Goat has won the poll. Goat has won the poll. Now, we have achieved some beautiful radiation here on Goat versus Fish. But Goat versus Fish made a promise to Goat versus Fish. And that promise to Goat versus Fish, was that by 12:15 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is 10 minutes from now, that if we had not achieved a combination of 100,000 verse points, which are achieved by giving bits to Goat versus Fish, by subscribing to Goat versus Fish. You could join the Patreon of Goat versus Fish. That would count for verse points. Or gifting subscriptions to Goat versus Fish. That if we did not reach 10,000 verse points, and with appreciation for Wow Mom's 25 verse American dollars, we made a promise to Goat versus Fish. We made a promise to Goat versus Fish that if we did not reach 10,000 verse points, that the verses would end at 12:15. We currently have 69,088. 69,088, which means we need another 30,012. We need 30 versus American dollars and 12 cents, or 3,012 bits, or with leniency, 6 gifted subs to Goat versus Fish, because subscriptions only count for 5,000. But if you gifted 5 gifted subs to Goat versus Fish, we may consider. So unless we receive that 30 versus American dollars and 12 cents within the next 10 to 12 minuets of Goat vs. Fish, then that will be the end of the stream of Goat vs. Fish. We made a promise to Goat vs. Fish, and we're going to keep that promise to Goat vs. Fish. We're going to keep that promise to Goat vs. Fish. So if those of you want to continue another hour of stream of Goat vs. Fish, we could play some Marbleization, we could have some conversation, we could have some musication, whatever you wish. Then by all verses, it is a collaboration. Throw in your bits, throw in your subscription, exclamation point tip if you wish. There's Bayoden 420, there's Bayoden 420. Come on, Bayoden, don't you? Come on, Bayoden, don't you wanna? Come on, Bayoden, don't you wanna stay alive and get high with me? With the old towels on Goat vs. Fish, isn't that what you want? Isn't that what you want? Behold, the sentient towels of Goat vs. Fish. If you get the 3012, is there a merch giveaway? Why, yes. Yes, there is, as a matter of verses, well, Mom. Why, yes, there is. Yes, there is a merch giveaway of Goat vs. Fish. We could give away a tote bag of Goat vs. Fish. Don't forget to bring your fish. We could give away a tote bag or a shirt of unification or a Goat vs. Fish. We could have a merch giveaway on Goat vs. Fish. You could win a shirt that says Goat vs. Fish. You too could win a shirt that says Goat vs. Fish. Or some other merch of your choosing, It's yours for the losing. Quick, do it now before tariffs are imposed and make the cost of Goat vs. Fish millions of more versus American dollars. Shipping may apply for international verses. Shipping may apply for international verses. We suspect that Wow Mom may seem keen to make a contribution to Goat vs. Fish, so why don't some of you other ones in the chat ease the burden? Ease the burden of Wow Mom. Throw Goat vs. Fish. Toss a verses to your streamer. Goat and fish aplenty. Goat and fish aplenty. Toss a verses to your streamer. Goat and fish aplenty. 51 viewers of Goat vs. Fish. Celebration. But as long as we are here, so long as we are here, and we've got scant minutes left in Goat vs. Fish, it's time to start counting the goat and fish. It's time to start counting the goat and fish. It's time to start counting the goat and fish.
Make some noise for the goat. Make some noise for the goat. Make some noise for the goat. Make some noise for
Go, goat!
Celebration Thunder Check.
Counting the goat. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, 19s, 20s, 21s, 22s, 23s, 24s, 25s, 26s, 27s, 28s, 29s, 30. 30 for goat. 30 for goat. And for the fish, 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, 19s, 20s, 21s, 22s, 23s, 24s, 25, 26 for the fish. 26 for the fish. Goat, take the verses. Goat, take the verses. But that's not the only verses. We also have 3,280 for fish in the verses of contribution and 3,708 for goat. That's with Wow Mom's massive 25 versus American dollar contribution. And would you look at that goat? With 3,708 for goat, that's another versus for goat. Although with a contribution of 500 bits for fish, fish could take the verses. From goat. But that's goat. Now in the verses of radiation, we've got 36.4 verse points for goat and 62.6 verse points for fish. That's a versus for fish. Celebration for fish. And in the verses of the polls, with the last two polls going goat, that's another verses for goat, that's another verses for goat. Celebration for goat, celebration for goat. That makes 4 verses for goat and 1 for fish. That makes 4 verses for goat, 1 for fish. 4 verses for goat and 1 for fish. Now those of you who are here, wow, Mom with the gifted verses. Wow, Mom with the gifted verses to blasphemous. Wow, Mom with the gifted verses to blasphemous. Wow, Mom with the gifted verses. That's another 500 verse points for goat. That's another 500 verse points for goat. 4,200 for goat. 4,200 for goat. 4,200 now for goat, extending the lead of goat. Wow, Mom with the second gifted verses. Wow, Mom with the second gifted verses. Oh, my celebrations. To Forest of Wires. To Forest of Wires. What a gift of Wow, Mom. What a gift of Wow, Mom. To Forest of Wires. 4,700. 4,708. Who wants to match Wow, Mom? Wow, Mom with the gifts. Wow, Mom with the gifts. Who is here? Who is here to verses with Wow, Mom? Who is here to ease the burden of Wow, Mom with another gifted verses, with another gifted verses? Do it for Mom. Do it for Mom. Do it for Mom. Celebration Wow, Mom with 2 gifted verses to goat versus fish, with 2 gifted verses to goat versus fish. Celebration, extending the lead of goat, extending the lead of goat. It's looking like a goat triumph. It's looking like a goat triumph. It's looking like a triumph for goat. It's looking pretty goat. It's looking like a pretty goat. It's looking pretty goat. Wow, Mom with the gifted verses. Wow, Mom with the third gifted verses to Uber Kitten. Wow, Mom with the third gifted verses. Uber Kitten. Wow, Mom with the third gifted verses to Uber Kitten. Wow, Mom with the third gifted verses. To Uber Kitten, celebration. Celebration. Wow, Mom with the third gifted verses. Wow, Mom with the third gifted verses. 5,200, 5,208. 5,208 for goat. 5,208 for goat. Celebration for Wow, Mom. Celebration. Celebration. Double the verses.
Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be
Uber
fish.
Kitten with 200 bits for goat. Uber Kitten with the Tyrus 200. Uber Kitten with the Tyrus 200. Uber Kitten with the Tyrus 200 for goat. 5,408 for goat. 5,408 for goat. With the grand verses of 8,688. 8,688. That's 8,688. Putting us 1312 away. 1312 away. That would seem to be the verses. 1312. That would seem like a fair verses. That would seem like a fair verses. 1312 away. 1312 away. From another hour of goat versus fish. For another hour of goat versus fish. Celebration, the Uber Kitten with 200 for goat. The Uber Kitten who has received the gifted sub this versus with 200 for goat. Celebration. Celebration. And a celebration for goat and a celebration for goat. But the celebration continues. The verses continues on. The verses continues on. It's time to sing the song. It's time to sing the song of the triumph of the goat. It's time to sing a song of the triumph of goat. Uber Kitten appreciation. Wow, Mom with 3 new gifted subs. We are Razide followed Goat vs. Fish 1 minute ago. Well, Mom says, I'll give one more sub to the next one who asks. If you are in the chat of Goat vs. Fish here on Twitch and you want a subscription of Goat vs. Fish, then Wow Mom is offering to gift it to you. Is offering to gift it to you. Is offering to gift it to you. But you do need to make your verses known. You do need to make your verses known. The GOAT have triumphed this versus on Goat vs. Fish. The GOAT, the GOAT, the GOAT do triumph. The GOAT do triumph over the fish. The GOAT, the GOAT, the GOAT do triumph. The GOAT do triumph over the fish. The fish put up a mighty fine versus, but the GOAT do triumph over the fish. The GOAT, the GOAT, the GOAT do triumph. The GOAT do triumph over the fish. GOAT, the GOAT, the GOAT do triumph. The GOAT do triumph over the fish. The GOAT, yeah, the GOAT do triumph. The GOAT do triumph over the fish. Sunnyvale representation with the big verses. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Wow Mom seeking those who would ask for a sub. An hour of Goat vs. Fish is on the line for 1,312 bits. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish is wherever you are, whether you're near or you're far. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish is wherever you are. Where have you come from? Where shall you go? Oh, what have you seen? To whom will you show? How can we learn and how can we grow? Does anyone even know? No, no, no. Does anyone even know that it's fish versus goat? Goat vs. Fish knows a goat. Goes to goat. Goat vs. Fish has known these goat for a long verses. They are not here with us now in the chat of Goat vs. Fish. The Goat vs. Fish knows these goat. And they have been part of Goat vs. Fish. And we suspect they will remain a part of Goat vs. Fish. We suspect they will remain a part of Goat vs. Fish in the long verses. But as of today, those goats are fading away from Goat versus Fish. And who is to blame if it's all of the same? The goats are fading away from Goat versus Fish. For the love of Goat versus Fish, but by the power of verses, how do we show it? And do the goats even know the love of the verses of Goat versus Fish? But the goats do triumph. The goats do triumph over the fish. The goats do triumph. The goats do triumph over the fish. Goat versus 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 fish. These are the verses of Goat versus Fish. And when you are out in the land and the sea, look about you, look about you. Find one who is lost. Find one who does not know the way. And ask. Simply ask. Are you goat? Or are you fish?
Make some noise for the goat. Make some noise for the goat.
Goat have triumphed?
Make some noise for the goat.
Goat have triumphed?
Celebration Thunder Tracks. Welcome again to Goat versus Fish. Welcome again to Goat versus Fish. This shall be a mighty versus.
And it was written.
This is the current versus. This is the current
And it
versus.
was written, so let's make it written. Let's make it written this Goat versus Fish Thursday.
Make some noise for the goat. Make some noise for the goat.
Triumph went to Goat.
This shall be a mighty versus. Goatfish and versus. Goatfish and versus. Celebration.
Goat of the verses. Goat of the Verses goes to Wow Mom. Goat of the Verses goes to Wow Mom.
Oh, my verses.
The Verses goes to Goat, and Goat of the Verses goes to Wow Mom for their many subscription.
Are you goat or fish?
Their gifts to Goat vs. Fish.
Or are you fish?
Their 25 versus Americans dollars to Goat vs. Fish.
Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you goat?
Baba Yaga, are you goat or are you fish? We had Mighty Radiations. Appreciation for Punk Rose 69 and Brittany Fishy, who will receive an honorable versus for their raw subscriptions to Goat vs. Fish. Punk Rose 69. Ah, you'll ask Misty Fisty, please do. And Britt Nee Fishy. Honorable verses to Punk Rose 90 and Brittany Fishy. Goat of the Verses goes to Wow Mom. A versus for Goat. Dr. Foxmeat with a massive radiation. Hogrim with the celebration. Eldergrown with contributions to Goat vs. Fish. Psychic Buck, I told. Baodin 420. Tyrus with 200 bits. 6 hours ago. It's been many hours of Goat vs. Fish. 90. Oh, my versus. Punk Rose 69. What the fence? Oh, we blame the fence sitter. We blame it. We blame it on the inebriation. Punk Rose 69. And it was written. And it was, oh, don't get fancy with Goat vs. Fish. Don't get fancy with Goat vs. Fish. Don't get fancy with Goat vs. Fish. Don't give us verses like this. After everything Goat vs. Fish has done for you, after everything Goat vs. Fish has done for you, you want to get fancy with Goat vs. Fish? Want to get fancy with Goat vs. Fish? How dare you? How dare you? Brittany Fish, celebration more fish. Punk Rose, are you goat or fish? You're goat, Punk Rose, yes? Because Brittany Fishy is fish. So we can change. If you are goat, Punk Rose, you're not on the fence, are you? Nice cool fish. Brittany Fish with the cool fish. Oh, Punk Rose on the fence. Oh. Goat! Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Literally me, yes. Well, in that versus, it's Punk Rose 69 versus Brittany Fish. Honorable versus. Punk Rose 69 versus Brittany Fish. It's an honorable versus. It's an honorable versus.
Do you be goat?
It's an honorable versus, but it's an evening versus. Oh, my versus. Raggy raids Goat versus Fish. They won't let me leave. They won't let me leave, Goat and Fish. Raggy raids Goat versus Fish. I was told to come here by Siggy Freud. Well, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, and sometimes a goat is just a fish, and sometimes a fish is just a goat. And sometimes a goat is a goat, and a fish is a fish, and sometimes the goat versus the fish, and the fish versus goat. Billy 17 420 2424 PA 24 Billy 724 PA with 13 bits. Fancy bits, 13 fancy bits. Nice hammer dulcimer. Oh, my verses. Raggy nose. The verses of Goat versus Fish. Oh, yes. Essie Koisa says, how can you tell it's drunk from here? Oh? It's drunk from here?
Now repeat after goat versus fish.
Do you sometimes go out and flop like a fish? Regularly. regularly. Quite regularly. We need to tuner fish that verses. We need to tuner fish that verses. You're saying that there's no way that Dulcimer is hammered? Oh, my verses. It's a joke to goat versus fish. It's a joke to goat versus fish. Some say goat versus fish is a joke. Appreciation to Carhole, who follows goat versus fish. To Carhole, who follows goat versus fish. We've got a radiation. We've got a radiation on goat versus fish. Keep it versing. Keep it versing. Keep it versing. Keep it versing on goat versus fish. Carhole, are you goat or are you fish? Essie Koisa, are you goat or fish? Yes, we are actually asking you to choose goat or fish. Blocky Gamer. Then drop on the deck and flop like a fish. Essie Kosia follows goat versus fish. Appreciation. The love of goat versus fish. The infinite, ever-sprawling love of goat versus fish. Siggy Freud says Essie Koisa goat, but Siggy Freud, are you choosing goat or are you saying that Essie Koisa is goat? It's time for you to choose goat or fish. And that includes Ragi the Raider. That includes the Ragi the Raider.
But the
Goat. Siggy Freud goes goat. Siggy Freud goes goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. The goat have triumphed this versus. The goat have triumphed this versus. Ragi goes fish. Ragi goes fish, and it's a Ragi raid. 17 radiation points for fish. 79. 79.6 for fish. 79. Nubian Ibex. Now that is a goat. The Ibex is a big, strong, very large-horned, ribbed-horned. Ribbed for the versus goat. Siggy Freud says no. Says Carhole no. Says Carhole no. They're having some sort of disagreement. Heavy rating. Ollie Problemos is rating goat versus fish. Ollie Problemos is rating goat versus fish. Ollie Problemos is rating goat versus fish. They won't stop 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 rating goat versus fish. Ollie Problemos. Ollie Problemos. Ollie Problemos. Yes. Yes, Ollie. 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 I love thee, and so does me. So does goat versus fish. Goat versus fish loves me too. And the love that you have for goat versus fish is returned unto you, is returned unto you. Amethyst followed goat versus fish. Celebration. Ragi followed goat versus fish. Celebration, celebration. Let's listen to that verses. Let's listen to that verses. Radiation, Raggy, radiation, and problemas with the cabra contra pez. Otra vez. All the problemas resubscribed. Primely to Goat vs. Fish. Primely to Goat vs. Fish. With a 2-month streak. Wow, Goat vs. Fish. That was pretty cool. That was beautiful. Appreciation. It's not even in tuner fish. It's not even in tuner fish, and yet it still sounds ever so splendid. You see, Oli Problemos, you can technification, you can make electronic musifications like Honeycomb, if that's your verses. You can. But there's something about these analog verses that are just so beautiful to Goat vs. Fish. Ancient verses, harkening back to your deep memorizations from before you even had contemplations. Dr. Yasman Celebration, Oli Problemos with a resubscription to Goat vs. Fish. Oli Problemos, are you goat or are you fish? Punk Rose 69, yes. Brittany Fishy, you are beautiful to Goat vs. Fish. You are beautiful. Carhole. King Cobra 198756 says, what in the verses is going on here? Well, we think it's Goat vs. Fish.
The world famous whiskey a go-go here in Hollywood, California. The home of the Doors, Led Zeppelin, the Rolling Stones, and Goat vs. Fish.
It's the home of Goat vs. Fish. It's the home of Goat vs. Fish. Launch failure, Goat. Launch failure, Goat. We're in the post verses now. The post verses. Oli Problemos is fish. Celebration for fish. Oli Problemos is fish. Massive Problemos radiation. And what about you, Raggy? Is that a goat? Is that a goat butter, Raggy? Is that a goat butter ghee, or is that a fish butter? Punk Rose fish. Ole Problemos fish. King Cobra fish. King Cobra, welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. King Cobra, we know you well, and we are so pleased to see you back here on Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for fish. Launch failure. 3, 2, 1. This is verse controlled major fence. For the Prime subscription, we're going to count the Prime subscription for 200 verse points for Goat vs. Fish. The Prime subscription will count for 200 verse points for Goat vs. Fish. Goat and Fish, we were going to end the living stream of Goat vs. Fish. Redolent Thought resubscribes to Goat vs. Fish. Oh, my verses! Redolent Thought comes in for Goat. We were going to end the living stream of Goat vs. Fish. But then you all came in to support Goat vs. Fish. 59,008, and 3,480 for a combination of 83,088. No, it's more than that verses. 93,088. Goat vs. Fish made a promise to Goat vs. Fish. Dr. Yasman with the gifted verses. Dr. Yasman, are you goat or are you fish? Dr. Yasman with the gifted verses. Doc Yaz with the gifted verses. Redolent Thought, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Dr. Yaz Goat. Dr. Yaz Goat, that's another 500 verses. 6408. 6408 and 3480. That would be 98. 9888. Goat and Fish, we need 112 bits. Goat vs. Fish made a promise to Goat vs. Fish that we needed 10,000 verse points, and then Goat vs. Fish would go an extra hour of Goat vs. Fish. But we have already gone a bonus 25 minutes of Goat vs. Fish because you have so versedly rated Goat vs. Fish and shown your support of Goat vs. Fish. Can we make Goat vs. Fish retroactively? Can we make Goat vs. Fish retroactively keep our own promise to ourselves? And all we ask in order to keep our own promise to ourselves, is 152 bits. 152 bits. And then Goat vs. Fish will have retroactively kept our promise to ourselves. Goat vs. Fish. 9989888. No, my verses. 112 bits. 112 bits. 112 bits, and Goat vs. Fish will have kept our promise to ourselves retroactively. It would be a great appreciation to Goat vs. Fish. And then it will trigger a merch giveaway. Dr. Yasman with the gifted verses. Ooh, launch failure. Launch failure with 30 bits. So 112, 30, 102, 82 bits. 82 bits remaining. 82 bits. 82 bits for the love of Goat vs. Fish. For the love of Goat vs. Fish. For the love of Goat vs. Fish. Let's get a shout out for Ali Problemos. Launch failure 81 bits. One more bit on Goat vs. Fish. One more bit on Goat vs. Fish. The promise of Goat vs. Fish is so close to being kept with just a mere one more bit. 55751. 5-1, or maybe is it 2 more bits? Is it 2 more bits? 999. No, 1 more bit. Go 10 fish. 1 more bit. Ali Problemos with 100 bits. Celebration. Ali Problemos with 100 bits for fish. We have retroactively kept the promise of Goat vs. Fish because Brittany Fish with 1 bit for Goat vs. Fish. With 1 bit for Goat vs. Fish, we have retroactively kept the promise of Goat vs. Fish. With the fish slapping dance, we have retroactively kept the promise of Goat vs. Fish because Goat vs. Fish believes in you. And Goat vs. Fish believes in you. And Goat vs. Fish believes in each and every one of you. And there are those who deny Goat vs. Fish. There are those who saw Goat vs. Fish on America's Got Talent and they said they rejected you, Goat vs. Fish. It was a failure, Goat vs. Fish. You should never have done that versus Goat vs. Fish. There are those who say that AGT was a misstep for Goat vs. Fish. How could you let them fence-embarrass you, Goat vs. Fish? How could you let them give you X's on national televerses, Goat vs. Fish? How could you let them reject you and make a fool of you on national televerses? They say to Goat vs. Fish, they say, we don't believe in you, Goat vs. Fish. We don't believe in you anymore, Goat vs. Fish. Give up, Goat vs. Fish. Stop, Goat vs. Fish. How dare you? I'm embarrassed to know you, Goat vs. Fish. Maybe they say that about Goat vs. Fish. We don't actually know if they say that about Goat vs. Fish, but it's a hypothetical versus. It's a hypothetical versus. And they hypothetically say this about Goat vs. Fish. But you have shown Goat vs. Fish right this very verse is that you still believe in Goat vs. Fish. That you still believe in Goat vs. Fish. That you still believe in Goat vs. Fish. Do you believe in verses in a young goat's heart? Gonna verse the fish and tear it apart. The verses, it's so easy, you know. You gotta just go choosing you a fish or a goat. It's the verses. Do you believe in verses? Celebration for Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for Goat vs. Fish. We are so reactive. And yes, Valentine's Day, it's coming up, Goat and Fish. And we have a special guest on next Goat vs. Fish Thursday. Slim Jellÿ of Green Jellÿ, Slim Jellÿ of Thinky Flesh, to use the true verses. And the basis for Green Jellÿ, it is true, will be joining Goat vs. Fish next Goat vs. Fish Thursday. No, we are not ending the stream just yet, but let's give a little verses to Thinky Flesh. To Thinky Flesh, who is going to be a guest live on stream. They're going to come into the studio of Goat vs. Fish. They're going to come into the studio of Goat vs. Fish. And they are going to be a guest on Goat vs. Fish. So let's have a look at that verses. 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 Goat vs. Fish, Goat vs. Fish. Do you believe in verses? Do you believe in verses? That's the verses. Goat versus fish. The web of goat versus fish. The web of goat versus fish. And there's the verses. A mighty verses. On 213, look, it's Thinky Flesh and Goat versus Fish. It's Slim and Goat versus Fish. Streaming on YouTube and Twitch. Join Goat vs. Fish. We'll be playing some bass. We'll be playing some guitar. We'll be having some celebrations. And Slim will be joining Goat vs. Fish next Goat vs. Fish Thursday. Be there or be on the fence. Celebration. Thinky Flesh. Find it on all social media at Thinky Flesh. Oh, Thinky Flesh. Oh, you know Thinky Flesh? Cool. Yes, it's for pondering. Thinky Flesh is for pondering. Goat and Fish. Redolent Thought says, Goat vs. Fish is playing 4D fence sitting. We're all just fishes and goats versing for the celebration. Now that is quite a statement to Goat vs. Fish. And as a matter of verses, Redolent Thought, are you Redolent Thought on the Instagram? Are you Redolent Thought on the Instagram? Redolent Musications, Redolent Thought. There is a Redolent Thought on Instagram, but it does not look upon you. I am not. Well, maybe ponder that verses, because Goat vs. Fish is going to take a picture of you saying that to Goat vs. Fish, and we're going to put it on the Instagram of Goat vs. Fish. We're going to put it in the story of Goat vs. Fish. We're going to put it in the story of Goat vs. Fish. Just like this. And look! On the Instagram of Goat vs. Fish. Redolent Thought is suddenly on the Instagram of Goat vs. Fish. Goat and Fish, we've made content together with Goat vs. Fish. We've made content together with Goat vs. Fish. Oh, we do not blame you. We do not blame you, Redolent Thought. We do not blame you for not using the Instagram for Goat vs. Fish. Ali Problemas, we celebration your resiliency in the face of fencery. We celebration your resiliency in the face of fencery. And we believe in you. And if you are ever here in Los Angeles, you can join Goat vs. Fish on the living stream of Goat vs. Fish. And we would say the same for Redolent Thought, except that Redolent Thought is already in Los Angeles. And you can join Goat vs. Fish. Dr. Yasman says, Big Red is a goat warrior of the goated verses, celebrating the glory of goat. Now, Goat and Fish, we have a merch giveaway on Goat vs. Fish. Let's not have any hesitation. Goat vs. Fish was thinking, we could play a musication. We could do all kinds of verses. But you have made your contribution of 100 verse American dollars to Goat vs. Fish. And by the verses, you have made your contribution of 100 verse American dollars to Goat vs. Fish. So let's go until Goat and Fish. We will go until 1:30. We'll go until 1:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Bonus verses. We'll go until 1:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you want yet another hour of Goat vs. Fish after 1:30, then it will cost another Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish is feeling generous this verses. If you want another hour of Goat vs. Fish after 1:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, it will cost you 50, that's 50 verse American dollars starting now. 50 verse American dollars starting now, whether it's tips or bits or Patreons or whatever the verse is. For a bonus hour, for another bonus hour of Goat vs. Fish, 50 verse American dollars. That's how we're versing on Goat vs. Fish. You may say that Goat vs. Fish is cruel, but Goat vs. Fish is a very professional verses. It's the art of the deal. It's the art of the steal. You gotta give them an ultimatum. You gotta make yourself worth something. You gotta stand up for yourself. Goat vs. Fish. If you're not gonna pay yourself, then who's gonna pay you? If you don't value your own time, then who's gonna value it for you? Oh, stonks with a bit of wisdom for Goat vs. Fish. Wow. Oh, my verses. And the F in Goat vs. Fish stands for fish. Well, we do not deny this. We would not deny this. It's timing. Oh, and by the verses, the next sticker in the Goat vs. Fish sticker club might just be Go Team Versus, the Versus Brothers sticker. If you want to get the Versus Brothers sticker, join the Goat vs. Fish Patreon. 5 versus American dollars a month. Quarterly stickers of Goat versus Fish. Quarterly stickers of Goat versus Fish. Go team versus. And now it's time for Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. What happened to Marbleization? Marbleization should be in this versus. Marbleization should be in this versus. Goat versus Fish. 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 We have this versus. We have this versus. I think we should make this. Lower that versus to Goat versus Fish. Lower that versus the rigged versus of Goat versus Fish. Oh, look at this random versus of the Radioactive Chicken Heads just being here. Look at these fence creatures. What are these fence creatures doing here on Goat versus Fish? Ben Sinders invading Goat versus Fish? How dare you?
Is there a problem, officer?
How dare you?
Quackley!
I can't believe I have to deal with you again.
Chicken versus duck?
I
False
need
versus.
your friends. Hey, you punks. This time you've really dropped the ball. Can't fight the law. I don't care what you have to say. Save your breath for another day. Don't you know? Crime doesn't pay. Your rock and roll destroys the peace. These crimes against music must cease. License and registration, please.
Officer Quackley, no need to attack me! We'll do exactly what you asked us to do!
What was this?
Mr. Police Officer,
What was this?
Have some mercy, please let us...
Look, it looks like the unification of Goatfish. It looks like the unification of Goatfish. It looks like the unity of Goatfish. Right there in a Radioactive Chicken Heads musication video. Wow, celebration. Celebration for Goat versus Fish. Celebration for Goat versus Fish. That doesn't look familiar to you, Goat and Fish, does it? Surely it couldn't be Goat versus Fish under that chicken head. That would be fencery. That would be fencery if Goat versus Fish were under that chicken head. It can't possibly be that versus. Can't possibly be that versus. Exclamation play to join Goat versus Fish. Exclamation play to join Goat versus Fish. This is a 3 marble race Grand Prix. The winner gets merch of Goat versus Fish. The winner gets merch of Goat versus Fish. So you had best join this versus. All you have to do is in the Instagram chat of Goat versus Fish, type exclamation point play. That's all you have to do to join the versus. That's all you have to do to join the versus of Goat versus Fish. Redolin thought it's trying to cheat on Goat versus Fish. What a beautiful versus. It was looking like the end of the living stream of Goat versus Fish. Then we got some Oli Problemos radiations. Did we get a shout out for Oli Problemos? Back in the verses of the Fensdemic, shout outs were abundant. But these verses, there seems to be less shout outs here on Twitch. A shout out for Oli Problemos. De Capra contra Pez uno otra vez. But of course, Raggy. We'll shout out Raggy as well. Does Goat versus Fish follow Raggy? We do now. And a shout out for Raggy as well. Goat vs. Fish going undercover to ensure the safety of goat and fish is held most high, and the citrus on the fence. The false verse is thrown down into the pits of ultimate non-celebration. Ha! Non-celebration, never on Goat vs. Fish. Punk Rose, we are so pleased that you are still here with Goat vs. Fish. Make some noise for Punk Rose. Make some noise for Punk Rose. Here after the radiation and sticking around with Goat vs. Fish. Some raiders are lazy and they don't stay around for Goat vs. Fish. But Punk Rose isn't like that. Punk Rose is here. 3 minuets to join the verses. And so is Brittany Fish, and so is Brittany Fish. Brittany Fish. Punk Rose. Goat vs. Fish. At the beginning of each of these marbleization races, Goat vs. Fish is going to implore you. Oh, hello, Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish is going to implore you to support Goat vs. Fish here in the Afterverses. And the way that we're going to support Goat vs. Fish in the Afterverses, first verses, is to subscribe and ring the bell for notifications to Goat vs. Fish on the Goat vs. Fish YouTube. Go click the link in the chat. Goat vs. Fish currently has 1,853 subscribers. Goat vs. Fish wants 1,855 YouTube subscribers on Goat vs. Fish. Because we're going for 2,000, Goat and Fish. We're going for 2,000, and we need you to subscribe to Goat vs. Fish to get us closer to 2,000. Let's get to 1,855 or more. YouTube.com/GoatVsFish. Click the link, subscribe, and ring the verses for notification. You're not going to want to miss the upcoming verses of Goat vs. Fish with great appreciation. We're going to check that verses soon. And if we do not see that there are more subscribers to Goat vs. Fish, well, then Goat vs. Fish is going to say, what happened? Why didn't you do that? We're out here. We're fighting for every verses, Goat and Fish. We're fighting for every verses. Goat vs. Fish is not as readily accessible to the Goat and Fish as you might think. It really takes a certain kind of goat or fish to appreciation Goat vs. Fish. So we need you to support Goat vs. Fish. Who's in the verses? Dr. Yasman, Crazy Awesome, Blasphemous, Goat vs. Fish, Punk Rose 69, Redolent Thought, Launch Failure, Brittany Fishy. Did Goat vs. Fish? Goat vs. Fish must be in the verses. There's Goat vs. Fish. Punk Rose 69, jamming out. It's a verse. It's about rolling. It's a verse about rolling. We've got 10 seconds left in the verses. We've got 10 seconds left to join the verses. And let's have some fun with Goat vs. Fish.
And we've got an exciting verses. An exciting verses of Goat vs. Fish. An exciting voice modification of Goat vs. Fish. And the verses are off, And it's anyone's verses now, but coming out into the beginning of the verses, it's Blasphemous. Blasphemous is taking the lead with speed. Blasphemous is taking the lead with speed, but there's also Brittany. It's Goat vs. Fish. Our announcer this verses is Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish, the one true verses, the finest announcer in all of the universes. Blasphemous and Brittany Fish. Blasphemous is a known goat, and there is the maneuvers of Blasphemous, not taking it up the fence, and now going down the step, climbing down as only a goat knows how. That is the climbing of Goat happening right there, step by step, breath by breath. Blasphemous is running clear, but we also have Redolent Thought, Dr. Yasman, bringing up the rear, Brittany Fish, and Punk Rose 69. Now they wander through the desert of Goat, but Blasphemous still maintains a healthy versus. But will Blasphemous fall off of the fence? Blasphemous makes it into the verses with an expert move, an expert Goat lead. No one made it look easier than Blasphemous as Brittany Fish totally takes a nosedive into the great beyond, and Brittany Fish got bent. Blasphemous takes the versus.
Blasphemous takes the verses. That's a win for Goat. That's a win for Goat. That's a win for Goat. Blasphemous, redolent thought. Punk Rose 69, Goat vs. Fish, launch failure, crazy awesome, Brittany Fish, yes, man. We are competition for some free merch of Goat vs. Fish. For some free merch of Goat versus Fish. Let's continue the verses. Let's continue the verses. We said let's continue the verses. Coils of Power. Coils of Power is what's next on Goat vs. Fish. This electrification can be a difficult versus. You have 3 minutes to join Goat vs. Fish. 3 minutes to join Goat vs. Fish. Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. And with such electrification, we think we need some musication. Electrification. Checking the verses now. 1853. 1854 on Goat vs. Fish. One shy, but appreciation for the one who subscribed to Goat vs. Fish. Next Goat and Fish. Why not follow Goat vs. Fish on the Instantgram? We have 3,622. That's me. Punk Rose appreciation. Follow Goat vs. Fish on Instantgram. Let's get to 3,623. Let's get one more in the verses. Let's get one more Instantgram follower. It's in the chat. And we've got hot verses. We've got hot verses here on Goat vs. Fish. Fire in the disco, fire in the disco, fire in the Taco Bell. Fire in the disco, fire in the disco, fire in the fence of hell. Don't you want to know why we keep starting fires? Exclamation point play. It's my desire. Say, don't you want to know why we keep starting fires? It's my desire. Danger. High voltage when we touch. When we kiss, danger. Hot verses when we goat, when we fish, when we goat, when we fish. I said danger. Hot verses when we goat, when we fish, danger. Hot verses when we goat, when we fish, when we goat, when we fish. And the verses has begun. Nobody's won yet. Punk Rose 69 says goat or goat, taunting the fish. 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 And there's Crazy Awesome, there's Launch Failure, there's Elder Grown, there's Bayonet 420. This versus has become more colorful since the last verses that we saw. Launch Failure has had such a failure to launch that they have exploded into the very lead. They failed to launch because they were already there. Any single goats in here? Any single goats? Jim Tan Laundry is looking for love on Goat versus Fish. Here comes Launch Failure. Here comes Launch Failure. Launch Failure. Moving about. The electrification narrowly misses Launch. No. Launch Failure has been tagged by the electrification.
The electric fence.
Launch Failure takes the verses, followed by, is it Redolent Thought? It's Redolent Thought. It's Redolent Thought. It's Redolent Thought and Bayonet 420. Oh no, Bayonet 420 got caught up in the fence. The fence took Bayonet 420 and teleportation them to some far flung off verses where Goat versus Fish is but a whisper in the wind. Goat versus Fish is but a whisper. Just looking to back up to Cliff Action and Buck back. Jim Tan Laundry. That definitely sounds like Goat. That definitely sounds like Goat. Are you Goat or are you Fish? Bayonet 420. Let's find. Who's Bayonet 420 versing about? Fish. Come on, Bayonet. Fish. Launch Failure. Celebrate. Sorry, Bayonet 420. Sorry, Bayonet 420. Yatta. Are you Goat or are you Fish now? Are you Fish or Goat? Launch Failure. Nice verses. Launch Failure, Redolent Thought, Blasphemous, Elder Grown. The only ones to finish the verses. Death Alley. Not Death Ali Problemas, but Death Alley. Waiting to start. Join the verses. Exclamation point play. This is the final race for the merch of Goat versus Fish. The final race for the merch of Goat versus Fish. And Goat versus Fish still has 3,622 followers on the Instagram, but that's okay. Goat versus Fish wants to ask Punky Rose 69. Do you use Spotify? Punky Rose 69, do you use Spotify? Do you use YouTube? How do you like to listen to your musications? Exclamation play to Goat versus Fish. Exclamation play to Goat versus Fish. Cheat code. Crazy Awesome wants to play with Goat versus Fish. And Brittany Fishy, how do you like to listen to your musications? Spotify, but YouTube works too. Well, how about we send you Spotify? We have a song of Goat versus Fish. It's called Do You Be Goat or Fish? You have heard it here on the living stream. And we send it to you now. There's a link in the chat. It is the Spotify songs. Well, with 10 versus American dollars to Goat versus Fish.
Eldergrown contribution $10 to Goat vs Fish. Celebration for Goat.
Celebration for Goat. 10 versus American dollars to Goat versus Fish. 10 versus American dollars to Goat versus Fish. And we told you that we are going till 1:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. But that for 50, that's 50 total versus American dollars. Through bits, subscriptions, Patreons, whatever the verse is. That's 10 versus American dollars. That's 10 versus American dollars from Eldergrown. We're adding that to the verses. We're adding that to the verses of Goat versus Fish. We're adding that. To the verses of Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation, Eldergrown. Appreciation. A big versus, a big 10 verse American dollars of Goat vs. Fish. Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. 3 minuets to join. 3 minuets to join. Eldergrown, the Elder Goat. Celebration for your contribution. Let's try this versus once more. Goat vs. Fish versus Goat vs. Fish and Goat and Fish and Goat. Where's the verses? Perhaps that's not the maybe. Goat versus Fish versus Goat versus Fish versus Goat versus Fish versus Goat versus Fish. Celebration. We found the verses, Goat and Fish. We found the verses. Are you goat or are you fish? Oh, are you goat or are you fish now? Are you a fish or goat? Are you a fish or goat? Are you goat or are you fish now? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you a fish or goat? Goat versus Fish. Yakimasu sakanada, yakimasu sakanada, yakika sakanaka, fensu no ue ni zuwarana, yakimasu sakanada, yakimasu sakanada, yakika sakanaka. Oh, it's a beautiful versus. 69 viewers of Goat vs. Fish. $69 viewers of Goat vs. Fish. OMFG, yes, lol, yes, Goat vs. Fish. You want one more versus now that you know what it is? Yagi basusa. Yagi is goat, sakana is fish. Yagi basusa. Yagi basusa. Yagi wa yagi da. Sakana wa sakana. Celebration. Celebration. And Jim 10 Laundry says, you know, goats are better, right? Ha! That's what we like on Goat vs. Fish. The verses continue, stoking the verses of Goat vs. Fish. And the verses go, and the verses go. Don't you know, don't you know, don't you know, don't you know? Don't you know, 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 don't you know? Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Launch failure has been ended. Brittany Fishy is now leading the versus. Celebration, the fish. The fish now encountering fenciness. And there goes Blasphemous. Will they follow the fish tail to try to get some sort of verse vantage? Ooh, Crazy Awesome gets hit by the fence. And, oh my verses. Dr. Yasmin now behind Crazy Awesome. Will Dr. Yasmin now moving ahead, but caught up on fenciness. These fenciness are showing no mercy this versus. Unmerciful fences. Dr. Yasmin, Eldergrown. Yasmin remains in the lead, and with speed. With a nice split, with a decent split. there in the fences. This is a very fancy sort of map, and Goat vs. Fish showing their expert maneuvers, the experience of Goat vs. Fish, coming through, and coming to a versus near you. Goat vs. Fish! Goat vs. Fish! And there goes Elder Grown, and there goes Elder Grown. But you're not alone. Crazy Awesome still attempting to make verses. Goat vs. Fish could get caught up on the fence and did get caught up fencily on that versus. But it still seems versable that Goat vs. Fish could end up making the final maneuver, but it's a tight one with Elder Grown. It's a tight one. Elder Grown takes the versus. Elder Grown takes the versus. Goat vs. Fish. Launch Failure subscribes to Goat vs. Fish. Launch Failure subscribe to Goat vs. Fish? It has yet to show up on the verses, but it says that Launch Failure with a subscription to Goat vs. Fish. What a beautiful verses. Launch Failure, you have chosen Goat, yes? Failure to Goat. We have to keep checking with you because you have failure in the verses, so we keep failing to remember if you're Goat or Fish. Punk Rose Goat. Redolin Thought Celebration. Brittany Fish. Fish, 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 fish. I'm gonna try to get 700 you way burb. 700 for Goat vs. Fish? You were launched into failure. I must not sit on the fence. So talented, Goat vs. Fish. How are you so talented, Goat vs. Fish? How are you so talented, Goat vs. Fish? Finishing the verses now. Coming in third verses. It's Blasphemous. Blasphemous, we have a special prize for you. As you know, those who come in third verses get a special prize on Goat vs. Fish. Those of you who are subscribers to Goat vs. Fish and new subscribers to Goat vs. Fish, we want you to search through your emotes, for Goat vs. Fish has a secret. Goat vs. Fish has a secret verses. Just for you. Search your emotes, those of you who are subscribed. Search your emotes for nothing. Search for nothing. Search for NOTHING. Search for nothing. Or search for Goat vs. Fish nothing. And you will find an invisible emote that can otherwise not be seen or perceived, that you can use to make spaces in your chat. It's the Goat vs. Fish 100% invisible emote. The nothing emote. Here only on Goat vs. Fish.
Nothing.
Elder Grown knows it. And so, Goat and Fish, in award for Blasphemous, let's get those nothings in the chat. Let's get those nothings in the chat. In reward for Blasphemous, coming in third verses, you get Nice verses. In second verses, we have Launch Failure. Now, Launch Failure, you came in second verses. So close, yet so far, so fish, yet so goat. And we have a special verses for you as well, for we wouldn't want you to feel left out of the celebration. Launch Failure. In commemoration of your second verse finish, you get
Nothing.
That's okay, Gym 10 Laundry.
Nothing.
Double nothing. Eldergrown celebration. Double nothing. 17 verses. Another 33 verse American dollars. Another 33 verse American dollars. And you get another hour of Goat vs. Fish. That was the promise of Goat vs. Fish. We have to afford our eggs somehow and ask the eggs if they're goat or fish. Coming in first verses. Redolent Thought! 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 Redolent Thought!
Redolent Thought.
Celebration for your triumph.
Celebration for your triumph, Redolent Thought. You win merch of Goat vs. Fish. Redolent Thought, do you accept the merch of Goat vs. Fish? Why, you could get a shirt. We believe you already have a shirt of Goat vs. Fish, but you could get a shirt with a unification logo. Do you wish a shirt with a unification logo? Do you wish a unification logo shirt of Goat vs. Fish? Do you have a unification shirt of Goat vs. Fish? You could get a unification, or you could get a Goat vs. Fish shirt for ones that you love, or you could get a tote bag that says Goat vs. Fish. You could get a tote bag of Goat vs. Fish. You do not believe you have the unification shirt. Do you wish it? Goat vs. Fish. Let us go and show it to you. Now, if you get a unification shirt, you will be getting a fresh one. But this is the basic verses. This is the basic verses of the unification shirt. Do you wish it? Do you accept it? Commodore 64. Could we also use nothing from Wheel of Fish? movie? We do not see why not. We would have to add the nothing to the sound alerts of Goat vs. Fish. Launch failure. Keep. Purchased at the actual verses of the pre-Broadway Chicago opening of Spamalot by Goat vs. Fish. It's a collector's versus. Redolent thought, do you accept the unification shirt? 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 Or don't sit on the fence. Yes, I accept the unification shirt, or give it to Punk Rose 69. Goat or fish? What's the verses, Redolent thought? We will not accept this hesitation. Punk Rose celebration! Punk Rose, you have won a shirt of Goat vs. Fish. Punk Rose, do you live in the United States of Verse America? We wish to know. Do you live in the United States of Verse America? Goat vs. Fish wishes to know. Punky Rose 69 says, pass it to Brit. It's a 14 million delivery fee to New Zealand. Goat vs. Fish, we have shipped as far as Australia. We have done it before. We only request a small contribution. But Punk Rose 69, please allow Goat vs. Fish to at least send you some stickers of Goat vs. Fish. Did you fill out the form as a subscribe to Goat vs. Fish? Punk Rose 69 says, pass it to Brittany Fishy. Brittany Fishy, do you live in the United States of America? Do you live in the United States of America? Seven hours. It has been 7 hours and 13 minutes of Goat vs. Fish. Ah, so we see Punk Rose, so we see him. Brittany Fishy, do you accept the shirt of Goat vs. Fish? Celebration. Do you accept the shirt of Goat vs. Fish? Do you want a shirt that says Goat vs. Fish? Do you want a shirt that says Goat vs. Fish, or do you want the unification shirt of Goat vs. Fish? Man, you were about to stop any 90 minutes lol. Well, Goat vs. Fish said we did gain a bonus versus. We gained a bonus hour of Goat vs. Fish. We did gain a bonus hour of Goat vs. Fish, and now we're in bonus verses. But that's just because we are making sure that we know precisely where to send. I love Goat vs. Fish. The verse is where to send Brittany Fishy. The Goat vs. Fish celebration of wise verses. Or wise verses. Goat vs. Fish. We're going to check the drive of Goat vs. Fish. We hear you, Jim Tan. We hear you. It seems that It seems that not Brittany Fish nor Punk Rose, but Punk Rose is keeping a private versus. Brittany Fishy, if you wish to receive the shirt of Goat vs. Fish, you must fill out the form in the chat. Eldergrown with 200 bits. Shout to your celebration for Goat. Brittany Fishy. There's the verses. It just happened on Goat vs. Fish. Celebration, comprehension. You are not so far from Goat vs. Fish, who is based in Los Angeles. Brittany Fishy, what size shirt do you wish? You must tell Goat vs. Fish. What size shirt do you wish? Are you going to Fish? Large verses. And it was written. Redolent Thought, the benevolent. Let's get a shout out for Redolent Thought. If you like Goat vs. Fish, join us in following Redolent Thought. Eldergrown with 10 bits. And for those of you who watch Goat vs. Fish on YouTube, there's the song of Goat vs. Fish on YouTube. Those of you who are subscribed to Goat vs. Fish, we do recommendation that one of the best ways to support Goat vs. Fish is on the Patreon of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish currently receive 95 versus American dollars a month on Patreon. Perhaps soon we can get to 100 versus American dollars a month on Patreon. And then we may be able to buy one egg and ask it if it's goat or fish. But in any verses, Goat vs. Fish, thanks you for joining Goat vs. Fish, the Goat Fish, on this Goat vs. Fish Thursday. Every Goat vs. Fish Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We appreciate all who have rated Goat vs. Fish, all who have supported Goat vs. Fish. Next Goat vs. Fish Thursday, a special Valentine's Day versus with Thinky Flesh and Goat vs. Fish. Expect heavy musications. Brittany Fishy with nothing, but in a very cool way. And we'll see you on the next verses of Goat vs. Fish. Find one who is lost. Find one who does not know the way. And ask. Simply ask. Are you goat? Or are you fish? This has been a versus of Goat vs. Fish. Oh, Brittany Fishy. Clearly, you need to come back and watch another 7 hours of Goat vs. Fish. Mem Lem Hem, thank you for following Goat vs. Fish. Mem Lem Hem. Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Mem lem hem. Lem mem mem lem lem. Celebration for joining Goat vs. Fish. And for the triumph of Goat this versus. Mem Lem Hem says, I am both!
Fencery. Fence-sitter. You will not be long for this verse with fences like that. But we'll see you, Mem Lem Hem, on the next verses of Goat vs. Fish, where decisions will be made. It is time for a radiation of Goat vs. Fish. Let's see who's live on Twitch. YouTube has been a pleasant versus. See you next, Goat vs. Fish Thursday.